Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is
the murder of Roger Ackroyd. Welcome, dear listener, to the quiet, seemingly undisturbed world of King's Abbot, a village that, at first glance, appears to be the very embodiment of pastoral English charm. Imagine, if you will, the gentle undulations of the countryside, the ancient stone walls winding their way through sun-dappled lanes, the tidy rows of cottages with their climbing roses, and the distant, reassuring chime of the church bell carried on a soft breeze. It's the kind of place one might dream of retiring to, a haven where life seems to unfold with a predictable, almost comforting rhythm, far removed from the clamor and complexities of the wider world. And yet, beneath this veneer of tranquility, like a hidden current beneath calm waters, secrets whisper, suspicions simmer, and human drama plays out with an intensity that belies the peaceful surroundings. This is the delicate balance we're about to explore. The intricate dance between outward appearance and inner turmoil, a dance that, in King's Abbot, very quickly leads to tragedy. Our journey begins by immersing ourselves deeply into this very atmosphere, this cozy yet, as you will soon discover, deeply suspicious environment. Why is this initial immersion so critical, you might ask? Because a truly compelling story, especially one shrouded in mystery, doesn't just present facts, it builds a world around you, allowing you to breathe its air, feel its anxieties, and understand the subtle pressures that shape its inhabitants. Think of it as the foundational layer of a magnificent painting. A canvas prepared with exquisite care before the main subjects even begin to take form. Consider, for a moment, the storytelling genius of authors who master this initial world building. Take, for instance, the way Jane Austen effortlessly transports us to the drawing rooms and ballrooms of Regency England, making us feel as though we are privy to every whispered conversation, every knowing glance. Or how Daphne du Maurier, in Rebecca, immediately envelops us in the eerie, oppressive grandeur of Manderley, a house that is as much a character as any human being within its walls. These authors understand that the setting is never merely a backdrop, it is an active participant in the narrative, subtly influencing events, reflecting the mood, and often foreshadowing the coming drama. In King's Abbot, this principle holds true. We are not just told it's a quiet village, we are invited to feel its quietness, to appreciate its charm, and then, crucially, to sense the slight tremor of unease beneath its surface. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where privacy is a rare and precious commodity, and where the slightest deviation from the norm becomes fodder for endless speculation. And is there anything more captivating, more inherently human, than the irresistible allure of gossip, the thrill of dissecting the lives of others, especially when those lives are lived so close to home? From a psychological perspective, this deep dive into the setting matters immensely because it taps into our innate human need for context and connection. When we begin a story, our brains are hardwired to seek patterns, to build mental models of the world presented to us. A richly detailed setting provides the anchors for these models. It allows us to suspend disbelief, to genuinely believe in the reality of the narrative. Moreover, in a mystery, establishing a seemingly idyllic setting only to then introduce discord and darkness creates a powerful cognitive dissonance. We expect peace, but we are given intrigue. This contrast heightens the sense of suspense and makes the eventual unraveling of the truth all the more shocking and satisfying. It's the classic serpent in the garden trope, a narrative device as old as storytelling itself, and one that never fails to capture our attention. Our curiosity is piqued not just by what happens, but by where it happens and how that specific environment might contribute to or conceal the truth. We unconsciously begin to look for clues embedded in the landscape, in the architecture, in the social fabric itself. So, how might you, as a discerning listener, practically apply this understanding to enhance your experience? I encourage you to pause, even for a moment, and actively visualize the scene as it unfolds. Don't just hear the words. See the cottages, smell the roses, feel the quiet hum of village life. Ask yourself what unspoken rules govern this place. What secrets might these seemingly innocent lanes conceal? How would it feel to be a resident here, where every move is observed, every utterance scrutinized? By actively engaging your imagination in this way, you move beyond passive reception and become a more active participant in the story's construction. You start to build your own mental map, not just of the geography, but of the social and emotional landscape. And perhaps most importantly, you cultivate an awareness of how authors, like Agatha Christie, meticulously lay these groundwork layers, knowing that a firm foundation of atmosphere and setting is indispensable for the towering edifice of a complex mystery. It is in these quiet, initial moments that the seeds of doubt are sown, almost imperceptibly, preparing the ground for the drama to come. Now, into this carefully constructed setting, we introduce our guide, our primary lens through which we will observe the unfolding events. Dr. James Shepherd. He is not merely a character, he is our narrator, our confidant, and crucially, a man deeply embedded within the social fabric of King's Abbot. Imagine him, if you will, as the quintessential country doctor, outwardly calm, reassuring, and professional, yet possessed of an acute, almost unnervingly keen sense of observation. He is a man who sees and hears much, who is privy to the intimate details of lives that others only glimpse. And why is his presence, his particular perspective, so vital to this story's initial hook? Consider the art of narration itself. In storytelling, the choice of narrator is paramount. A first-person narrator, such as Dr. Shepherd, offers an immediate, intimate connection to the listener. We experience the world through his eyes, hear his thoughts, and implicitly trust his account, at least initially. He is relatable, not a grand hero or a shadowy villain, but an ordinary man in an extraordinary situation. This relatability is a powerful tool for engaging an audience. We might not be detectives or master criminals, but many of us can empathize with the role of an observer, someone who watches events unfold around them, piecing together fragments of information. Dr. Shepherd, as the village doctor, holds a unique position. He is a professional, bound by confidentiality, yet his very profession grants him access to homes and confidences that others are denied. He sees people at their most vulnerable, their most honest, and sometimes their most deceptive. He understands the human heart, its frailties and its strengths, its capacity for both love and malevolence. Think of other classic tales where the narrator is not necessarily the central protagonist, but rather a witness whose perspective shapes our understanding. Dr. Watson to Sherlock Holmes, for instance, serves as our entry point into Holmes's brilliant mind, making the detective's genius all the more astonishing by filtering it through a more conventional, appreciative viewpoint. Nick Carraway in The Great Gatsby is another superb example. He is not Gatsby, yet his observations and judgments are what color our perception of the enigmatic, millionaire and the shimmering, yet ultimately hollow, world of the Jazz Age. Dr. Shepherd plays a similar, though perhaps more complex, role. He brings a sense of grounded realism, a steady hand to the narrative, while also possessing a hidden depth of insight and, as we'll discover, a curious relationship with his own biases and the formidable presence of his sister, Caroline. Psychologically speaking, introducing Dr. Shepherd as our narrator fulfills several crucial functions. Firstly, it provides a sense of trustworthiness and authority. Doctors, by their very nature, are figures of respect and reliability in a community. We are naturally inclined to believe someone who holds such a position. This initial trust is essential for drawing us into the story. Secondly, his observational nature taps into our own voyeuristic tendencies. We enjoy being privy to secrets, to understanding the hidden workings of a community. Dr. Shepherd becomes our surrogate, allowing us to indulge this curiosity without the social repercussions. And thirdly, his slightly detached yet deeply insightful commentary offers a comforting anchor in a narrative that will soon become unsettling. He is a stable point in a swirling storm, a voice of reason attempting to make sense of the irrational. But, and this is a subtle yet vital point, his very position also raises questions. What does he choose to tell us? What might he consciously or unconsciously omit or misinterpret? The seed of an unreliable narrator is often planted early, not as outright deception, but as a gentle suggestion that even the most trusted voices have their own perspectives and limitations. This adds another layer of intrigue, challenging us to listen not just to what is said, but to how it is said and by whom. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the astute listener, when encountering a narrator like Dr. Shepherd? Firstly, pay close attention to his voice, his tone, his choice of words. Does he sound objective, or does a hint of personal opinion color his observations? Secondly, Consider his relationships with other characters, particularly his sister Caroline. How does she influence his perspective, or perhaps, how does he react against her influence? And thirdly, and most importantly, remember that every narrator, even the most seemingly impartial, is a character in their own right, with their own experiences, biases, and perhaps even hidden motivations. Instead of simply accepting his narrative as absolute truth, engage with it critically. Ask yourself, why is he telling me this story in this particular way? This level of engagement transforms listening into an active process of detection, allowing you to appreciate the intricate artistry of a master storyteller like Agatha Christie, who often uses her narrators not just to tell a tale, but to weave an elaborate, psychological puzzle. And now, the moment arrives. The quiet village of King's Abbot is about to be irrevocably shaken, and our genial Dr. Shepherd thrust into a situation far beyond the routine calls of a country physician. We are about to drop the inciting incident of the sudden, shocking death of Mrs. Ferrars, and the long, ominous shadow it casts over Roger Ackroyd. This event is not merely a plot point, it is the catalyst, the spark that ignites the entire complex machinery of the mystery we are about to unravel. Before we delve into the specifics of her demise, let's understand Mrs. Ferrars herself, or at least, the village's perception of her. She was a woman of means, yes, but more importantly, a woman enveloped in a persistent, dark cloud of rumor and scandal. The village of King's Abbot, for all its tranquil beauty, possessed an insatiable appetite for gossip, a trait common to small, close-knit communities where everyone knows everyone's business, or at least thinks they do. And Mrs. Ferrars, tragically, provided ample fodder for this communal pastime. Her husband had died a year prior, under circumstances that, while officially deemed natural, were whispered about with knowing looks and hushed tones. Poison, some said, a slow, agonizing poison, and the suspect, in the court of public opinion, was none other than his own wife. She had, after all, been openly involved in an affair, an indiscretion that, in such a village, was a scandal of immense proportions, far outweighing any professional medical pronouncements. This backdrop of scandal is crucial. It means that when Mrs. Ferrars' own death is announced, it arrives not in a vacuum, but into an already charged atmosphere of suspicion and judgment. The villagers, including, to some extent, Dr. Shepherd himself, are already predisposed to view her life through a lens of moral ambiguity. Her sudden passing, therefore, carries a double weight to the tragedy of a human life ended, but also, for the more cynical or gossipy minds, a kind of poetic justice, or perhaps another chapter in an already sordid tale. And who was the man at the center of her scandalous affair? None other than Roger Ackroyd, the esteemed, wealthy, and highly respected squire of Fernley Park, a pillar of the community, whose reputation now finds itself undeniably linked to the deceased Mrs. Ferrars. The very mention of his name, in conjunction with her death, immediately raises questions, sets off alarm bells, and perfectly hooks the listener, doesn't it? As a real-world storytelling example of such an inciting incident, consider the opening of any classic crime novel or play. Think of the discovery of the body in And Then There Were None. or the unexpected arrival of Inspector Goole in J.B. Priestley's An Inspector Calls. In both instances, a single event shatters the illusion of normality and forces the characters, and by extension, the audience, to confront an uncomfortable truth. The death of Mrs. Ferrars serves this exact purpose. It's not just a death, it's a disruption, a stone thrown into the placid pond of King's Abbot, sending ripples of fear, suspicion, and morbid fascination throughout the community. It sets the stakes, introduces the central mystery, and immediately makes us question the characters and their motivations. Who benefits from her death? Is it truly a suicide, as some might want to believe? Or is there a more sinister hand at play? And what role does the prominent Roger Ackroyd truly have in all of this, beyond being the object of her affections? Psychologically speaking, the sudden introduction of a shocking incident, particularly a death, is one of the most effective ways to grab and hold a listener's attention. It immediately triggers our innate sense of curiosity and our drive for problem solving. Our brains are wired to seek patterns, to understand cause and effect, and when an event defies easy explanation, it creates a powerful cognitive need for resolution. We want to know why this happened, who was involved, and what the consequences will be. Furthermore, the death of Mrs. Ferrars, steeped as it is in prior scandal and gossip, engages another powerful psychological lever: our fascination with human drama and moral complexity. We are drawn to stories of transgression, of hidden desires, and the messy realities of human relationships. The looming shadow over Roger Ackroyd capitalizes on this by immediately introducing a conflict, a respected figure potentially embroiled in a scandal, or worse, a crime. This conflict creates tension, anticipation, and a strong desire to see how it will unfold, how the truth will eventually come to light. It's the moment the gloves come off and the real game begins. So, for you, the engaged listener, how can you practically apply these insights into the inciting incident? Firstly, when such a pivotal event is introduced, consciously take note of all the immediate reactions, both overt and subtle, from the narrator and the other characters. Who seems genuinely shocked, and who seems perhaps a little too calm, or even secretly pleased? Secondly, consider the immediate questions that arise in your own mind. What are the most obvious theories, and what are the less obvious, more unsettling possibilities? Don't just accept the surface explanation. Begin to actively hypothesize, to connect the dots, even if those dots seem far apart at first. And thirdly, reflect on how this single event fundamentally alters the landscape of the story and the lives of its characters. What was once stable is now unstable. What was once hidden is now threatening to be revealed. By engaging in this kind of active inquiry, you transform yourself from a passive audience member into an active participant in the investigative process, sharpening your own deductive skills and deepening your appreciation for the intricate plotting that makes a mystery truly masterful. In essence, what we have done in this initial chapter, in this crucial hook, is far more than just setting a scene and introducing a few characters. We have meticulously laid the groundwork for a psychological thriller, a puzzle box of human motivations and hidden truths. We began by painting a picture of King's Abbot, a place that embodies both idyllic charm and the insidious creep of small-town gossip, a perfect crucible for dark deeds. We then introduced Dr. Shepard, our ostensibly reliable, observant, and deeply involved narrator, whose unique position offers us an intimate, yet potentially filtered, view of events. And finally, we delivered the first shattering blow, the death of Mrs. Ferrars, an event steeped in scandal and immediately casting a long, foreboding shadow over the distinguished figure of Roger Ackroyd. This isn't just a story starting. It's a complex, multi-layered trap being sprung, designed to ensnare your attention and challenge your assumptions from the very first moment. The narrative threads are now cast, dear listener, fragile yet powerful, connecting these initial elements into a web of intrigue. The seemingly peaceful world has been disrupted, and the stage is now set for a chain of events that will unravel not only the truth behind Mrs. Ferrars' passing, but also expose the deeper, darker currents flowing beneath the surface of King's Abbot. We have tasted the initial flavor of suspicion, felt the first tremor of unease. And as we transition from this critical hook to the next stage of our investigation, we will move from rumor and speculation to the chilling reality of a second, more brazen crime, one that will definitively plunge King's Abbot into an abyss of murder and deception. The game, as they say, is now truly afoot, and our Dr. Shepard, the observant country doctor, is about to find himself far more deeply entangled than he could ever have imagined, perhaps even beyond his comfort or his professional detachment. Stay with us, for the journey into the heart of this mystery has only just begun. The quiet whispers will soon give way to shouts, and the subtle shadows will lengthen into ominous darkness. The story of Roger Ackroyd's murder is not just a tale of crime. It is an intricate study of human nature, of the masks we wear, and the secrets we keep even from ourselves. And it all begins, as every good story must, with a compelling, unforgettable hook, meticulously crafted to draw you into its depths and hold you captive until the very last shocking revelation. The stage is perfectly lit, the players are in position, and the curtain is slowly, deliberately rising. What untold truths lie waiting to be discovered within the deceptively placid confines of King's Abbot? We are about to find out together. Welcome, dear listener, to the quiet, seemingly undisturbed world of King's Abbot, a village that, at first glance, appears to be the very embodiment of pastoral English charm. Imagine, if you will, the gentle undulations of the countryside, the ancient stone walls winding their way through sun-dappled lanes, the tidy rows of cottages with their climbing roses, and the distant, reassuring chime of the church bell carried on a soft breeze. It's the kind of place one might dream of retiring to, a haven where life seems to unfold with a predictable, almost comforting rhythm, far removed from the clamor and complexities of the wider world. And yet, beneath this veneer of tranquility, like a hidden current beneath calm waters, secrets whisper, suspicions simmer, and human drama plays out with an intensity that belies the peaceful surroundings. This is the delicate balance we're about to explore, the intricate dance between outward appearance and inner turmoil, a dance that, in King's Abbot, very quickly leads to tragedy. Our journey begins by immersing ourselves deeply into this very atmosphere, this cozy yet as you will soon discover, deeply suspicious environment. Why is this initial immersion so critical, you might ask? Because a truly compelling story, especially one shrouded in mystery, doesn't just present facts, it builds a world around you, allowing you to breathe its air, feel its anxieties, and understand the subtle pressures that shape its inhabitants. Think of it as the foundational layer of a magnificent painting, a canvas prepared with exquisite care before the main subjects even begin to take form. It's the scent of damp earth after a light rain, the sound of a distant dog barking, the very particular quality of light filtering through ancient trees. These sensory details, when woven together, create a tapestry of place that is almost tangible. Without this rich, evocative sense of place, the events that follow, no matter how dramatic, might feel disconnected, less impactful, almost as if they could happen anywhere. But in King's Abbot, the specific character of the village is inextricably linked to the specific character of the crimes. Consider, for a moment, the storytelling genius of authors who mastered this initial world building. Take, for instance, the way Jane Austen effortlessly transports us to the drawing rooms and ballrooms of Regency England, making us feel as though we are privy to every whispered conversation, every knowing glance, every subtle shift in social standing. Her settings are not just backdrops, they are microcosms of an entire societal structure, where etiquette and reputation are as potent as any law. Or how Daphne du Maurier, in Rebecca, immediately envelops us in the eerie, oppressive grandeur of Manderley, a house that is as much a character as any human being within its walls, its very architecture seeming to breathe with a melancholic, haunted presence. These authors understand that the setting is never merely a backdrop, it is an active participant in the narrative, subtly influencing events, reflecting the mood, and often foreshadowing the coming drama. In King's Abbot, this principle holds true. We are not just told it's a quiet village, we are invited to feel its quietness, to appreciate its charm, and then, crucially, to sense the slight tremor of unease beneath its surface. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, or at least believes they do, where privacy is a rare and precious commodity, and where the slightest deviation from the norm becomes fodder for endless speculation, a delicious morsel for the village rumor mill. And is there anything more captivating, more inherently human, than the irresistible allure of gossip, the thrill of dissecting the lives of others, especially when those lives are lived so close to home, just behind a neighbor's hedge or across the village green? This communal scrutiny creates a unique pressure cooker environment, where secrets are guarded fiercely but also constantly threatened with exposure. The very beauty of King's Abbot, its pastoral perfection, serves as a stark contrast to the ugliness that will soon unfold, making the disruption all the more jarring and memorable. From a psychological perspective, this deep dive into the setting matters immensely because it taps into our innate human need for context and connection. When we begin a story, our brains are hardwired to seek patterns, to build mental models of the world presented to us. A richly detailed setting provides the anchors for these models. It allows us to suspend disbelief, to genuinely believe in the reality of the narrative, to feel as if we could walk these very lanes ourselves. Moreover, in a mystery, establishing a seemingly idyllic setting only to then introduce discord and darkness creates a powerful cognitive dissonance. We expect peace, but we are given intrigue. This contrast heightens the sense of suspense and makes the eventual unraveling of the truth all the more shocking and satisfying. It's the classic serpent in the garden trope, a narrative device as old as storytelling itself, and one that never fails to capture our attention. Our curiosity is piqued not just by what happens, but by where it happens, and how that specific environment might contribute to or conceal the truth. We unconsciously begin to look for clues embedded in the landscape, in the architecture, in the social fabric itself. The comfort we initially feel in such a safe place is gradually eroded, replaced by a delicious sense of foreboding, a thrilling anticipation of the shoe about to drop. This psychological journey from comfort to unease is fundamental to a well-crafted hook. It primes our minds to be vigilant, to scrutinize, and to become active participants in the unfolding drama, rather than mere passive observers. We start to ask ourselves, what kind of secrets could possibly thrive in a place like this? So, how might you, as a discerning listener, practically apply this understanding to enhance your experience? I encourage you to pause, even for a moment, and actively visualize the scene as it unfolds. Don't just hear the words. See the cottages with their thatch roofs or neat tiles. Smell the roses clinging to ancient walls. Feel the quiet hum of village life, perhaps punctuated by the distant lowing of a cow or the twitter of birdsong. Ask yourself, what unspoken rules govern this place? What secrets might these seemingly innocent lanes conceal, nestled behind the ivy-clad walls of a grand estate or within the humble confines of a village shop? How would it feel to be a resident here, where every move is observed, every utterance scrutinized, and reputation is a currency more valuable than gold? By actively engaging your imagination in this way, you move beyond passive reception and become a more active participant in the story's construction. You start to build your own mental map, not just of the geography, but of the social and emotional landscape, identifying the invisible lines of social hierarchy, the established routines, and the subtle power dynamics that operate beneath the surface. And perhaps, most importantly, you cultivate an awareness of how authors, like Agatha Christie, meticulously lay these groundwork layers, knowing that a firm foundation of atmosphere and setting is indispensable for the towering edifice of a complex mystery. It is in these quiet, initial moments that the seeds of doubt are sown, almost imperceptibly preparing the ground for the drama to come, creating a resonance that deepens the impact of every subsequent event. Now, into this carefully constructed setting, we introduce our guide, our primary lens through which we will observe the unfolding events. Dr. James Shepherd. He is not merely a character, he is our narrator, our confidant, and crucially, a man deeply embedded within the social fabric of King's Abbot. Imagine him, if you will, as the quintessential country doctor, outwardly calm, reassuring, and professional, yet possessed of an acute, almost unnervingly keen sense of observation. He is a man who sees and hears much, who is privy to the intimate details of lives that others only glimpse. He has sat at SIGs, comforted the grieving, and delivered children into the world. He understands the rhythms of life and death in King's Abbot more intimately than almost anyone else. And why is his presence, his particular perspective, so vital to this story's initial hook? He is, in essence, the audience's surrogate within the narrative, the one who grounds the fantastical or the horrific in the mundane reality of everyday life. Consider the art of narration itself. In storytelling, the choice of narrator is paramount. A first-person narrator, such as Dr. Shepard, offers an immediate, intimate connection to the listener. We experience the world through his eyes, hear his thoughts, and implicitly trust his account, at least initially. He is relatable, not a grand hero or a shadowy villain, but an ordinary man in an extraordinary situation. This relatability is a powerful tool for engaging an audience. We might not be detectives or master criminals, but many of us can empathize with the role of an observer, someone who watches events unfold around them, piecing together fragments of information from their unique vantage point. Dr. Shepard, as the village doctor, holds a unique position. He is a professional, bound by confidentiality and a strict code of ethics, yet his very profession grants him access to homes and confidences that others are denied. He sees people at their most vulnerable, their most honest, and sometimes their most deceptive, under the guise of medical care. He understands the human heart, its frailties and its strengths, its capacity for both profound love and chilling malevolence, perhaps better than anyone else in King's Abbot. He is a quiet chronicler, a collector of small details that, to a lesser observer, might pass unnoticed. And it is this meticulous attention to detail, filtered through his seemingly benign persona, that makes him such a compelling and, ultimately, complex narrator. Think of other classic tales where the narrator is not necessarily the central protagonist, but rather a witness whose perspective shapes our understanding. Dr. Watson to Sherlock Holmes, for instance, serves as our entry point into Holmes's brilliant, often eccentric mind, making the detective's genius all the more astonishing by filtering it through a more conventional, appreciative viewpoint. Watson is our reliable, if sometimes bewildered, companion, making the extraordinary more accessible. Nick Carraway in The Great Gatsby is another superb example. He is not Gatsby, yet his observations and judgments are what color our perception of the enigmatic millionaire and the shimmering, yet ultimately hollow, world of the Jazz Age. Nick is the moral compass, the outsider looking in, whose moral judgments guide our own. Dr. Shepard plays a similar, though perhaps more complex, role. He brings a sense of grounded realism, a steady hand to the narrative, while also possessing a hidden depth of insight and, as we'll discover, a curious relationship with his own biases and the formidable, ever-present force of his sister, Caroline. His seemingly objective medical perspective lends an air of authority to his narration, inviting us to lean in and trust his every word, even as we subconsciously recognize that every human perspective is inherently subjective. Psychologically speaking, introducing Dr. Shepard as our narrator fulfills several crucial functions. Firstly, it provides a sense of trustworthiness and authority. Doctors, by their very nature, are figures of respect and reliability in a community, sworn to an oath of care and discretion. We are naturally inclined to believe someone who holds such a position. This initial trust is essential for drawing us into the story, making us feel safe in his narrative hands. Secondly, his observational nature taps into our own voyeuristic tendencies, our inherent curiosity about the lives of others. We enjoy being privy to secrets, to understanding the hidden workings of a community, the private dramas playing out behind closed doors. Dr. Shepherd becomes our surrogate, allowing us to indulge this curiosity without the social repercussions, seeing through his eyes what others only guess at. And thirdly, his slightly detached yet deeply insightful commentary offers a comforting anchor in a narrative that will soon become unsettling. He is a stable point in a swirling storm, a voice of reason attempting to make sense of the irrational. But, and this is a subtle yet vital point that a master storyteller like Christie never overlooks, his very position also raises questions. What does he choose to tell us? What might he consciously or unconsciously omit or misinterpret? The seed of an unreliable narrator is often planted early, not as outright deception, but as a gentle suggestion that even the most trusted voices have their own perspectives, their own blind spots, and their own limitations. This adds another layer of intrigue, challenging us to listen not just to what is said, but to how it is said, and by whom. It transforms the act of listening into an act of subtle detection, making us more engaged and ultimately more vulnerable to the twists that lie ahead. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the astute listener, when encountering a narrator like Dr. Shepherd? Firstly, pay close attention to his voice, his tone, his choice of words. Does he sound completely objective, or does a hint of personal opinion, a touch of judgment, or even a subtle irony color his observations? Listen for any moments where his personal feelings might subtly steer the narrative. Secondly, consider his relationships with other characters, particularly his famously inquisitive sister, Caroline. How does she influence his perspective, or perhaps, how does he react against her influence, subtly shaping his account in response to her own sharp insights and relentless curiosity? Does he perhaps try to outwit her, even in his own telling of the story? And thirdly, and most importantly, remember that every narrator, even the most seemingly impartial, is a character in their own right, with their own experiences, biases, and perhaps even hidden motivations. Instead of simply accepting his narrative as absolute truth, engage with it critically. Ask yourself, why is he telling me this story in this particular way? What might he be emphasizing and what might he be downplaying? This level of engagement transforms listening into an active process of detection, allowing you to appreciate the intricate artistry of a master storyteller like Agatha Christie, who often uses her narrators not just to tell a tale, but to weave an elaborate, psychological puzzle, where the storyteller himself might be as much a part of the mystery as the events he describes. And now, the moment arrives, the quiet village of King's Abbot is about to be irrevocably shaken, and our genial Dr. Shepherd thrust into a situation far beyond the routine calls of a country physician. We are about to drop the inciting incident to the sudden, shocking death of Mrs. Ferrars, and the long, ominous shadow it casts over Roger Ackroyd. This event is not merely a plot point. It is the catalyst, the spark that ignites the entire complex machinery of the mystery we are about to unravel. It is the moment where the serene facade of King's Abbot cracks, and the dark underbelly begins to show itself, irrevocably altering the lives of everyone involved. This is the incident that demands our attention, that screams pay heed to every listening ear. Before we delve into the specifics of her demise, let's understand Mrs. Ferrars herself, or at least the village's perception of her, which, as we know, in King's Abbot, is often more potent than reality. She was a woman of means, yes, her husband having been a wealthy man, but more importantly, she was a woman enveloped in a persistent, dark cloud of rumor and scandal. The village of King's Abbot, for all its tranquil beauty and apparent respectability, possessed an insatiable appetite for gossip, a trait common to small, close-knit communities where everyone knows everyone's business, or at least thinks they do, and where reputation is everything. And Mrs. Ferrars, tragically, provided ample fodder for this communal pastime. Her husband had died a year prior, under circumstances that, while officially deemed natural, were whispered about with knowing looks and hushed tones, especially behind cupped hands over teacups in the village shop. Poison, some said. A slow, agonizing poison, administered subtly, patiently. And the suspect, in the court of public opinion, the unofficial, yet undeniably influential, jury of King's Abbot, was none other than his own wife. She had, after all, been openly involved in an affair, an indiscretion that, in such a village, was a scandal of immense proportions, far outweighing any professional medical pronouncements or official police reports. It was a breach of decorum, a flouting of societal expectations that few in King's Abbot were willing to forgive or forget, cementing her reputation as that woman. This backdrop of scandal is crucial. It means that when Mrs. Ferrars' own death is announced, it arrives not in a vacuum, not as a bolt from the blue, but into an already charged atmosphere of suspicion and judgment. The villagers, including, to some extent, Dr. Shepherd himself, are already predisposed to view her life through a lens of moral ambiguity, tainted by past accusations. Her sudden passing, therefore, carries a double weight. The tragedy of her human life ended, but also, for the more cynical or gossipy minds, a kind of poetic justice, or perhaps another sinister chapter in an already sordid tale, confirming their pre-existing judgments. It becomes another piece of evidence, in their minds, of a life lived outside the bounds of conventional morality. And who was the man at the center of her scandalous affair? The one whose name was inevitably linked to hers in every whispered conversation. None other than Roger Ackroyd, the esteemed, wealthy, and highly respected squire of Fernley Park, a pillar of the community, whose impeccable reputation now finds itself undeniably linked to the deceased Mrs. Ferrars. The very mention of his name, in conjunction with her death, immediately raises questions, sets off alarm bells in the minds of the villagers, and perfectly hooks the listener, doesn't it? It instantly creates a network of potential motives and secrets, pulling a central, seemingly untouchable figure into the heart of the emerging darkness. As a real-world storytelling example of such an inciting incident, consider the opening of any classic crime novel or play. Think of the discovery of the body in And Then There Were None, where a group of strangers on a remote island find themselves entangled in a web of past sins, with each death escalating the terror and suspicion. Or the unexpected arrival of Inspector Gould in J.B. Priestley's An Inspector Calls, which shatters the complacency of a wealthy family's celebratory dinner, forcing them to confront their interconnected responsibilities in a young woman's tragic demise. In both instances, a single event shatters the illusion of normality and forces the characters, and by extension, the audience, to confront an uncomfortable truth, a disturbance in the established order. The death of Mrs. Ferrars serves this exact purpose. It's not just a death, it's a disruption, a stone thrown into the placid pond of King's Abbot, sending ripples of fear, suspicion, and morbid fascination throughout the community. It sets the stakes, introduces the central mystery, and immediately makes us question the characters and their motivations. Who benefits from her death? Is it truly a suicide, as some might want to believe, a convenient end to a scandalous life? Or is there a more sinister hand at play, deliberately attempting to silence someone, or perhaps cover up an even greater secret? And what role does the prominent Roger Ackroyd truly have in all of this? Beyond being the object of her affections, is he merely a grieving lover, or is he something more, something darker? The questions cascade, each one drawing us deeper into the nascent mystery. Psychologically speaking, the sudden introduction of a shocking incident, particularly a death, is one of the most effective ways to grab and hold a listener's attention. It immediately triggers our innate sense of curiosity and our drive for problem solving. Our brains are wired to seek patterns, to understand cause and effect, and when an event defies easy explanation or offers multiple unsettling possibilities, it creates a powerful cognitive need for resolution. We want to know why this happened, who was involved, and what the consequences will be. We crave narrative closure, and a mystery expertly exploits this craving. Furthermore, the death of Mrs. Ferrars, steeped as it is in prior scandal and gossip, engages another powerful psychological lever: our fascination with human drama and moral complexity. We are drawn to stories of transgression, of hidden desires, and the messy realities of human relationships, especially when those realities clash with outward appearances of respectability. The looming shadow over Roger Ackroyd capitalizes on this by immediately introducing a conflict: a respected figure potentially embroiled in a scandal, or worse, a crime. This conflict creates tension, anticipation, and a strong desire to see how it will unfold, how the truth, whatever it may be, will eventually come to light. It's the moment the gloves come off and the real game begins, demanding our full, unwavering attention. Our minds race, attempting to construct theories, assign motives, and predict outcomes, even with so little information, because the human brain abhors a vacuum of information, particularly when it pertains to something as fundamentally unsettling as death. So, for you, the engaged listener, how can you practically apply these insights into the inciting incident? Firstly, when such a pivotal event is introduced, consciously take note of all the immediate reactions, both overt and subtle, from the narrator and the other characters. Who seems genuinely shocked, and who seems perhaps a little too calm, or even secretly pleased. Pay attention to the unspoken cues, the pauses, the shifts in tone. Secondly, consider the immediate questions that arise in your own mind. What are the most obvious theories, the ones the villagers might gravitate towards, and what are the less obvious, more unsettling possibilities that Dr. Shepard's unique perspective might hint at? Don't just accept the surface explanation, however convenient it may seem. Begin to actively hypothesize, to connect the dots, even if those dots seem far apart at first glance. And thirdly, reflect on how this single event fundamentally alters the landscape of the story and the lives of its characters. What was once stable is now unstable. What was once hidden is now threatening to be revealed, like dark rocks emerging from a receding tide. By engaging in this kind of active inquiry, you transform yourself from a passive audience member into an active participant in the investigative process, sharpening your own deductive skills and deepening your appreciation for the intricate plotting that makes a mystery truly masterful. You become a fellow detective, albeit one observing from a distance, constantly evaluating the evidence and weighing the possibilities. In essence, what we have done in this initial chapter, in this crucial hook, is far more than just setting a scene and introducing a few characters. We have meticulously laid the groundwork for a psychological thriller, a puzzle box of human motivations and hidden truths. We began by painting a picture of King's Abbot, a place that embodies both idyllic charm and the insidious creep of small-town gossip, a perfect crucible for dark deeds, a place where appearances are meticulously maintained but secrets fester. We then introduced Dr. Shepard, our ostensibly reliable, observant, and deeply involved narrator, whose unique position offers us an intimate, yet potentially filtered, view of events, inviting us to trust his perspective while subtly challenging us to question it. And finally, we delivered the first shattering blow with the death of Mrs. Ferrars, an event steeped in prior scandal and immediately casting a long, foreboding shadow over the distinguished figure of Roger Ackroyd. This isn't just a story starting. It's a complex, multi-layered trap being sprung, designed to ensnare your attention and challenge your assumptions from the very first moment, to make you lean forward, eager for the next revelation. The narrative threads are now cast, dear listener, fragile yet powerful, connecting these initial elements into a web of intrigue that promises to become ever more tangled. The seemingly peaceful world has been disrupted, and the stage is now set for a chain of events that will unravel not only the truth behind Mrs. Ferrars' passing, but also expose the deeper, darker currents flowing beneath the surface of King's Abbot, currents of greed, passion, jealousy, and desperation. We have tasted the initial flavor of suspicion, felt the first tremor of unease. And as we transition from this critical hook to the next stage of our investigation, we will move from rumor and speculation to the chilling reality of a second, more brazen crime, one that will definitively plunge King's Abbot into an abyss of murder and deception, stripping away the last vestiges of its quaint facade. The game, as they say, is now truly afoot, and its stakes could not be higher. And our Dr. Shepard, the observant country doctor, is about to find himself far more deeply entangled than he could ever have imagined, perhaps even beyond his comfort, beyond his professional detachment, and certainly beyond the bounds of his expected role in the community. His quiet life is about to be shattered, just as the village's peace has been irrevocably broken. Stay with us, for the journey into the heart of this mystery has only just begun. The quiet whispers will soon give way to shouts, and the subtle shadows will lengthen into ominous darkness, revealing truths that some would kill to keep buried. The story of Roger Ackroyd's murder is not just a tale of crime. It is an intricate study of human nature, of the masks we wear, the roles we play, and the secrets we keep, even from ourselves, secrets that threaten to consume us when exposed to the harsh light of truth. And it all begins, as every good story must, with a compelling, unforgettable hook, meticulously crafted to draw you into its depths and hold you captive until the very last shocking revelation. The stage is perfectly lit. The players are in position, and the curtain is slowly, deliberately rising. What untold truths, what unspeakable motives, what hidden villainy lies waiting to be discovered within the deceptively placid confines of King's Abbot? We are about to find out together, as the veil of secrecy is slowly, agonizingly pulled away. Prepare yourself, for the quiet village holds far more darkness than its charming exterior suggests. Welcome, dear listeners, to an intimate journey into the heart of King's Abbot, a seemingly idyllic English village where shadows lurk beneath the sun-drenched facade of respectability. We are about to immerse ourselves in the second chapter of a remarkable tale, a chapter that, perhaps more than any other, lays the foundational stones for the intricate edifice of mystery that Dame Agatha Christie so brilliantly constructed. Our focus today is not merely on the events themselves, but on the lens through which we perceive them. We shall embark upon a deep dive into the core concept of this introductory chapter, which is, quite simply, to establish the singular perspective of Dr. James Shepherd, our narrator, and to introduce his peculiar, yet undeniably intriguing, new neighbor, who just happens to be a retired detective of legendary renown. This isn't just about who tells the story, it's about how the story is told, and the profound impact that choice has on our understanding, our biases, and ultimately, our deception. When we encounter a narrative told in the first person, we step directly into the shoes of the storyteller, experiencing the world through their eyes, their ears, their thoughts, and their emotional responses. We are privy to their innermost reflections, their judgments, their observations, and crucially, their blind spots. Dr. Shepherd, our ostensibly reliable and seemingly unassuming village physician, becomes our guide, our filter, our sole window into the unfolding drama of King's Abbot. His voice is calm, rational, observant, and imbued with a certain dry wit, qualities that immediately invite trust and make him, on the surface, an ideal conduit for a complex murder investigation. But let us consider, for a moment, the inherent limitations and potential pitfalls of such a singular perspective. Does our narrator see everything? Does he interpret everything accurately? Or is there, woven into the very fabric of his narration, a subtle warp or weft that subtly distorts the tapestry of truth? These are the questions that simmer beneath the surface of this seemingly straightforward introduction. From the very first words, we are introduced to Dr. Shepherd's world, a world of house calls, village gossip, and the quiet rhythm of a general practitioner's life in a bygone era. He is a man of science and logic, accustomed to diagnosing ailments and observing human nature with a professional detachment. Yet, even doctors are human, susceptible to their own prejudices, their own interpretations, and their own personal narratives. As we listen to him recount the days leading up to the tragedy, we are not merely hearing a factual report, we are experiencing his subjective reality. This distinction is paramount, for it is within the subtle biases and carefully chosen details of his recounting that the true genius of this narrative begins to manifest. He isn't just telling us what happened, he's telling us how he perceives what happened, and in a mystery of this caliber, that distinction is absolutely everything. And then, into this comfortably established routine, into the gentle predictability of King's Abbot, steps the unusual figure of Mr. Hercule Poirot, a retired Belgian detective, no less, choosing this quiet English village as his sanctuary. The juxtaposition is immediate and striking. Here is Dr. Shepherd, a man deeply embedded in the local community, intimately familiar with its inhabitants and its unspoken rules, suddenly confronted by an outsider who is, by all accounts, an anomaly. Poirot's presence is a pebble dropped into a calm pond, sending ripples across the surface, disturbing the reflection of the familiar. Our narrator's initial impression of Poirot is crucial. It's tinged with curiosity, perhaps a touch of amusement, and certainly a professional's cool assessment of a character who is anything but ordinary. This initial encounter, depicted through Shepherd's eyes, establishes the dynamic between our two central figures, a dynamic that will prove instrumental in the events to come. Poirot is presented as a slightly comical, perhaps even eccentric figure, intent on growing prize marrows. This seemingly innocuous detail, conveyed through Shepherd's slightly bemused observations, serves a dual purpose. It grounds Poirot in the mundane, making him appear less threatening, less the formidable intellect we know him to be, and simultaneously, it highlights the contrast between his humble present ambition and his extraordinary past profession. It is a masterful stroke of misdirection, planting a seed of underestimation in the reader's mind, a seed that will, much later, bloom into a startling revelation. The intersection of Dr. Shepherd's established world and Poirot's unexpected arrival is the dramatic fulcrum of this introductory chapter. It signals a shift, a premonition that the quiet life of King's Abbot, and indeed Dr. Shepherd's own life, is about to be irrevocably altered. This narrative choice, to introduce a world-class detective, ostensibly retired, into a village teetering on the brink of scandal and tragedy, is a classic literary device, yet it is executed here with unparalleled subtlety. We are being gently prepared, through the calm and measured voice of our doctor, for the storm that is gathering. His perspective, so central to our experience, will guide us through this storm, but will it guide us truly, or will it lead us down a path carefully constructed to obscure the truth? This is the fundamental question that this introduction, with its carefully crafted point of view and its intriguing character introductions, implicitly poses to the discerning listener. It's a question that sets the stage for one of the most celebrated and shocking conclusions in the entire history of detective fiction. Now, let us delve deeper into our first key point, detailing Dr. Shepard's daily life and his dynamic with his sister, Caroline. Imagine, if you will, the gentle awakening of a typical English village morning. The scent of wood smoke, perhaps mingling with a fresh dew on the roses. For Dr. James Shepard, his day began, as it always did, with the measured rhythm of a professional man in a quiet community. His daily life was a tapestry woven with predictable threads: early morning calls to patients, often elderly parishioners with their familiar complaints, afternoon surgeries in his quaint, well-kept practice, and evenings filled with paperwork, a good book, or perhaps a hand of bridge with local notables. He was a pillar of the community, respected for his medical expertise and his calm demeanor. He knew the ailments of King's Abbot, both physical and, one might argue, social, with an intimate familiarity born of years of dedicated service. His practice wasn't merely about prescribing tonics or setting broken bones. It was about understanding the human condition, observing the subtle cues of distress or discomfort, and offering a steady, reassuring presence. He saw the village at its most vulnerable, its most private. He was privy to confidences, to unspoken anxieties, and to the quiet dramas unfolding behind closed doors. This exposure to the intricacies of human nature, to the interplay of emotion and circumstance, is what made him, on the surface, such an astute observer, and therefore such a compelling narrator. He understood people, or so we are led to believe. He saw their flaws, their virtues, their secrets, not with judgment, but with the detached, analytical eye of a physician. He was a man of routine, and in routine there is a certain comfort, a sense of control. But how easily can routine be shattered? How quickly can the familiar become unsettling when an unexpected element is introduced? And into this meticulously ordered existence steps Caroline. Oh, Caroline! She is not merely a character. She is a force of nature, a domestic hurricane of observation and speculation. Caroline Shepard is, without a doubt, one of the most memorable and vibrant secondary characters in the entire Christie canon. She is Dr. Shepard's elder sister, and her presence in his home, as a constant, ever-present companion, is central to understanding his world. Caroline is the embodiment of village gossip, but elevated to an art form. She isn't just interested in hearsay. She has an almost preternatural ability to piece together fragments of information, to draw astonishingly accurate conclusions from the faintest whispers, the most fleeting glances, the most casual comments. Her mind is a keen, analytical instrument, honed not by medical training or detective work, but by a lifetime of astute observation of her neighbors. She is the village's unofficial intelligence agency, its uncredited investigative journalist, its most formidable amateur sleuth. Their dynamic is fascinating, a finely tuned dance of sibling affection, exasperation, and mutual reliance. Dr. Shepard frequently expresses a mild annoyance with Caroline's incessant curiosity, her pronouncements, her uncanny ability to unearth details he would prefer to leave buried. Yet, beneath this veneer of brotherly irritation, there is an undeniable respect for her intellect and her relentless pursuit of information. He often feigns disinterest, dismisses her theories, or attempts to deflect her probing questions, but he also often finds himself inadvertently feeding her more grist for her mill. He sees her as a formidable, if sometimes trying, conversational sparring partner, and perhaps, on a subconscious level, even values her insights, even if he would never openly admit it. Their banter, their subtle power struggles, their shared home, all contribute to painting a vivid picture of the Doctor's domestic life and, crucially, to subtly introducing us to the information network of King's Abbot, a network Caroline single-handedly dominates. She is the oracle of the village, and her pronouncements, however casually delivered, carry a weight that even her brother, the man of science, cannot entirely dismiss. Allow me to offer a real-world storytelling example to illuminate the power of this sibling dynamic and the establishment of routine. Consider the classic Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson pairing. Watson, like Dr. Shepard, provides the first-person perspective, drawing us into Holmes's extraordinary world. Watson's routine, his medical practice, his often amused observations of Holmes's eccentricities, mirror Shepard's relationship with Caroline and, later, with Poirot. Watson is the everyman, the relatable anchor through whom the genius of Holmes is filtered. Similarly, Caroline acts as a foil and a catalyst for Dr. Shepard. While Watson records Holmes's deductions, Caroline produces her own deductions, often forcing Shepard to react, to consider, to even begrudgingly confirm her shrewd observations. The daily life of Baker Street, with its scientific experiments, violin playing, and constant stream of clients, grounds the extraordinary with the mundane, much like Shepard's medical rounds and Caroline's tea-table interrogations ground the impending murder mystery in King's Abbot. In both cases, the everyday rhythm of life is meticulously established, only to be disrupted by the intrusion of extraordinary events, making the subsequent chaos all the more impactful. From a psychological perspective, why does this detailed establishment of Dr. Shepard's routine and his dynamic with Caroline matter so profoundly? Firstly, it builds trust and relatability. By immersing us in his ordinary life, we come to perceive Dr. Shepard as a normal, trustworthy individual, someone whose observations we can implicitly rely upon. This sense of familiarity and reliability is a critical psychological hook, preparing the reader for the eventual twist by strengthening the foundation of their belief in the narrator. If Shepard were presented as erratic or unreliable from the outset, the shock value of the ending would be significantly diminished. Our investment in his perspective makes the betrayal of that trust all the more potent. Secondly, Caroline's character serves as an externalization of internal thought processes. In real life, we often ponder, speculate, and piece together information about people we know. Caroline performs this function overtly, almost excessively. She vocalizes the very impulses of curiosity and deduction that many readers would experience themselves. This makes her both entertaining and a crucial narrative device. She's not just a busybody. She represents the human tendency to seek patterns, to connect dots, to understand the motivations behind actions. Her relentless questioning and theorizing also subtly prime the reader to engage in their own detective work, encouraging active participation rather than passive reception of the narrative. Psychologically, This active engagement deepens the reader's immersion and investment in the story, making the twists and turns all the more personal and impactful when they finally arrive. Her dynamic with her brother, a mix of affection and exasperation, also showcases the complexities of familial relationships, adding another layer of human authenticity to the narrative. It normalizes the strange and intriguing elements by embedding them within a familiar, relatable domestic setting. For the listener, what are the practical application steps we can take from understanding this aspect of storytelling? Firstly, when encountering a first-person narrative, cultivate a healthy skepticism. Ask yourself, what is this narrator choosing to show me, and what might they be deliberately or inadvertently omitting? Pay close attention not just to the events described, but to the narrator's tone, their emotional reactions, and their specific phrasing. Are there moments where their perspective feels slightly off, or where their interpretation of events seems colored by their own biases? This critical listening skill can unlock deeper layers in any story. Secondly, observe how secondary characters, like Caroline, function as foils or mirrors for the protagonist. How do their interactions reveal aspects of the main character that might otherwise remain hidden? Caroline, through her outspoken nature, forces Dr. Shepherd to articulate his own thoughts and reactions, thereby revealing his character to us. In your own life, consider how the people around you, whether family, friends, or colleagues, reflect or challenge your own perspectives. Understanding these dynamics can offer profound insights into human behavior and interaction, and indeed, into the fabric of your own narrative. It teaches us that even seemingly minor characters can serve major narrative functions, enriching the story and deepening our understanding of the protagonist. Moving on to our second crucial element in this introductory chapter, the presentation of Hercule Poirot's humorous introduction regarding his marrow-growing retirement. This moment is a master class in character introduction and subtle misdirection. When Dr. Shepherd first encounters Poirot, the renowned detective is presented not as a sharp-witted investigator, but as a rather comical, fastidious little man, obsessed with the cultivation of vegetable marrows. This isn't just a quirky detail, it's a carefully calculated piece of narrative strategy. Picture the scene: Dr. Shepherd, on his daily rounds, perhaps pondering the local gossip or a tricky medical case, stumbles upon a rather foreign-looking gentleman tending his garden with an almost obsessive dedication. The description is vivid: the meticulous rows, the careful tending, the general air of precision applied to something as utterly mundane as gardening. And then, the revelation of his grand ambition to grow the largest, most magnificent vegetable marrows in all of England. The very idea, delivered with Poirot's characteristic earnestness, yet juxtaposed with his known reputation, immediately creates a sense of delightful absurdity. Dr. Shepherd's internal monologue, conveyed to us, reflects a gentle amusement, perhaps a touch of condescension, at this peculiar new neighbor. He sees a harmless eccentric, a retired man indulging in a harmless hobby, certainly not the keenest mind in Europe. This humorous introduction serves to deflate any preconceived notions of Poirot as an intimidating intellectual giant. Instead, he is rendered approachable, even slightly ridiculous, in his new pastoral role. His famous fastidiousness, which in his detective work translates to an unwavering attention to detail and order, is here applied to the soil and the growth of gourds. His famous little grey cells are, it would seem, temporarily repurposed for agricultural pursuits. This seemingly innocent charade is, of course, a brilliant piece of literary camouflage. It allows Poirot to blend into the village fabric, to be underestimated by its inhabitants, and crucially, by the reader. It fosters a false sense of security, both within the narrative and in our own minds, making us less guarded, less suspicious of his true capabilities. The humor makes him endearing, but also masks the formidable intellect lurking beneath the surface, preparing for its inevitable re-emergence. To illustrate this narrative technique with a real-world storytelling example, think of the various portrayals of superheroes in their civilian guises. Clark Kent, the mild-mannered reporter, is perhaps the quintessential example. He is clumsy, self-effacing, and seemingly ordinary, allowing Superman to operate in plain sight without arousing suspicion. His retirement from world-saving duties to focus on journalism or small-town life serves a similar purpose to Poirot's marrow-growing. Or consider Gandalf in The Hobbit, initially appearing as a rather grumpy, slightly annoying old wizard, interested primarily in fireworks and minor mischief, before revealing his true power and wisdom. In both cases, the character is introduced in a way that downplays their extraordinary abilities, making their eventual display of power or intellect all the more surprising and impactful. This allows the audience to settle into a comfortable, often humorous, expectation before the true nature of the character is unveiled, thereby maximizing the dramatic effect when it finally happens. It's the literary equivalent of a surprise party. The enjoyment is heightened by the initial misdirection. From a psychological perspective, why does Poirot's humorous, marrow-growing introduction matter so significantly? Firstly, it masterfully manipulates reader expectations. By presenting Poirot as a retired, slightly comical figure, the author skillfully disarms the reader. We are less likely to perceive him as the central force of detection from the outset, thus making the later revelation of his genius all the more surprising and delightful. This plays on our inherent human tendency to categorize and judge based on initial impressions. We see an old man with a hobby, and we slot him into a mental box, effectively overlooking his true potential. This psychological phenomenon, where superficial details can obscure deeper truths, is central to the mystery genre itself. Secondly, the humor provides a vital contrast to the grim events unfolding. The lightheartedness of Poirot's initial characterization offers a brief respite, a moment of levity before the narrative descends into the darker realms of murder and betrayal. This contrast enhances the overall reading experience, preventing the story from becoming relentlessly bleak. It's a psychological balancing act, where moments of warmth and humor make the subsequent tension and tragedy feel more acute, more profound. It prepares the emotional landscape for the dramatic shifts that are to come, ensuring that the listener is not desensitized by a constant barrage of darkness, but rather feels the full weight of the darkness when it arrives. For the listener, what practical application steps can we glean from this understanding of character introduction? First, challenge your initial assumptions about people, both in stories and in real life. Just because someone presents themselves in a certain way, or pursues a seemingly mundane hobby, does not mean that is the sum total of their being or their capabilities. Look beyond the surface. What might be hidden beneath the apparent? Are there deeper motivations or hidden talents at play? This critical observational skill can enrich your understanding of characters in fiction and individuals in your daily interactions. It encourages you to seek out the complexity and nuance that often lies beneath a person's outward presentation. Second, consider the power of humor and unexpected details in communication. In storytelling, a touch of self-deprecating humor or an unusual personal interest can make a character incredibly memorable and endearing, even if it initially seems to detract from their more serious attributes. In your own interactions, how might you use unexpected details or a touch of humor to make yourself more approachable, or to subtly manage others' expectations of you? This isn't about deception, but about strategic presentation, understanding that first impressions are powerful and can be gently guided. It teaches us that even small, seemingly insignificant details can have a profound impact on how we are perceived and understood. Finally, we arrive at our third crucial point, foreshadowing the intersection of Poirot's retirement and the village's upcoming tragedy. This is where the subtle undercurrents of the narrative begin to coalesce, hinting at the inevitable storm on the horizon. From the very first chapter, we, as listeners, are aware of a preceding tragedy: the sudden death of Mrs. Ferrars, shrouded in whispers of suicide and the darker suspicion of foul play. This event has already cast a long shadow over King's Abbot, stirring up a quiet unease, a sense of something not quite right beneath the surface of village life. Dr. Shepherd's narrative, even in its recounting of daily routines, is laced with references to this recent loss, to the pervasive gossip, and to the various theories circulating among the villagers, especially those propagated by his sister, Caroline. The ground, so to speak, has already been prepared for further tragedy. The air is thick with unspoken secrets and unresolved tensions. Into this subtly charged atmosphere, Poirot arrives. His stated intention is retirement, a peaceful existence dedicated to his beloved Marrows. But the very presence of a retired detective, especially one of Poirot's caliber, in a village already touched by suspicious death, is a dramatic irony that screams of impending doom to the discerning listener. It is the literary equivalent of a ticking clock, a loaded gun placed on the mantelpiece in the first act, destined to fire in the third. The author doesn't need to explicitly state that Poirot will be drawn into the mystery. His very existence in King's Abbot, at this specific moment, makes it an almost foregone conclusion. The village is ripe with secrets, with hidden passions, with potential motives, and Poirot, despite his protests of retirement, is fundamentally a creature of order, a seeker of truth, and a solver of complex human puzzles. His little gray cells, even if currently focused on horticulture, are intrinsically drawn to imbalance and injustice. The quiet, almost accidental way in which Dr. Shepherd first learns of Poirot's past profession, perhaps through a chance remark, a newspaper clipping, or a conversation with a mutual acquaintance, only adds to the delicate web of foreshadowing. It's not a grand announcement, but a subtle revelation. like the distant rumble of thunder on an otherwise clear day. This understated approach makes the eventual convergence of Poirot's presence and the impending murder feel all the more organic, all the more inescapable. The irony is palpable. A man famous for untangling the most convoluted crimes, seeking solace in a place where a new, equally convoluted crime is about to unfold. It's a setup that promises intrigue, conflict, and the ultimate application of a brilliant mind to a problem that will demand nothing less. The tranquility of King's Abbot is merely a fragile shell, and Poirot is the precisely shaped instrument destined to crack it open. As a real-world storytelling example of this type of foreshadowing and ironic intersection, consider the setup of the film Jaws. A small, peaceful island community, dependent on summer tourism, is suddenly plagued by shark attacks. The local sheriff, Brody, a man who prefers the quiet life and is afraid of the water, becomes the central figure forced to confront this monstrous threat. His reluctance, his desire for peace, and his initial attempts to downplay the danger are all ironic counterpoints to the terrifying reality that slowly consumes the island. The very elements that make him seem unsuitable for the task, his fear of the ocean, his desire for normalcy, are what make his eventual heroism so compelling. Similarly, Poirot's stated retirement and his whimsical pursuit of marrow growing are in stark, ironic contrast to the impending violence and psychological complexity of the murder he will inevitably investigate. The stage is set for a dramatic collision between the mundane and the murderous, with a seemingly retired detective at its very heart. From a psychological perspective, why is this foreshadowing so potent and effective? Firstly, it creates suspense and anticipation. By hinting at an inevitable connection between Poirot's presence and the village's underlying turmoil, the author taps into our innate human curiosity and desire for narrative resolution. We know a brilliant detective is on the scene, and we know there's a mystery brewing. The psychological effect is an almost irresistible urge to see how these two elements will collide and how the detective will ultimately be drawn back into his profession. This anticipation keeps the listener engaged, actively listening for clues and connections. Secondly, it plays on the concept of narrative destiny, or Chekhov's gun. When a prominent element, a retired detective, is introduced early in the story within a specific context, a village with secrets, the human mind intuitively expects that element to become relevant to the plot. Psychologically, we crave coherence and meaning in narratives. The presence of Poirot is not just a random occurrence, it's a promise. An implicit contract with the reader that his talents will be called upon. This creates a sense of narrative satisfaction when the inevitable occurs, even if the path to that occurrence is fraught with complications and misdirections. It makes the world of the story feel more purposeful, more interconnected, and ultimately more real. For the listener, what practical application steps can we take from understanding this aspect of foreshadowing? First, cultivate an active awareness of seemingly minor details or unusual coincidences in the stories you consume. Ask yourself, why is this specific character here at this specific time with this specific background? Often, what appears to be a quirky embellishment is, in fact, a carefully placed clue or a subtle piece of foreshadowing designed to pay off later. Learning to spot these narrative breadcrumbs can significantly enhance your enjoyment and understanding of complex plots. Second, consider the dramatic irony in real-life situations. How often do seemingly unrelated events or individuals converge in unexpected ways, leading to unforeseen outcomes? By paying attention to the confluence of circumstances, to the what-ifs and the coincidences in your own observations of the world, you can develop a deeper appreciation for the intricate patterns of human events, much like a detective piecing together a case. This observational skill goes beyond mere storytelling and touches upon a more profound understanding of the unpredictable, yet often patterned, nature of reality. It encourages you to look for the larger narrative at play, even in everyday occurrences, recognizing that life, much like fiction, often has its own subtle ways of foreshadowing what is to come. In summary, as we conclude our deep dive into this pivotal introductory chapter, let us reflect on the intricate tapestry that has been woven before our very ears. We have established Dr. James Shepherd as our seemingly trustworthy narrator, a quiet observer of village life whose perspective shapes every detail we encounter. We have delved into the comforting yet often exasperating dynamic between him and his astute, gossipy sister, Caroline, a relationship that not only defines his domestic sphere, but also serves as a crucial conduit for the village's intricate web of information. And perhaps most importantly, we have witnessed the almost comical introduction of the legendary Hercule Poirot, seemingly retired to the tranquil pursuits of horticulture, a clever piece of narrative misdirection designed to lull us into a false sense of security. The beauty of this chapter lies not just in what it explicitly states, but in what it implicitly suggests. It is a master class in the careful construction of perspective, in the art of character introduction, and in the subtle dance of foreshadowing. We have explored how Dr. Shepherd's first-person account invites trust, yet simultaneously carries the inherent potential for bias and omission. We have seen how Caroline's relentless curiosity mirrors our own and externalizes the village's information network, enriching the narrative with authentic human interaction. And we have admired the sheer brilliance of presenting Poirot as a harmless eccentric, a strategic move that heightens the dramatic impact of his inevitable re-engagement with a world of crime. The psychological analyses have underscored the power of reader expectation, the impact of relatability, and the human tendency to categorize and, occasionally, to misjudge. The practical application steps have offered you tools to become a more discerning listener, a more active participant in the storytelling experience, and indeed, a more astute observer of the narratives that unfold around you, both fictional and real. As we turn our attention from this meticulously crafted introduction to the unfolding events of King's Abbot, remember these foundational elements. Remember to question the narrator, to appreciate the subtleties of character interactions, and to look for the hidden connections that bind seemingly disparate events. For in the world of detective fiction, especially one penned by the incomparable Agatha Christie, nothing is ever quite as it seems, and the seeds of the most astonishing truths are often sown in the most unassuming of beginnings. The stage is set, the characters are introduced, and the quiet village of King's Abbot, with its secrets and its impending tragedy, awaits. Let us prepare our minds, sharpen our wits, and embark on the fascinating journey that lies ahead. Our guide, our eyes and ears through the seemingly tranquil lanes and behind the discreet lace curtains of King's Abbot, will be none other than Dr. James Shepherd, a respected physician, deeply embedded in the rhythm of this English village. Dr. Shepherd possesses a keen eye for human nature, a dry wit, and a surprisingly detached sensibility for someone so intimately involved in the lives of his patients. It is through his discerning gaze that we shall first encounter the subtle shifts in the village's social fabric, the murmurs that precede a storm, and indeed the peculiar arrival of a man who will, quite unknowingly at first, become inextricably linked to the dark events soon to unfold. His mornings, like the village itself, began with a comforting predictability. The clatter of Mrs. Ferrars's tea tray, the rustle of the morning paper, rituals as old as his practice itself. But the true, constant, and perhaps most invigorating presence in his daily existence was his sister, Caroline. Caroline, a woman of formidable intellect disguised beneath an almost childlike curiosity, presided over their household with an unwavering certainty. Her mind, a veritable sponge for local happenings, absorbed every whisper, every nuance, every fleeting expression, distilling them into a potent elixir of information that she dispensed with an air of profound, almost prophetic wisdom. James, she would begin over breakfast, her eyes already alight with the day's fresh trove. I saw Miss Russell hurrying past the post office this morning, looking quite flustered. And you know what that means, don't you, Doctor? Shepherd would offer a noncommittal hum, stirring his tea, well aware that what that means was invariably a dramatic leap of logic based on the flimsiest of observations, yet often, disturbingly often, proving to be remarkably close to the mark. Caroline was the unofficial chronicler of King's Abbot, its living newspaper, and frankly, its most formidable intelligence agency. His quiet life, filled with diagnoses and prescriptions, found its lively counterpoint in her incessant deductions and pronouncements, a dynamic that often led to affectionate exasperation on his part, and a smug satisfaction on hers. He appreciated her sharp intellect, even as he feigned disinterest, knowing that her observations, however gossipy their presentation, often contained kernels of truth that a busy doctor might otherwise miss. She was his unwitting, unsung partner in understanding the psychological undercurrents of the village. Their breakfast table, therefore, was not merely a place for sustenance, but a crucible where theories were forged, reputations quietly assessed, and the pulse of King's Abbot was taken, albeit informally. And speaking of new faces, Caroline continued one crisp morning, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Have you noticed our new neighbor at the White House? Such an odd little man. Fussy, isn't he? Always pottering about in that garden, though I can't for the life of me imagine what he's growing." Dr. Shepherd had indeed noticed. The White House, a rather charming, if somewhat neglected, cottage just down the lane from his own, had recently acquired a new tenant, a small, rather rotund man, impeccably dressed even for gardening, with a magnificent, almost theatrical mustache. He moved with a peculiar precision, a meticulousness that seemed at odds with a rustic pursuit of cultivating soil. Dr. Shepherd, during his rounds, had occasionally caught glimpses of him. A flash of patent leather shoes amidst the daisies, a perfectly spherical hat bobbing above a rose bush. He had filed away these observations, chalking them up to the usual eccentricities of village life, but Caroline, of course, had already spun a narrative. "They say he's a retired detective," she declared with wide eyes. "From London, no less. Imagine all those criminals he must have caught. Perhaps he's escaping a dangerous past, or maybe he's on a secret assignment even now, disguised as a harmless gardener." Dr. Shepherd had merely chuckled, dismissing her flights of fancy. A retired detective, indeed. In King's Abbot, the very notion seemed absurd. What grand mysteries could possibly unfold in their placid backwater? Yet fate, in its infinite irony, often chooses the most unlikely stage for its grand dramas. One afternoon, finding himself with a rare lull in appointments, Dr. Shepherd decided to pay a neighborly call. He found the odd little man meticulously tending to a bed of what appeared, to the untrained eye, to be rather ordinary vegetables. "Good afternoon, Dr. Shepherd began, extending a hand. "Dr. Shepherd, your neighbor from up the lane." The little man turned, his eyes, surprisingly piercing and intelligent, meeting his. He had an air of almost fastidious discomfort with the soil on his gloves, as if contact with mere earth was a necessary evil. "Dr. Shepherd," he replied, his English impeccably precise, though accented with a charming, almost musical cadence. "I am Hercule Poirot. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And you find me in my new occupation." He gestured with a perfectly manicured hand towards the burgeoning patch. "My retirement project, you understand. I cultivate the marrows." Dr. Shepherd raised an eyebrow. "Marrows?" The idea of a man of such evident refinement dedicating his golden years to growing giant vegetables struck him as exquisitely comical. "Indeed," Poirot affirmed, a flicker of something akin to pride, or perhaps a mischievous twinkle, in his eye. "They are not merely marrows, Dr. Shepherd. They are a challenge, a test of precision, of perfect balance, of scientific application to the very earth itself. To grow the perfect marrow, one must understand its psychology, its desires, its very essence." He spoke with such earnest conviction about gourds that Dr. Shepherd found himself suppressing a smile. This man, Hercule Poirot, with his obsession with the psychology of vegetables, was hardly the dashing, crime-solving enigma Caroline had conjured. He was merely a delightful, slightly eccentric, retired gentleman seeking a new outlet for his meticulous nature, a harmless addition to the village tapestry, or so it seemed at that tranquil moment. But little did Dr. Shepherd, or indeed the tranquil village of King's Abbot, know that the seeds of Poirot's true purpose were already sown, not in his meticulously prepared vegetable patch, but in the unseen currents of human emotion swirling beneath the surface of their quiet community. The greatest detective in the world, renowned for bringing order to chaos, for untangling the most intricate webs of deceit, had chosen King's Abbot for his retirement, and like a finely tuned instrument, though temporarily set aside, it could not remain silent when dissonance began to creep into the harmonious symphony of village life. The very meticulousness he applied to his marrows, the insistence on perfection, on uncovering every hidden detail, was precisely the quality that would soon be called upon to unravel a far more sinister mystery. For all of King Abert's outward serenity, a deep tremor was already moving beneath its foundations. Whispers of secret engagements, veiled threats, and burgeoning financial woes had begun to circulate, often amplified, if somewhat distorted, by Caroline's indefatigable network. The arrival of Roger Ackroyd's prosperous and imposing figure at Fernley Park had brought with it a certain social gravity, but also, as Dr. Shepherd would soon observe, a distinct air of tension. Ackroyd, a man of considerable influence and often considerable temper, was a focal point around which many of the village's hidden anxieties revolved. His decisions, his whims, his very presence cast long shadows, and into this brewing cauldron of quiet resentments and unspoken fears had stepped Hercule Poirot, ostensibly to pursue the innocent cultivation of oversized vegetables. The irony, of course, was profound. Poirot, having sought refuge from the dark underbelly of human nature, had unwittingly settled in a place where those very shadows were gathering, silently, inevitably preparing to engulf the unsuspecting villagers. His presence, initially a mere curiosity, would soon transform into the fulcrum upon which the fate of King Abert, and the truth behind its impending horror, would hinge. He was the dormant volcano, and the village, unknowingly, was approaching its eruption point. The stage was indeed set, not just for the introduction of characters, but for the convergence of a world-weary genius and a meticulously planned crime. A crime that would shatter the peace of King Abert and forever cement Hercule Poirot's legend, even in the midst of his retirement among his beloved marrows. The seemingly idyllic existence of Dr. Shepherd, of Caroline, and of the entire village was about to be irrevocably altered, all watched over by the sharp, discerning, and utterly meticulous eyes of a certain Belgian detective, whose retirement was about to become the most captivating case of his career, a case that would demand nothing less than absolute truth, no matter how shocking, no matter how unexpected its source. And we, through Dr. Shepherd's unassuming narrative, are privy to every intricate detail, every subtle clue, every human folly that leads us down the path of murder. Main chapters. Welcome, dear listener, to another enthralling segment of our journey into the intricate mind of Agatha Christie, as we delve deeper into the chilling mystery of the murder of Roger Ackroyd. In this crucial chapter of our audiobook adaptation, we immerse ourselves fully in the very heart of the enigma, the murder itself, the immediate aftermath, and the genesis of Poirot's meticulous investigation. Our overarching goal, as we navigate the 26 chapters of Dame Agatha's original masterpiece, is to distill its essence, to refine its suspense, and to present a gripping narrative perfectly tailored for a nearly 5-hour runtime, keeping your attention firmly captivated on the pivotal murder night, the gallery of intriguing suspects, and the unparalleled brilliance of Hercule Poirot's deductive process. Think of it as a masterclass in suspense, where every pause, every shift in tone, every descriptive flourish is carefully chosen to enhance the tension and deepen your engagement. We're not merely recounting events, we are reconstructing an atmosphere, a feeling, a profound sense of unease that permeated Fernley Park on that fateful evening. How do you transform static text on a page into a dynamic, living experience for the ear? It's a delicate dance of pacing, emphasis, and the judicious selection of details that resonate most powerfully when spoken. Our adaptation aims to elevate the key moments, allowing them to breathe and unfurl, building in almost unbearable anticipation as the pieces of the puzzle begin to emerge, one by one, from the shadows of deception and hidden truths. We want you, the listener, to feel as though you are a silent observer, a shadow in the corner of Fernley Park, witnessing the unfolding drama with bated breath, attempting to piece together the fragments of truth alongside our celebrated detective. It's about making the familiar new again, even for those who know the story well, by focusing on the emotional landscape and the intricate psychological dance between the characters, ensuring that the central pillars of the narrative, the murder itself, the complex motivations of the suspects, and Poirot's relentless pursuit of the truth, are given the prominence they deserve in this auditory journey. This means we'll spend ample time exploring the nuances of each interaction, the unspoken words, and the subtle shifts in demeanor that reveal so much about the human condition under duress. Our first deep dive takes us directly into the heart of the storm of the tense dinner party at Fernley Park and the chilling discovery of Roger Ackroyd's body in his study, a room seemingly locked from the inside. Can you imagine the atmosphere, the air itself, thick with unspoken anxieties, with the recently departed Mrs. Ferrars casting a long, mournful shadow over every conversation, every forced smile? Roger Ackroyd, a man of considerable wealth and social standing, had invited a small, rather eclectic group to his country estate. There was his imperious sister-in-law, Mrs. Cecil Ackroyd, with her daughter, the strikingly beautiful Flora Patten, a man whose presence was not entirely clear, and Major Blunt, a big game hunter whose stoic demeanor masked deeper currents. Of course, Dr. James Shepherd, our narrator, was also present, along with his sharp-witted sister, Caroline. The evening began with a semblance of normalcy, a veneer of polite society, yet beneath the surface, a tremor of unease was palpable. Roger Ackroyd, known for his somewhat irascible but ultimately jovial nature, seemed preoccupied, burdened by a secret. We later learn he had just received a letter from the late Mrs. Ferrars, a letter that contained a confession of murder and, more crucially, revealed that she herself was being blackmailed. This was the dark undercurrent flowing beneath the polished silverware and crystal glasses. Every glance exchanged, every hesitant word, carried the weight of this knowledge, or at least the knowledge that something was amiss. Ackroyd himself seemed agitated, withdrawn, a man wrestling with a profound moral dilemma. Should he expose the blackmailer, as Mrs. Ferrars had urged him to do in her posthumous confession, or should he protect the reputation of the deceased, and perhaps others, at great personal cost? The tension escalated after dinner. Ackroyd withdrew to his study, a sanctum of privacy and contemplation. He expressed a desire to be undisturbed, a common enough request for a man of his habits, but on this particular night, it carried an ominous resonance. Dr. Shepherd, our narrator, had a final conversation with him, recalling Ackroyd's distress over the revelations in Mrs. Ferrars' letter. Dr. Shepherd then left, believing Ackroyd to be safe, immersed in his papers. However, later that night, a disturbing chain of events began to unfold. Flora Ackroyd, Roger's niece, went to bid him good night, only to find the study door locked. She called out, but received no response. Was this unusual? Perhaps, but she attributed it to her uncle's desire for solitude. It wasn't until the next morning, when Ackroyd failed to appear for breakfast, that alarm truly set in. Parker, the butler, was dispatched to investigate. He, too, found the study door locked. A growing sense of dread began to grip the household. Eventually, with a collective decision driven by fear, the door was forced open, and there he was, Roger Ackroyd, slumped in his armchair, a Moorish dagger plunged into his neck, a grotesque tableau, stark against the opulent surroundings of his private study. The room, as far as they could tell, was locked from the inside. A classic locked room mystery, presented to us in its most chilling form right from the outset. How could this be? Who could have entered and exited without a trace? The discovery sent a shockwave through Fernley Park, tearing through the polite veneer and exposing the raw fear and suspicion that had lain dormant. It was a moment of profound horror, a sudden rupture in the fabric of their seemingly ordered lives. To illustrate this narrative power, consider the enduring appeal of Gothic literature, or even modern thrillers like Gillian Flynn's Gone Girl. In Gone Girl, the disappearance of Amy Dunn immediately plunges the reader into a world of domestic tension and suspicion, painting a vivid picture of a relationship unraveling long before any definitive crime is confirmed. The initial sense of unease, the subtle hints that something is deeply wrong, crescendo into a terrifying revelation. Similarly, in classic ghost stories, the eerie quiet before the spectral manifestation is often more terrifying than the apparition itself. Here, at Fernley Park, the quiet conversation, the forced cheerfulness, the almost imperceptible anxiety in Ackroyd's demeanor, all served as the quiet before the storm, making the discovery of his body all the more impactful. The meticulous build-up allows the reader to experience the shock first and to feel the sudden rush of cold dread that must have gripped those present. It's not just about revealing a body, it's about shattering a world. From a psychological perspective, this carefully constructed prelude and shocking discovery are paramount to establishing the story's grip. Why does it matter so much? Because it taps into fundamental human fears. The fear of betrayal from within one's own circle, the terror of violence invading a sanctuary, and the unsettling thought that evil can lurk beneath the most respectable exteriors. A locked room mystery, in particular, plays on our innate desire for order and logic. When a crime defies conventional explanation, it challenges our very understanding of reality, creating a compelling intellectual puzzle alongside the emotional shock. It makes us question the very foundations of what we believe to be possible, drawing us in with an irresistible urge to understand the how as much as the who. We crave resolution, and the impossibility of the initial scene makes that craving incredibly acute. The immediate suspicion cast upon everyone present due to the seemingly impossible circumstances perfectly encapsulates this psychological phenomenon. Who among them could be capable of such an act? And more importantly, how did they accomplish it? This primal fear, combined with intellectual curiosity, forms the bedrock of our engagement with a narrative. We are not just spectators, we are amateur sleuths drawn into the web of suspicion and intrigue. So, how can you, the listener, practically apply this understanding as you continue to listen to our adaptation? Pay close attention not just to what is said, but to what is unsaid. Observe the reactions of the characters to the news, their subtle shifts in behavior, their immediate alibis or lack thereof. Think like a detective. When presented with a situation that seems impossible, challenge your own assumptions. Ask yourself, what if the obvious explanation is a misdirection? What small detail might hold the key to understanding the impossibility? For example, when Flora initially found the door locked, did she truly try to open it? What was her precise demeanor? These are the questions that a good detective and an astute listener will ask. It's about active engagement, about scrutinizing every piece of information and every emotional nuance, much like Poirot himself would. The seeds of truth, and indeed of deception, are often sown in these early, seemingly innocuous moments. Do not let them pass by unexamined. Consider the initial testimonies not as absolute facts, but as subjective accounts, each potentially colored by fear, guilt, or the desire to protect oneself or others. This approach will deepen your appreciation for the complexity of the mystery and the genius of its creator. Moving forward, our narrative follows the inimitable Hercule Poirot and Dr. Shepherd as they begin the arduous task of gathering clues, navigating a treacherous landscape riddled with blackmail, hidden motives, and long-held family secrets. Poirot, having recently retired to the quiet village of King's Abbot, where Ackroyd resided, is reluctantly drawn into the case at Flora Ackroyd's urgent request. His arrival is heralded by an immediate shift in the investigative atmosphere. While the local police are competent, they lack the singular, almost uncanny insight of the Belgian detective, Dr. Shepherd, initially a mere witness and local medical practitioner, quickly finds himself acting as Poirot's Boswell, his chronicler, and, often, his sounding board. Their dynamic is central to the unfolding of the investigation, providing both a professional partnership and a personal contrast that enriches the storytelling. Poirot's method is one of meticulous observation and profound psychological understanding. He doesn't merely look at the evidence, he sees it, discerning patterns and anomalies invisible to others. His initial foray into Fernley Park is a masterclass in this approach. He examines the study with an almost reverent attention to detail, noting the position of the body, the state of the furniture, the arrangement of objects on the desk, the open window, the footprints. Every single item, no matter how seemingly insignificant, becomes a potential clue in his brilliant mind. His questions, often seemingly innocuous, probe deeply into the psychology of the witnesses, gently peeling back layers of polite society and carefully constructed facades. One of the first bombshells to drop during this phase of the investigation is the revelation of the blackmail. Mrs. Ferrars, as Ackroyd had confessed to Dr. Shepherd, had been blackmailed over her involvement in her husband's death. This immediately introduces a powerful motive, casting a wide net of suspicion. Who knew about the blackmail? Who stood to gain from Mrs. Ferrars' silence or Ackroyd's death? The money itself, the £30 missing from Ackroyd's wallet, further muddies the waters, suggesting a potential robbery, or perhaps a deliberate attempt to mislead the investigation. Blackmail, by its very nature, generates fear, desperation, and a powerful incentive to silence its source or its victim. The interviews with the various suspects become a fascinating study in human nature under duress. Flora Ackroyd, initially distraught, makes a startling confession. She claims she stole money from her uncle the night of the murder. This confession, while seemingly straightforward, carries an undercurrent of something more complex. Is she protecting someone else? Is it a partial truth, designed to deflect from a greater transgression? Her fiancé, Ralph Patton, Ackroyd's stepson, also comes under immediate suspicion due to his disappearance shortly after the murder and his known financial difficulties. Mrs. Cecil Ackroyd, Ackroyd's sister-in-law, a woman whose refined exterior barely conceals a penchant for gossip and a sharp eye for financial security, also has her secrets. Major Blunt, the big-game hunter, initially seems beyond reproach, but his very detachment could be a carefully constructed shield. Parker, the butler, with his seemingly impeccable service, reveals a surprisingly shady past. Even Ursula Bourne, the parlour maid, has a secret connection to the Ackroyd household, a clandestine marriage that could provide a powerful motive for desperate actions. Poirot and Shepherd, working together, meticulously unravel these threads. They learn of Flora's desperate need for money, Ralph Patton's precarious financial situation, and his strained relationship with his stepbrother. They uncover the possibility of other blackmail victims, linking the present crime to past misdeeds. The narrative during this phase is one of constant revelation, as each interview, each piece of evidence, unearths new secrets, new motives, and new complexities. The initial straightforward crime quickly morphs into a tangled web of interconnected lives, all seemingly intertwined with Roger Ackroyd's fate. As a compelling storytelling example, consider the investigative sequences in TV series like Law and Order, or even the intricate political dramas that unfold in House of Cards. In Law and Order, the initial discovery of a crime is just the beginning. The detectives then embark on a systematic process of interviewing witnesses, gathering forensic evidence, and sifting through conflicting testimonies. Each new piece of information either clarifies or complicates the picture, leading to new suspects and fresh lines of inquiry. The strength of such narratives lies in their ability to present a step-by-step unraveling, making the audience feel part of the investigative team. Similarly, in House of Cards, the characters' hidden motives and intricate schemes are slowly brought to light through careful dialogue and the strategic reveal of past actions, showing how long-buried secrets can erupt with devastating consequences. Poirot's method here mirrors this. He doesn't just ask about the murder, he asks about lives, relationships, and histories, knowing that the crime is merely the bitter fruit of a complex tree. From a psychological standpoint, the deliberate pace of clue gathering and the unveiling of hidden motives are crucial. Why does this matter? Because it mirrors our own cognitive process when faced with a complex problem. We don't immediately grasp the full picture, we piece it together, sometimes forming hypotheses that later prove incorrect. This gradual unveiling creates an experience of active participation for the listener, allowing them to formulate their own theories, to feel the satisfaction when a piece fits, and the frustration when a new contradiction emerges. It plays on our inherent curiosity about human nature. Why do people lie? What drives them to extreme actions? The reveal of blackmail, in particular, resonates deeply because it exposes a profound vulnerability and desperation. The fear of social ruin, the loss of reputation, or the threat of imprisonment can push individuals to extraordinary lengths, making even the most unlikely suspect a potential perpetrator. Poirot's genius lies in understanding these underlying psychological currents, discerning not just what happened, but why it happened, by delving into the very souls of those he questions. He understands that a secret is a burden, and that burden can eventually break someone, leading them to desperate measures to keep it hidden. For you, the astute listener, the practical application here is to listen for inconsistencies and emotional tells during these interviews. When a character makes a statement, consider their body language, their tone of voice, any hesitation or overly eager response. Are they being entirely truthful, or are they omitting details to protect themselves or someone they care about? Poirot, with his keen eye for such nuances, often focuses on what is not said as much as what is uttered. Ask yourself, what are the underlying motivations of each character? What are their financial situations, their romantic entanglements, their past grievances? Are there any connections between them that haven't been explicitly stated? For instance, when Flora confesses to theft, consider the timing and the potential implications beyond the immediate act. Is she diverting attention? Is she providing a partial truth to avoid a worse lie? By actively analyzing these elements, you can sharpen your own observational and deductive skills, drawing closer to the solution alongside Poirot. This phase is less about brute force detection and more about the delicate art of psychological penetration. A skill we can all cultivate in our daily lives by paying closer attention to the intricate dance of human interaction. Our final point of detailed exploration in this crucial segment of our story centers on the intriguing physical clues that complicate the narrative even further. The mysterious stranger spotted near Fernley, the peculiar case of the missing dictaphone, and the muddy footprints found beneath the study window. These seemingly disparate elements weave together to form a complex tapestry of evidence, challenging initial assumptions and pushing Poirot to look beyond the obvious. First, let's consider the mysterious stranger. Early in the investigation, reports emerge of a man not known to the household, seen lurking in the vicinity of Fernley Park on the night of the murder. This figure, later identified as Charles Kent, quickly becomes a person of interest. He is described as a troubled individual, connected to Ursula Bourne, the parlour maid, and known to have been in a state of distress. Was he merely wandering aimlessly, or was he there with a darker purpose? His presence introduces an outside element, a potential intruder who could explain the locked room anomaly. It offers a convenient scapegoat, drawing suspicion away from the residents of Fernley Park and challenging the notion of an inside job. But is it too convenient? Poirot, with his characteristic skepticism, views such easy explanations with a discerning eye. understanding that sometimes the most obvious suspect is merely a cleverly placed red herring. The very existence of this stranger forces the investigators, and indeed us, to consider alternative theories, to expand the scope of our inquiry beyond the immediate confines of the house and its inhabitants. Next, we confront the enigma of the missing dictaphone. Roger Ackroyd, it is discovered, was in the habit of dictating his thoughts, his letters, and perhaps even sensitive information, into a dictaphone. On the night of his murder, he had apparently been using this device. However, following the discovery of his body, the dictaphone is nowhere to be found. Its disappearance is highly significant. What information might it have contained? Could it have recorded the sounds of his final moments? Or, more chillingly, could it have captured the voice of his killer? Its absence immediately raises questions about an intentional cover-up, a deliberate effort to destroy a crucial piece of evidence. The dictaphone isn't just a missing object, it's a missing voice, a silenced testimony that could potentially blow the entire case wide open. Its absence creates a profound void in the narrative, a lacuna that Poirot is determined to fill. It underscores the killer's calculated actions, suggesting a level of forethought and precision in executing the crime and obscuring the truth. Finally, we turn to the muddy footprints. Beneath the open window of Ackroyd's study, footprints are discovered in the soft earth. This physical evidence presents a stark contradiction to the locked room scenario. If the room was indeed locked from the inside, how could someone have entered or exited through the window, leaving muddy prints? This detail is a classic example of conflicting evidence that sends investigators scrambling. Do the footprints belong to the killer, suggesting an alternative entry/exit point, or are they a deliberate plant designed to mislead? And if someone did enter via the window, how does that square with the firmly locked door and the disturbed chair near the window inside the study? The footprints, tangible and undeniable, challenge the very foundation of the initial assessment, forcing a re-evaluation of every aspect of the crime scene. They are a physical manifestation of the puzzle itself, grounding the abstract impossibility in a very concrete, very dirty reality. These three elements, the stranger, the dictaphone, and the footprints, conspire to create a layered mystery, where nothing is quite as it seems and every piece of evidence, even seemingly contradictory ones, holds a hidden meaning. As a powerful real-world storytelling example, consider the film Knives Out, another excellent modern take on the classic country house mystery. In Knives Out, the initial police investigation is immediately complicated by the discovery of seemingly contradictory evidence of suicide, but with hints of foul play, and various family members offering conflicting accounts and dubious alibis. The presence of a mysterious nurse, a hidden will, and crucial details about a game of go chess all serve as similar tangible clues that either support or subvert the initial theories. The film masterfully uses these physical and circumstantial details to constantly shift suspicion and keep the audience guessing, much like the introduction of the stranger, the dictaphone, and the footprints does in Roger Ackroyd. Each piece of evidence is presented not as a definitive answer, but as another layer in a deeply complex and deceptive narrative. Or think of any gripping spy novel, where a single intercepted message or a coded note can unravel an entire conspiracy. altering the perception of every character and event. These physical clues serve the same purpose. They are the tangible threads that Poirot will eventually weave into an undeniable pattern. From a psychological perspective, the introduction of these specific clues is incredibly effective. Why does it matter so much? Because it plays on our innate desire for resolution while simultaneously frustrating it. The stranger provides a convenient, external explanation for the crime, appealing to our desire for a clear-cut bad guy who isn't one of the well-heeled residents. The missing dictaphone creates a powerful sense of loss and injustice, a voice silenced, amplifying the emotional stakes. And the muddy footprints, in particular, challenge our logical processing. Our minds strive for coherence, for a story that makes sense. When physical evidence directly contradicts an established fact like a locked room, it creates cognitive dissonance, forcing us to reevaluate everything. This psychological tension is precisely what keeps us hooked, desperately searching for the underlying logic that can reconcile these contradictions. It teaches us that truth is often messy, not clean, and that seemingly impossible scenarios often have surprisingly simple, yet cleverly hidden, explanations. The presence of these seemingly disparate clues also fosters a sense of paranoia and uncertainty, making us question the motives and actions of every character even more intently. So, for you, the engaged listener, how can you practically apply this insight when presented with conflicting pieces of evidence, like a locked room and muddy footprints? Resist the urge to immediately dismiss one in favor of the other. Instead, hold both truths in your mind simultaneously. No matter how contradictory they seem, ask yourself, how could both be true? Is there a third explanation that reconciles them? Is one piece of evidence a deliberate deception? Pay close attention to the specific details surrounding each clue: the type of mud, the make of the dictaphone, the exact location and time the stranger was seen. These seemingly minor details often contain the seeds of the solution. Do not let your mind settle on the easiest explanation. Instead, challenge it. Poke holes in it, and consider all the myriad possibilities. This methodical, skeptical approach is the hallmark of a truly astute detective, and by adopting it, you'll find yourself much more attuned to the subtle genius of Poirot's investigative process and the intricate construction of Agatha Christie's plot. This is where the detective work truly begins, not just for Poirot, but for us, the audience, as well. Every muddy boot print, every whispered secret, every vanished object holds a piece of the ultimate truth, waiting to be painstakingly uncovered. In summary, dear listener, this foundational segment of our adaptation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd has plunged us headfirst into the very heart of the mystery. We've experienced the chilling atmosphere of the dinner party at Fernley Park, where beneath a veneer of polite society, the specter of blackmail and murder already loomed large. We felt the collective shock and horror of the household upon the discovery of Roger Ackroyd's lifeless body in his study, a seemingly impenetrable bastion, locked from within. This locked room paradox immediately established the intellectual challenge that would define Poirot's investigation, setting a high bar for the unraveling of such an impossible crime. We then journeyed alongside Hercule Poirot and Dr. Shepherd as they began the painstaking process of gathering clues. We saw Poirot's almost surgical precision in observing every minute detail of the crime scene, and his uncanny ability to peel back the layers of polite pretense during his interviews. We delved into the tangled web of blackmail that connected Mrs. Ferrer's recent death to Ackroyd's own demise, discovering a potent and pervasive motive that implicated multiple members of the household. We encountered the intricate dance of hidden motives and family secrets, from Flora Ackroyd's desperate confession of theft to Ralph Patton's mysterious disappearance, and the various financial and romantic entanglements that bind the suspects to the deceased. Each revelation, each carefully extracted piece of information, served to deepen the mystery, transforming a straightforward murder into a complex mosaic of human frailty and deception. Finally, we grappled with the perplexing physical evidence that further complicated the puzzle: the unsettling presence of a mysterious stranger, Charles Kent, near Fernley Park, suggesting an external force at play; the crucial absence of Roger Ackroyd's dictaphone, implying a deliberate act to silence a potential witness or destroy incriminating evidence; and the baffling muddy footprints beneath the study window, which directly contradicted the locked room scenario, forcing us to question the very fabric of the established facts. These elements together create a tapestry of contradiction and intrigue, challenging our assumptions at every turn and demanding a meticulous, comprehensive approach to solving the crime. As we conclude this pivotal chapter, we are left with a clear understanding of the immediate aftermath of the murder and the complex landscape Poirot must navigate. The stage is now perfectly set for the full force of his genius to be unleashed. The suspects are introduced, the key pieces of evidence are laid out, and the impossible circumstances of the crime firmly established. What follows is not merely a search for a killer, but a profound exploration into the hidden lives and secret desires of a small, seemingly respectable community. In our next section, we will witness Poirot delve even deeper into the lives of these individuals, peeling back more layers of deception, scrutinizing their alibis, and meticulously sifting through the grains of truth and falsehood to reveal the shocking reality that lies beneath. Prepare yourselves, dear listeners, for the journey into the mind of a master detective truly begins now. The journey into the mind of a master detective truly begins now. And our first stop is the opulent yet increasingly strained setting of Fernley Park, where an evening meant for polite society quickly devolves into a crucible of unspoken fears and simmering resentments. Imagine, if you will, the grand dining room, filled with a glint of crystal and the aroma of a fine meal, yet overshadowed by an almost palpable tension. Roger Ackroyd, a man known for his jovial nature, was anything but jovial that evening. He was a man deeply troubled, haunted by the recent suicide of Mrs. Ferrers, a woman with whom he had shared a secret, and by a letter she had left him, a letter that held the key to a truth far more sinister than any guest could imagine. The conversation, initially polite and carefully steered away from the recent scandal, grew increasingly strained. There was Flora Ackroyd, Roger's beautiful stepdaughter, outwardly composed but inwardly desperate for financial security, recently engaged to the rather unsuitable Captain Ralph Patton. There was Major Blunt, the big game hunter, rugged and taciturn, harboring a quiet, almost imperceptible affection for Flora himself. Raymond, Ackroyd's capable but financially irresponsible secretary hovered on the periphery, his mind no doubt preoccupied with pressing debts, and Miss Russell, the diligent housekeeper, moved through the scene with a quiet efficiency that masked her own deeply held secrets. Each face around that table, seemingly respectable, was a mask behind which lay a complex web of motives and anxieties, all soon to be drawn into the maelstrom. It was during this tense gathering that Roger Ackroyd, unable to contain his turmoil, drew Dr. Shepherd, our narrator and unwitting participant, aside. In the sanctity of his study, Ackroyd confided the shocking contents of Mrs. Ferrar's letter. She had not only confessed to poisoning her husband, but also revealed that she herself was being blackmailed. The blackmailer, she hinted, was someone intimately connected to their small community, someone who knew far too much. Ackroyd was on the verge of discovering the blackmailer's identity, a revelation that would shatter lives and reputations. The air crackled with the weight of this impending exposure, and Dr. Shepherd left Fernley Park that night with a heavy heart, aware that he was perhaps the last person to see Roger Ackroyd alive, having also heard a peculiar sound, the scraping of a chair, as he departed, followed by Parker, the seemingly impeccable butler. The very next morning, the fragile peace of King's Abbot was irrevocably shattered. Flora Ackroyd, descending to her stepfather's study to bid him good morning, found the door locked from the inside. A chilling premonition, a sense of dread, compelled her to send Parker to break down the door. What they discovered within sent a collective gasp through the house, silencing all polite conversation and replacing it with raw, primal horror. Roger Ackroyd lay slumped in his armchair, a Tunisian dagger plunged deep into his neck. The study, seemingly sealed from within, became the chilling tableau of a perfect crime. The locked room mystery, the oldest and most enduring of all detective tropes, was presented in its most perplexing form. Dr. Shepherd was immediately summoned, his medical expertise lending a somber authority to the scene. His professional eye quickly confirmed the grim reality, but even he, with his keen observational skills, was baffled by the circumstances. How could a man be murdered in a room locked from the inside? Where was the killer? No forced entry, no obvious escape route. The village of King's Abbot, once a haven of quiet respectability, was plunged into a vortex of suspicion and fear. Every neighbor eyed the other. Every friendly smile now harbored a potential threat. It was into this volatile atmosphere that Hercule Poirot, the renowned Belgian detective, now retired to grow vegetable marrows in King's Abbot, was drawn. His reputation, whispered amongst the distraught residents, was that of a man who saw what others missed, whose little gray cells could untangle the most Gordian knots of crime. Initially reluctant, the sheer audacity and baffling nature of Ackroyd's murder piqued his professional curiosity. He would not just solve a crime, he would dissect the very fabric of this seemingly tranquil community, exposing the deceit and desire festering beneath. Poirot's arrival immediately shifted the dynamic of the investigation. Where local police might focus on the obvious, Poirot began by meticulously examining every minute detail of the study, the scene of the crime. He didn't just observe the body or the weapon, he noted the precise angle of the dagger, the arrangement of the furniture, the position of a small, embroidered stool, the faint scent in the air, the very dust motes dancing in the morning light. Dr. Shepherd, initially a reluctant assistant, soon became Poirot's invaluable chronicler and sounding board, his own narrative providing the framework for Poirot's methodical deductions. The initial round of questioning began, and with it, the careful peeling back of layers. Poirot, with his impeccable courtesy and deceptively gentle manner, began to probe the alibis and movements of everyone present at Fernley Park the previous evening, and indeed anyone connected to Roger Ackroyd. Each individual was a potential suspect, their stories scrutinized for the slightest inconsistency, the smallest omission. The blackmail motif, revealed to Dr. Shepherd by Ackroyd himself, quickly emerged as a central pillar of the investigation, a poisoned thread weaving through the lives of many, offering powerful motives for murder. Who knew about Mrs. Ferrar's confession? Who stood to lose the most from its exposure? As Poirot delved deeper, the tangled web of secrets began to unravel. There was the mysterious stranger, seen lurking near Fernley Park on the night of the murder. This figure, initially shrouded in shadow, soon materialized as Ralph Patton, Ackroyd's own stepson, who had mysteriously vanished after the murder. Was he fleeing justice, or was he himself a victim of circumstances, an obvious scapegoat? His secret marriage to Ursula Bourne, the parlour maid, added another layer of intrigue, providing both a potential motive and a powerful incentive for him to disappear, to avoid Ackroyd's wrath and the public scandal. Then there was the curious case of the missing dictaphone. Ackroyd was known to dictate his memoirs, and a dictaphone was usually kept in his study. But after the murder, it was nowhere to be found. What secrets might it have held? Had Ackroyd dictated something incriminating, something that the killer wished to suppress? Poirot understood that the absence of an object could be as significant as its presence. Its disappearance suggested a deliberate act of concealment, pointing towards a killer who was not only ruthless but also calculating and intelligent. Adding to the complexity were the muddy footprints discovered leading away from Fernley Park towards the railway station. Whose were they? Were they those of the killer making a swift escape, or merely an innocent passerby? Poirot's attention to such seemingly minor details was legendary. He painstakingly measured the prints, analyzed the type of soil, and began to connect them to Miss Russell, the housekeeper, and her clandestine meetings with her estranged son, Charles Kent, a man with a murky past and a potential connection to the village's criminal underbelly. Every piece of mud, every stray impression, was a potential clue, a breadcrumb leading through the dark forest of the crime. Each suspect presented a carefully constructed facade, a plausible alibi, but Poirot saw beyond the surface. Flora, despite her beauty and apparent grief, had a desperate need for funds, and Ackroyd's will held the promise of a substantial inheritance. Raymond, with his gambling debts, stood to gain from his employer's demise. Parker, the seemingly loyal butler, had a shadowy past involving blackmail and theft, making his presence and behavior deeply suspicious. Miss Russell, fiercely protective of her son, might have gone to extreme lengths to protect him from exposure. Even Major Blunt, the honorable hunter, found himself under scrutiny, his quiet affections and whereabouts on the fateful night meticulously examined. The investigation was not a linear march towards truth but a dance of misdirection, half-truths and outright lies. Poirot skillfully navigated this labyrinth, his questions like delicate surgical instruments, prizing open closed mouths and revealing hidden anxieties. He noticed the inconsistencies in the servants' stories, the slight hesitations in the alibis of the more aristocratic residents, the veiled glances exchanged between those who believed their secrets were safe. He questioned the specific timing of Dr. Shepherd's departure, the precise moment of the fateful goodnight from Ackroyd, and the strange, indeed chilling, phone call Dr. Shepherd received shortly after returning home, purportedly from Fernley Park, informing him that Ackroyd had been murdered, a call later proven to be a cruel and baffling hoax. This hoax call, delivered at a time when Ackroyd was still believed to be alive by the public, became a critical point of focus for Poirot. Who would make such a call and why? Was it a deliberate attempt to mislead, to establish a false timeline, or to ascertain Dr. Shepherd's movements? The very audacity of it highlighted the killer's cunning. The chair moved in the study, found closer to the window than where Dr. Shepherd remembered it being, suggested another subtle manipulation of the scene. The open window itself, a potential escape route that seemed too obvious, was scrutinized not as a point of entry or exit, but perhaps as a means to create a diversion or to dispose of an item. Poirot's genius lay in his ability to piece together these fragments of information, these seemingly disparate clues: the blackmail, the missing dictaphone, the muddy footprints, the mysterious stranger, the locked room, the chair, the window, the hoax call, into a coherent, albeit shocking, narrative. He understood that a murder was never just about a body. It was about the psychological landscape surrounding it, the network of human relationships, desires, and dark impulses that culminated in such a desperate act. The entire village of King's Abbot, with its tight-knit community and its deep-seated secrets, became a microcosm of the human condition, laid bare under the unblinking gaze of the master detective. The journey had truly begun, a descent into the dark heart of human nature, guided by the unwavering light of Poirot's formidable intellect, revealing a killer hidden in plain sight, a shocking reality that few could have ever conceived. And as each layer of deception was peeled away, the truth, no matter how uncomfortable, edged ever closer, threatening to expose not just a murderer, but the rotten core of an entire community. This was not merely a puzzle of whodunit, but a chilling dissection of how and why, forcing us to confront the uncomfortable proximity of evil in the most unexpected places. Main chapters. Welcome, dear listeners, to another fascinating exploration into the intricate tapestry of storytelling, particularly as masterfully woven by the incomparable Agatha Christie. Today, we delve into a chapter so pivotal, so utterly groundbreaking, that it forever changed the landscape of detective fiction. Chapter 4, The Revelation, from her iconic novel, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to witness the ultimate culmination of a meticulously crafted narrative, a moment where Hercule Poirot, with his inimitable flair, orchestrates a grand parlor gathering, leading to nothing less than the mind-bending, reality-shattering reveal of an unreliable narrator. Can you imagine the sheer audacity of such a literary device? especially in its time to take the very eyes and ears through which the reader has experienced the entire story and then, with a stroke of genius, reveal them to be fundamentally untrustworthy, indeed, culpably deceptive. This is the profound brilliance we are about to dissect. Poirot's parlor gathering isn't just a dramatic device, it's a meticulously designed stage upon which the truth, no matter how uncomfortable, must finally be laid bare. It's the moment where all the scattered pieces of the puzzle, those seemingly random observations and perplexing contradictions, are suddenly, shockingly, locked into their rightful place, forming a picture far more sinister and unexpected than anyone could have conceived. The very foundation of what we thought we knew is pulled out from under us, leaving us to reevaluate every word, every gesture, every interaction we've encountered since the very first page. It is a moment of profound intellectual shock, a testament to the power of narrative manipulation when wielded by a true master. Poirot, our beloved Belgian detective, understands that the reveal is not merely about identifying the culprit. It's about demonstrating the intricate logical process that leads him there. It's about dismantling the false narrative and reconstructing the true one, brick by painful brick, in front of everyone who was complicit in upholding the illusion, either actively or passively. And the revelation of an unreliable narrator adds a layer of psychological complexity that transcends mere plot mechanics. It questions the very nature of perception, memory, and honesty. It forces us, the readers, to confront our own biases, our own willingness to trust the voice that guides us, and our own capacity for being misled, even by those we believe to be closest to the truth. How often do we, in our own lives, implicitly trust the narrator of a story, whether it's a friend recounting an event, a journalist reporting the news, or even our own internal monologue shaping our perception of reality? This novel challenges that fundamental trust, not just in fiction, but in life itself, making it an enduring masterpiece that resonates on multiple levels. It's a profound commentary on the subjective nature of truth and the ease with which appearances can deceive, particularly when the deceiver is a seemingly benevolent figure. Now, let us delve into the specific, captivating key points that bring this grand revelation to life, starting with the iconic setup of the gathering of all suspects for Poirot's classic grand finale confrontation. Imagine the scene, if you will, the stately drawing room of Fernley Park, now steeped not just in the lingering scent of old money and tragic memories, but in an almost palpable tension, a quiet hum of unspoken anxieties. Hercule Poirot, small in stature but immense in presence, has summoned everyone remotely connected to the tragic demise of Roger Ackroyd. Who are these individuals, you might ask, drawn together like moths to a particularly uncomfortable flame? There is, of course, Dr. James Shepherd, our narrator, seemingly the trustworthy chronicler of events, poised with his attentive, observant demeanor. His sharp-witted sister, Caroline, ever present, ever watchful, her own unique brand of village gossip transformed, for a time, into invaluable, albeit often tangential, insights. Young Flora Ackroyd, Roger's beautiful, grief-stricken niece, whose fiancé, Major Hector Blunt, stands stoically by her side, a bastion of military decorum. Then there is Ralph Patton, Ackroyd's stepson, long missing and now dramatically reappeared, carrying the weight of public suspicion, his very presence a question mark. We also have Ursula Bourne, the mysterious and recently revealed secret wife of Ralph, her quiet strength and veiled vulnerability adding another layer to the intricate web. And let's not forget Parker, the impeccably trained butler, whose rigid professionalism barely masks a deeper, more troubled past, and Miss Russell, Mrs. Ferrar's former maid, whose connection to the deceased and her own hidden secrets are also under scrutiny. Each person occupies a chair. Their face is a mixture of expectation, apprehension, and perhaps, for one, a chilling certainty that the net is finally closing in. Poirot, ever the showman, allows the silence to stretch, thickening the atmosphere. He doesn't merely present facts, he orchestrates a psychological drama. He observes each facial flicker, each nervous gesture, each subtle shifting of weight. He sets the stage, not with accusations, but with an almost apologetic air, explaining his need to clarify, to reconstruct the sequence of events. He invites each person to recall their movements, their observations, their alibis, one last time. This isn't just a rehash, it's a re-examination under the intense, penetrating gaze of someone who already knows the truth. The tension builds incrementally, like a tightening spiral. Each recounted detail, each seemingly innocuous memory, is now scrutinized not just by Poirot, but by every other suspect in the room, creating an echo chamber of suspicion and fear. What secrets might others inadvertently reveal about them? What misremembered detail could suddenly become a fatal flaw in their own story? The room vibrates with unspoken thoughts, with the desperate hope of some, and the mounting dread of another. This theatrical gathering, a signature of Poirot's methodology, serves multiple purposes. Firstly, it ensures that all involved parties are present to hear the complete, unvarnished truth, leaving no room for subsequent misrepresentation or denial. Secondly, it allows Poirot to systematically dismantle each false premise, each carefully constructed alibi, in real time, under the scrutiny of those who built them. And crucially, for the killer, it is a prolonged, agonizing psychological torment. A cat-and-mouse game where the mouse knows it is trapped but clings to the desperate hope of an escape that will never come. Poirot's little gray cells are not merely working. They are performing surgery, delicately dissecting the layers of deceit until the rotten core is exposed. As a real-world storytelling example, think of any classic courtroom drama. The climactic scene is rarely just about a lawyer presenting evidence. It's about the dramatic confrontation, the bringing together of all key players in a confined space where the stakes are impossibly high. Consider films like 12 Angry Men, where the entire narrative unfolds within the confines of a jury room. The tension isn't generated by external action, but by the escalating psychological pressure as jurors, representing different perspectives and biases, are forced to confront the evidence and each other. Similarly, in Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, the isolated island mansion becomes the ultimate pressure cooker, forcing the dwindling group of characters to confront their pasts and each other as they are systematically picked off. The gathering of suspects at Fernley Park achieves a similar psychological intensity, but with Poirot as the orchestrator rather than a passive observer. It's a controlled environment designed for maximum intellectual and emotional impact, where the mere act of sitting and listening becomes an ordeal. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly? The human need for closure is immensely powerful. When a heinous crime occurs, there's an almost primal urge within society, and within the individual characters affected, to understand why and who. This gathering provides the ultimate stage for that closure. But it's not just about satisfying curiosity. It's about the restoration of order, the reassertion of justice. For the innocent, it offers the promise of exoneration, a lifting of the cloud of suspicion that has hung over them. For the guilty, it represents the terrifying moment of reckoning, the stripping away of their carefully constructed facade. The collective tension in the room is a manifestation of shared fear, uncertainty, and the implicit human desire for truth, however painful. Everyone present holds a piece of the puzzle, a secret, a suspicion, or a lie. Poirot, by bringing them together, forces these individual psychological burdens to coalesce, creating an almost unbearable pressure. The power dynamic shifts entirely. The suspects, who for so long have controlled their narratives, are now entirely at the mercy of Poirot's revelations. This experience can be profoundly unsettling, as it forces introspection and a confrontation with one's own complicity, even if only through silence or inaction. It reminds us that truth, when finally revealed, has a disruptive, often painful, but ultimately purifying force. For you, dear listener, what practical application steps can we derive from this master class in confrontation? Firstly, observe group dynamics. When faced with a complex situation involving multiple individuals, notice how people react under pressure. Who fidgets? Who maintains an unnaturally calm demeanor? Who tries to deflect or shift blame? These aren't foolproof indicators, but they offer clues. Secondly, understand the power of focused attention. Poirot's strength lies in his ability to make each person feel uniquely scrutinized, forcing them to reevaluate their own story from an external, critical perspective. In your own interactions, consider how focused, non-judgmental attention can encourage people to elaborate or, conversely, to reveal their discomfort. Thirdly, recognize the narrative structure. A skilled presenter, like Poirot, doesn't just present facts, they build a compelling narrative, revealing information strategically to maximize impact. When you need to communicate a complex truth, think about how you can structure your information to lead your audience to the desired conclusion, allowing them to feel as though they've discovered it alongside you, rather than simply being lectured. This method enhances engagement and retention, making the truth far more impactful and memorable. It's about guiding, not dictating. Let us now transition to the second critical point in our revelation: Poirot's meticulous unveiling of the timeline discrepancies and the truth about the dictaphone. This is where the narrative truly begins to unravel, not in a chaotic fashion, but with surgical precision, thanks to Poirot's unparalleled intellect. Poirot begins by systematically dismantling the established sequence of events, chipping away at what everyone, including our narrator, Dr. Shepard, believed to be fact. He addresses the physical details, first to the open window in Ackroyd's study, the precisely placed chair, the position of the body. Each element, previously accepted at face value, is now re-examined through the lens of a meticulous observer who suspects foul play far beyond what was initially apparent. But the true linchpin of his reconstruction, the crucial piece that shatters the entire facade, revolves around the precise timing of Roger Ackroyd's death. The initial assumption, largely propagated by Shepard himself, was that Ackroyd was killed shortly after 10 minutes to 10. Given that his voice was heard speaking from his study by Parker and Shepard around that time, this apparent auditory evidence, suggesting Ackroyd was alive and speaking, firmly placed his death after 9:50 p.m. However, Poirot reveals with devastating clarity that Ackroyd was, in fact, murdered before 10 minutes to 10. This is the central, audacious lie around which the entire deception revolved. How, then, could his voice have been heard after his death? The answer, as Poirot unveils, lies in the ingenious, chilling use of a dictaphone. The dictaphone, a relatively new piece of technology at the time, was employed by the killer to record Ackroyd's voice earlier in the evening, perhaps during their final conversation. This recording was then set up to play at a specific, crucial moment, specifically around 9:50 p.m., creating the illusion that Ackroyd was still alive and conversing in his study. This single act of technological misdirection served to completely throw off the timeline of the murder, providing the killer with a critical window of opportunity to escape detection. The meticulous planning required for such a maneuver is staggering. Obtaining the dictaphone, recording the voice without suspicion, setting it up in the study, and then ensuring its activation at the precise moment to deceive any potential listeners. It speaks volumes about the cunning and foresight of the murderer. Christie's brilliance here lies in her profound understanding of human psychology and narrative construction. The dictaphone is not just a prop, it is a master class in misdirection, diverting the reader's and the investigator's attention from the true timeline. We, the audience, were led to believe, along with Poirot initially, that the sound of Ackroyd's voice after 9:50 p.m. was incontrovertible proof of his continued existence. This demonstrates how easily we can be manipulated by seemingly objective evidence, especially when it aligns with our preconceived notions or the narrative presented to us. The revelation that this piece of evidence was entirely fabricated, a ghostly echo of a man already deceased, is truly mind-bending. Consider a real-world storytelling example: the elaborate deception often found in illusionist acts. A magician might make a card disappear, not by truly vanishing it, but by meticulously controlling the audience's attention, using mirrors, lights, and carefully timed movements to create an illusion. The audience believes they saw a card disappear because their attention was directed elsewhere at the crucial moment of its removal, or because their perception was skewed by the staging. In a similar vein, the film Gone Girl provides an excellent literary example of faked evidence and manipulated timelines. Amy Dunn, the missing wife, meticulously crafts a narrative of her own abduction, planting false clues and framing her husband. She creates a diary that paints a completely fabricated picture of their marriage, leading the police and the audience down a winding path of misdirection. Her elaborate plan hinges on creating a believable, yet entirely false, sequence of events, much like the dictaphone recording in Ackroyd's murder. Both scenarios leverage the human tendency to believe what is presented as evidence without deeply questioning its provenance or the intent behind its presentation. Psychologically, why does the revelation of timeline discrepancies and the dictaphone's true purpose hit so hard? It exposes our inherent confirmation bias. Once we hear the facts, Ackroyd's voice heard at 9:50 p.m., our minds tend to fit all subsequent information into that established framework. We seek out details that confirm the timeline rather than challenging it. The dictaphone plays on our trust in auditory evidence, a sense often considered more objective than visual memory alone. The idea that a voice, seemingly direct from the victim, could be a pre-recorded fabrication is deeply unsettling because it undermines our very perception of reality. It shows how fragile our understanding of events can be when deliberately manipulated. It forces us to confront the fact that even seemingly objective evidence can be weaponized for deception. This psychological shock stems from the betrayal of our trust in the narrative, and by extension, in the truth we thought we were privy to. It reminds us that appearances can be profoundly misleading, and that a truly cunning mind can exploit our cognitive shortcuts and our desire for a coherent story. The killer's ability to predict and leverage human psychological tendencies to their advantage makes the crime even more disturbing. What practical application steps can we, the listeners, take from this? Firstly, always question assumptions. When presented with a timeline or a sequence of events, ask yourself, what is the absolute, unshakable proof for each step? What alternative interpretations could there be? Don't blindly accept what appears to be logical at first glance. Secondly, understand the power of red herrings. In any complex situation, be aware that certain pieces of information might be deliberately placed to divert your attention. Learn to identify information that feels too convenient or too definitive early on. Thirdly, cultivate critical thinking towards evidence. Just because something is recorded or documented doesn't mean its context or origin is truthful. Always consider the source, the potential for manipulation, and the broader narrative being constructed around that piece of evidence. How was it obtained? Who benefits from its interpretation? By applying this rigorous scrutiny, you can better navigate the complexities of information in your own life, whether it's news, personal anecdotes, or even professional reports. It's about developing a skeptical, yet open, mind that seeks to understand the full picture, not just the presented one. And now, for the moment we have all been building towards, the truly earth-shattering, genre-defining revelation, the shocking twist that Dr. Shepard, our trusted narrator, is the killer. This, dear listeners, is the narrative equivalent of a sudden, breathtaking drop from a great height. It's the moment the floor disappears beneath you, leaving you suspended in disbelief. After meticulously dismantling the false timeline and exposing the dictaphone's deception, Poirot turns his gaze, not to an expected suspect like Ralph Patton or Parker, but directly to Dr. James Shepard, our guide, our confidante throughout this entire intricate investigation. The accusation itself is delivered with a quiet, devastating certainty that brooks no argument. You, Dr. Shepard, Poirot states, are the murderer of Roger Ackroyd. The audacity of this twist is legendary. It's not merely a surprise killer, it's the narrator as the killer. Every word we have read, every observation Dr. Shepard has shared. Every insight into the characters and events must instantly be re-evaluated through this new, horrifying lens. He wasn't just observing the investigation, he was actively shaping it, subtly omitting crucial details, artfully misdirecting the reader, and crafting a narrative that protected his own guilt. The trust we implicitly placed in him, as our primary source of information, is shattered into a million pieces. This isn't just a betrayal by a character. It's a betrayal by the very voice of the story, making it an incredibly intimate and profound shock. Poirot then proceeds to lay bare the truth, showing how he pieced together the missing information, the vital clues that Shepard deliberately omitted or subtly twisted in his narration. He reveals that Shepard was the last person to see Ackroyd alive, leaving his study at precisely the moment that would allow him to commit the murder, set up the dictaphone, and then establish his own alibi by returning home. The motive, as Poirot uncovers, is deeply personal and tragically human. Blackmail. Dr. Shepard was secretly involved with Mrs. Ferrars, the woman whose suicide begins the novel. He had been complicit in her poisoning of her first husband and was now blackmailing her, exploiting her guilt and fear. Ackroyd, having discovered the truth about Mrs. Ferrars' past and her blackmailer, was about to expose Shepard. To protect himself, his reputation, and his financial stability, Shepard murdered Ackroyd. The method was simple, yet effective: a colonial dagger, easily disposable. But the true genius of Shepard's plan lay in the aftermath of the dictaphone, set to play Ackroyd's voice at 9:50 p.m., creating a false window of death and diverting suspicion. Poirot meticulously reconstructs Shepard's movements, highlighting the precise moments where he could have slipped away, committed the act, planted the dictaphone, and then returned, all while appearing to be the diligent, helpful doctor we believed him to be. The chilling realization is that Shepard's narrative, while appearing to be a straightforward account, was a masterful exercise in selective reporting, a literary sleight of hand designed to keep the truth hidden in plain sight. He told us almost everything, but the critical omissions, the subtle rephrasing, and the careful framing of events created an entirely different reality. The immediate aftermath is swift and brutal. Confronted by Poirot's undeniable logic, Shepard has no choice but to confess, though he maintains a chilling composure. He attempts to flee, but with his guilt laid bare, his world crumbles. The final chilling note, in an epilogue not included in the main narrative but essential to the full story, reveals that Dr. Shepard, rather than facing justice, chooses to take his own life. This final act underscores the depth of his desperation and the complete collapse of his carefully constructed life. For a real-world storytelling example of such a profound narrative twist, one immediately thinks of M. Night Shyamalan's The Sixth Sense. The revelation that Bruce Willis's character, Malcolm Crowe, has been dead the entire time completely recontextualizes every interaction he had, every line of dialogue, and every plot point. The audience, like the characters in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, is forced to re-evaluate everything they thought they understood. Similarly, Fight Club, with its unreliable narrator and the revelation of Tyler Durden's true nature, uses a similar trick, forcing the reader to question the very fabric of the reality presented. In both cases, The twist isn't just a clever plot device. It fundamentally alters the meaning of the entire story and challenges the audience's perception of truth. From a true crime perspective, while perhaps not a narrator in the literary sense, one can find parallels in cases where the most seemingly helpful, sympathetic, or outwardly benevolent individual in a community turns out to be a serial killer or a perpetrator of a heinous crime. Think of the shock and betrayal felt when a trusted neighbor, a respected professional, or even a family member is unmasked as a monster. The Golden State Killer case, where a former police officer was eventually identified, or cases where seemingly ordinary people live double lives, provide real-world echoes of this psychological betrayal. The shock comes from the dissonance between the public persona and the horrific reality. Psychologically, why does this twist reverberate so powerfully within us, the readers? The profound sense of betrayal is paramount. We invited Dr. Shepard into our minds, trusting him to be our impartial guide. His meticulous record-keeping, his seemingly objective observations, his even-keeled demeanor, all contributed to his perceived trustworthiness. When this trust is violated, it's not just a plot twist, it's an emotional and intellectual affront. It forces us to confront our own gullibility, our readiness to believe what we are told, especially by a seemingly authoritative or benevolent figure. This re-evaluation of everything we've read creates a chilling effect, making the story linger long after the final page. It prompts deep introspection about how we consume information and construct our own realities, not just in fiction, but in life. The twist also plays on our inherent human desire for justice and the moral discomfort of witnessing a truly heinous act committed by someone who outwardly projects an image of respectability and benevolence. It reveals the dark underbelly of human nature, the capacity for profound deception and self-preservation at any cost. This kind of reveal reminds us that the most dangerous deceptions often come from those we least suspect, those who are cloaked in the mantle of trust. So, what practical application steps can we, the astute listeners, glean from this genre-defining twist? Firstly, cultivate a healthy skepticism, particularly when consuming narratives where a single perspective dominates. Always ask yourself, what might this narrator not be telling me? What might their agenda be? What might they be omitting, subtly twisting, or outright fabricating? This isn't about cynicism, but about critical engagement. Secondly, pay close attention to omissions and inconsistencies, no matter how small. Dr. Shepard's narrative, upon rereading, is full of subtle gaps, moments where he steps away, or observations he chooses not to fully elaborate on. These are the clues to an unreliable narrator. In real life, when listening to a story, consider what isn't being said as much as what is. Are there convenient gaps in memory? Are certain details glossed over? Thirdly, understand the power of perspective. This novel vividly demonstrates how the same set of facts can be presented in wildly different ways, depending on who is narrating. When evaluating any situation, try to consider multiple perspectives and how each person's self-interest or bias might shape their account. This helps in forming a more holistic and accurate understanding of events, moving beyond a single, potentially unreliable viewpoint. It encourages a deeper, more analytical approach to information, equipping you to discern truth from carefully constructed illusion. In summary, dear listeners, Chapter 4, The Revelation, from the murder of Roger Ackroyd, is not merely a conclusion to a murder mystery. It is a seismic event in the history of crime fiction. We have explored the ingenious setup of Poirot's parlor gathering, where all suspects were assembled under the intense scrutiny of a truth-teller who already held all the answers. This classic confrontational style, as seen in countless fictional and real-world legal dramas, serves not just to reveal the culprit, but to satisfy our fundamental human need for closure and justice, intensifying the psychological pressure on all involved. We then delved into Poirot's meticulous dismantling of the false narrative, focusing on the crucial timeline discrepancies and the chilling revelation of the dictaphone's role. This, a masterclass in misdirection, played upon our cognitive biases and our trust in seemingly objective evidence, demonstrating how easily our perceptions can be manipulated. Just as a magician diverts our gaze to achieve an illusion, so too did the killer use a technological trick to obscure the truth, forcing us to question the very nature of what we believe to be fact. This powerful exposé teaches us the enduring importance of critical thinking, of questioning assumptions, and of looking beyond the surface of presented evidence. Finally, we arrived at the monumental, genre-defining twist, the shocking unmasking of Dr. James Shepherd, our narrator, as the cold-blooded murderer of Roger Ackroyd. This audacious betrayal of the reader's trust, unparalleled in its time, forced us to re-evaluate every word of the narrative, highlighting the profound psychological impact of an unreliable narrator. Like the unexpected twists in The Sixth Sense or Fight Club, this revelation fundamentally alters the meaning of the entire story, leaving an indelible mark on our understanding of narrative construction and human deception. It serves as a potent reminder to approach all narratives, fictional or real, with a discerning eye, looking for omissions, inconsistencies, and the subtle manipulations that can hide the most profound truths. The legacy of the murder of Roger Ackroyd endures precisely because of this audacious, brilliant revelation. It is a testament to Agatha Christie's unparalleled genius, not just in crafting intricate plots, but in understanding the deep psychological contract between author and reader. It forever changed the rules of the game, demonstrating that even the most trusted voice can be a vessel for deceit. The questions it raises about perception, truth, and the deceptive nature of appearances continue to resonate, making it a timeless masterpiece that challenges and enchants new generations of readers. As we conclude this profound chapter, we are left to ponder the fragility of truth and the pervasive power of illusion. In our next discussion, we will explore the enduring impact of this novel on the detective genre and how its groundbreaking techniques continue to influence storytelling today, inviting you to reflect further on the art of mystery and the craft of narrative. Join us again soon for more revelations and insights. Indeed, as we've seen how the murder of Roger Ackroyd challenges and enchants new generations, it's in its ultimate act of deception, its shocking climax, that its true genius is laid bare. We move now to the meticulous unraveling, the classic Poirot parlor gathering, where all threads are drawn together, leading to that mind-bending reveal of the unreliable narrator, a moment that forever redefined the detective story. Picture the scene. If you will, a chilly evening descends upon King's Abbot, and within the drawing room of Fernley Park, or perhaps Poirot's own humble abode, the atmosphere is thick with a tension palpable enough to cut with a knife. Hercule Poirot, with his egg-shaped head and fastidious nature, has assembled all the key players. This is the moment we, as readers, have been anticipating throughout the entire narrative. Every glance, every nervous cough, every strained smile contributes to the escalating drama. Poirot, ever the showman, has allowed the suspects to stew, to grow increasingly uncomfortable under the weight of his silent, knowing gaze. He doesn't immediately accuse. Instead, he begins to systematically dismantle the carefully constructed alibis, piece by painstaking piece, much like a master craftsman deconstructing a complex mechanism. He starts by gently probing, then more firmly exposing the half-truths and outright lies that have peppered the testimonies of nearly everyone present. We learn of Flora Ackroyd's confession, her desperate attempt to steal money from her uncle, a revelation that, while scandalous, proves to be a red herring in terms of the actual murder. Then there's Ralph Patton, Roger Ackroyd's stepson, who has been missing and presumed by many, including the police, to be the killer. Poirot reveals Ralph's whereabouts, having kept him hidden to protect him and to observe the reactions of others, knowing that the true culprit would eventually reveal themselves through their continued misdirection and false accusations. The tension in the room must have been unbearable, each person acutely aware that their own secrets, however small, might be laid bare before the shrewd Belgian detective. Poirot, with his characteristic flair, then meticulously reconstructs the timeline of Roger Ackroyd's death, exposing crucial discrepancies that had been cleverly obscured. This is where the true brilliance of Christie's plotting shines through. He focuses on the critical moments, the time Roger Ackroyd was last seen alive, the specific sounds heard, and the sequence of events immediately following the perceived murder. He questions the armchair, the very one Ackroyd was sitting in, and the dictaphone, an object that initially seemed like an innocuous detail, a simple piece of office equipment. The dictaphone is, in fact, one of the most ingenious clues in the entire narrative, serving as both a distraction and, ultimately, a damning piece of evidence. Poirot reveals how the dictaphone was used to mimic Roger Ackroyd's voice after his death, playing a pre-recorded message that convinced those outside the study, specifically Parker, the butler, that Ackroyd was still alive and well, speaking to himself in his study. This single act was designed to throw off the time of death, creating a false window of opportunity, and crucially, an alibi for the killer. The sound of Ackroyd's voice, seemingly from behind the locked study door, gave the murderer precious extra minutes to escape, dispose of the weapon, and establish an unassailable alibi. Poirot's genius is displayed in his ability to not only identify this deception, but to understand the precision and forethought it required. He reveals that the chair Ackroyd was ostensibly found dead in had been moved, and that the window, supposedly bolted from the inside, had been cleverly manipulated. These minute details, overlooked by the police and all other witnesses, are the threads Poirot painstakingly gathers. He pieces together the fact that Ackroyd was killed earlier than generally believed, and that the dictaphone was set to play after the murder, giving the appearance that Ackroyd was alive longer than he actually was. The killer had slipped out, perhaps through the very window everyone believed was secure, after planting the device and adjusting the scene. And then, the moment arrives. The air crackles with anticipation. Poirot has systematically eliminated every other plausible suspect, every motive, every opportunity. He has laid bare the secrets of the entire household and beyond, yet the identity of the true murderer remains shrouded, a phantom lurking in plain sight. He pauses, his eyes sweeping across the anxious faces in the room, lingering just a fraction too long on one particular individual. He doesn't need to shout or dramatically point a finger. His revelation is delivered with an understated power, a quiet certainty that is far more chilling than any theatrical outburst could be. But there is one person, Poirot states, his voice calm yet utterly compelling, who has had the opportunity, the knowledge, and the motive to commit this crime, and who, moreover, has manipulated the very narrative through which we have all come to understand these events. And then, the name drops, shattering the illusion, crushing the reader's trust, and forever altering the landscape of detective fiction. Dr. James Shepherd. The shock, both for the characters in the room and for us, the readers, is profound, immediate, and almost visceral. Dr. Shepherd, our narrator, the trusted, genial village doctor, the very man who has been guiding us through every twist and turn, every clue and misdirection, is revealed to be the killer. This isn't just a twist, it's a monumental subversion of the reader's expectation, a daring breach of the implicit contract between author and audience. Christie didn't just hide the killer, she hid the narrator. Poirot explains how Dr. Shepherd, with his intimate knowledge of the household and his medical expertise, had been perfectly positioned. He was the last person to see Roger Ackroyd alive, having had a private conversation with him about Mrs. Ferrar's suicide and the blackmail letter. It was Shepherd who revealed to Ackroyd that Mrs. Ferrars had been blackmailing someone, the ultimate irony, as that someone was Shepherd himself. Fearing exposure, Shepherd had seized the opportunity, stabbing Ackroyd with a dagger, then meticulously staging the scene. He placed the dictaphone, adjusted the chair, and slipped away, making sure he was seen returning to his home at a time that provided him with a perfect alibi for the perceived time of death. His own sister, Caroline, unknowingly provided him with this alibi. The genius of Christie's narrative technique becomes blindingly clear. Dr. Shepherd's narration, which we have implicitly trusted, is revealed to be a masterpiece of cunning omission and subtle misdirection. He never explicitly lies, which is what makes the twist so brilliant and, arguably, fair. Instead, he simply omits crucial details, frames events from a perspective that cleverly conceals his own guilt, and presents a version of the truth that leads the reader down a carefully constructed garden path. For instance, when he recounts his departure from Ackroyd's study, he mentions hearing Ackroyd's voice muttering to himself after Shepherd had already left, a perfect setup for the dictaphone's playback. He records conversations, but never explicitly states his own actions during critical moments. He describes Parker finding the body and his own subsequent examination, but glosses over the precise sequence of events when he was alone in the study after the murder. The blank spaces in his narrative are precisely where the truth lies hidden. The motive, as Poirot reveals, was blackmail. Mrs. Ferrars had been blackmailing Shepherd, threatening to expose his own involvement in the death of her husband years prior. Ackroyd was privy to this information, having received a letter from Mrs. Ferrars confessing her own secret to him, and by extension, putting Shepherd at risk. Shepherd's actions were a desperate attempt to silence Ackroyd and prevent his own ruin. The moral implications of a trusted doctor, a pillar of the community, committing such a heinous and calculated crime, and then meticulously documenting it as an innocent observer, adds another layer of horror to the reveal. It shattered the reader's perception of authority and trustworthiness within the narrative. This groundbreaking technique, the unreliable narrator, became a touchstone for future mystery writers, challenging them to find new and innovative ways to deceive their audience while still playing fair in their own unique fashion. It sparked debates within literary circles about the nature of narrative truth and the ethics of authorial deception. As Poirot delivers his final, devastating summary, the full picture comes into horrifying focus. Dr. Shepherd, confronted with the irrefutable logic and evidence presented by Poirot, is left with no choice but to acknowledge his culpability. The narrative concludes with Shepherd's confession, penned as a final, desperate act, and his chilling decision to take his own life, thereby avoiding public disgrace and a hangman's noose. His final words, written in the very journal that chronicled the investigation, serve as a final, haunting testament to his duplicity. The murder of Roger Ackroyd wasn't just a clever whodunit. It was a literary experiment that pushed the boundaries of genre conventions. It demonstrated that the greatest twists aren't always about who committed the crime, but how the story is told. Christie redefined fair play, forcing readers to question not just the characters within the story, but the very voice that guides them. It taught us that appearances can be deceiving, that even the most benign narrators can harbor the darkest secrets, and that the truth, when finally uncovered, can be far more shocking and complex than we could ever imagine. The novel's enduring impact on the detective genre is undeniable. It opened up new avenues for narrative manipulation and psychological depth, proving that the art of mystery could be as much about the craft of storytelling itself as it was about the puzzle. This profound chapter on truth and illusion, on the master storyteller's ultimate trick, leaves us to reflect deeply on the very essence of narrative and trust. In our next discussion, we will explore the enduring impact of this novel on the detective genre and how its groundbreaking techniques continue to influence storytelling today, inviting you to reflect further on the art of mystery and the craft of narrative. Join us again soon for more revelations and insights as we delve deeper into the lasting legacy of Agatha Christie's unparalleled genius. 7-Day Action Plan. Welcome, dear listener, to a very special chapter in our exploration of Agatha Christie's unparalleled genius, particularly as it shines through in the masterful work, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. As we delve deeper into this literary labyrinth, it's clear that this isn't merely a story to be passively consumed, it's a meticulously crafted puzzle, an intellectual challenge designed to engage your mind, to prod at your perceptions, and ultimately, to reveal the subtle brilliance of its construction. Today, we embark on a unique journey together, a thoughtfully designed 7-day action plan intended to transform your understanding of this novel. This isn't just about revisiting the plot. It's about engaging with the very fabric of its narrative, peeling back the layers of misdirection, and truly appreciating the sophisticated artistry that makes Christie a legend. Our core mission over these next 7 days is to provide you, the discerning listener and reader, with a reflective guide, a structured framework for analyzing the book's intricate narrative structure and, crucially, the sublime genius of Agatha Christie's misdirection. Imagine, if you will, that you are not just a reader, but an apprentice detective, a literary forensic scientist, armed with a knowledge of the ending, yet seeking to understand how that ending was so deftly concealed in plain sight. This plan is designed to empower you to see the clues you missed, to question the assumptions you made, and to marvel at the sheer audacity of Christie's technique. It's an invitation to become an active participant in the unraveling, to witness the masterful hand at play, and to gain a profound appreciation for why this novel continues to captivate and confound generations of readers. Are you ready to embark on this thrilling re-examination? Let's begin our week-long intellectual adventure. Our journey commences with a critical re-evaluation of the narrative voice, a voice that, upon first encounter, appears to be nothing short of reliable, trustworthy, and indeed, rather charming. Days 1, 2, and 3 are dedicated to a meticulous rereading or re-listening of key chapters, focusing intently on spotting Dr. Shepard's clever omissions. This is not about seeking overt lies, for Dr. Shepard is far too subtle, far too cunning for such crude deception. Instead, our task is to unearth the hidden truths residing within what is not said, within the carefully chosen silences, the subtle deflections, and the artful ambiguities that define his narration. Think of it as an archaeological dig into the text, where the most valuable artifacts are often found in the spaces between the lines, in the faint impressions left behind by what was consciously left out. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example to fully grasp the significance of this technique. Have you ever encountered a film or a novel where the entire perception of the story shifts dramatically upon a second viewing, once you're armed with a revelation of an unreliable narrator? Take, for instance, the classic film The Usual Suspects. The character of Roger Verbal Kint, seemingly a hapless, stuttering witness, recounts a convoluted tale of the elusive Kaiser Sirs. Throughout the narrative, we, the audience, are entirely immersed in his perspective, sympathizing with his plight, believing his every word, accepting his version of events as gospel. Only in the final, breathtaking moments do we realize that Kint has meticulously constructed his narrative from seemingly innocuous details within the detective's office, weaving a tapestry of fiction so convincing that it completely blindsided us. Every stammer, every hesitant pause, every detail we dismissed as a sign of his weakness suddenly becomes a calculated piece of his elaborate deception. Similarly, in literature, consider the groundbreaking novel Gone Girl by Gillian Flynn, where the alternating perspectives of Nick and Amy Dunn initially present two vastly different realities. The brilliance lies in how the authors manipulate our trust, leading us down a path of judgment and assumption, only to pull the rug out from under us with a shocking revelation about the true nature of their narratives. We are compelled to re-examine every single conversation, every recounted memory, every seemingly innocent observation, to discern the grains of truth from the meticulously constructed facades. This isn't just a literary trick, it's a profound commentary on the subjective nature of truth and the power of narrative control. Now, let's delve into the psychological analysis of why this matters so profoundly. Our brains, by their very nature, are wired to seek coherence, to construct a complete and understandable picture from fragmented information. When presented with a narrative from a seemingly credible source, especially one that adheres to familiar tropes of a helpful, intelligent, and respectable professional like a village doctor, our cognitive biases kick in. We engage in something called confirmation bias, where we tend to interpret new information in a way that confirms our existing beliefs. Dr. Shepard, through his professional persona and his seemingly objective reporting, skillfully exploits this inherent human tendency. He presents himself as an observer, a chronicler of events, leading us to implicitly trust his account as the factual record. We are not actively looking for gaps. Our minds are busy filling them in, creating a seamless narrative arc where none truly exists, guided by the shepherd, so to speak, of his carefully crafted prose. The power of implication, rather than explicit lies, is crucial here. A direct lie can be easily spotted. An omission requires a far more active and critical engagement with the text. Our brains prefer completeness, and when a narrator leaves a gap, we unconsciously, almost instinctively, fill it with what seems most logical or least suspicious, often to our own narrative detriment. We trust that the narrator is presenting all relevant information, or at least all information pertinent to our understanding, failing to consider that the narrator's relevance criteria might be entirely different, serving their own hidden agenda. This creates a psychological blind spot, a narrative trap that we willingly walk into precisely because we are operating under the assumption of good faith. So, how do we practically apply this understanding to our rereading of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd? Here are your steps for days 1 through 3. Firstly, identify specific chapters where Dr. Shepard's narration is most critical to establishing the initial understanding of the crime. Think about his introduction to Roger Ackroyd's death, his detailed accounts of the evening leading up to it, and his initial interactions with Hercule Poirot. These are the moments where his observational powers and descriptive prowess are seemingly at their peak, but also where his subtle deceptions can be most effectively hidden. Pay particular attention to Chapter 4, titled The Call, and Chapter 5, Murder, which chronicle the discovery of the body. Also, meticulously re-examine the very beginning, where he sets the scene and introduces himself as the chronicler. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, focus not just on what is said, but actively, consciously, on what isn't said. Look for instances where Dr. Shepard provides a general overview when a specific detail might be expected. Does he gloss over a particular time frame? Does he quickly transition from one event to another without fully elaborating on his own movements or observations during that interim? For example, when he describes leaving Ackroyd's study, he mentions the time, But what does he do immediately after? How long does it take him to get home? Is his account of the journey detailed, or does he rush past it? These brief lacunae, these tiny narrative black holes, are precisely where the key to his deception lies hidden. He provides just enough information to satisfy our expectation of continuity, but cunningly omits the crucial connective tissue that would expose his true actions. Thirdly, specifically look for evasive language, generalities, or quick, convenient transitions. Does he use phrases like "I then did so-and-so" without dwelling on the precise nature of so-and-so, or the specific sequence of events? Does he summarize conversations rather than reproducing them verbatim, especially conversations where his own words or actions might be scrutinized? A quick shift in topic, a sudden change in focus, or a convenient lapse in memory can all be indicators of deliberate concealment. He might say, after that, "The evening continued without incident," when, in fact, an incident of profound importance to the murder might have occurred within that without incident period, an incident in which he himself was the primary actor. Fourthly, as you reread, note down specific phrases or sentences that, in hindsight, take on a new, unsettling meaning. For instance, consider his statement at the very beginning of the book, "I am a man of scrupulous accuracy." On first reading, this reinforces his credibility. On second reading, knowing the truth, it becomes a chilling example of dramatic irony, a declaration that, while technically true in the literal sense of his careful wording, is profoundly misleading in its implication. Every word he chose was indeed scrupulously accurate in a way that protected his secret, making the statement an act of supreme confidence in his own deceptive abilities. Another example is his account of the telephone call from Parker, the butler. He relates it, but does he ever fully disclose the exact content of that call, or merely his interpretation and actions resulting from it? The wording here is absolutely vital. Finally, question his motivations for including certain details and omitting others. Why does he choose to tell us about particular conversations with Poirot, but perhaps gloss over others? Why does he highlight the suspicious behaviors of other characters, while presenting his own actions as entirely benign and altruistic? This is where you become the literary detective, dissecting his narrative choices, understanding that every word, every phrase, every absence of a phrase is a deliberate stroke from the author's pen, channeled through Dr. Shepard's cunning mind. The act of omission is not passive, it is an active, strategic choice, and recognizing it is the first critical step to truly understanding the genius of this novel. Now, as we transition from the deceptive silence of Dr. Shepard, we turn our attention to a character often dismissed, often underestimated, yet whose observations prove remarkably insightful. Caroline. Days 4 and 5 will be dedicated to analyzing Caroline's gossip, discerning how her seemingly trivial observations evolve into surprisingly accurate detective work. This shift in focus is vital because it challenges our preconceived notions about what constitutes valuable information and who is a credible source. In many ways, Caroline acts as an unofficial, highly effective intelligence gatherer, albeit one operating outside the conventional channels of formal investigation. To illustrate this, Let's think about a real-world storytelling example. Imagine a police procedural drama where the seasoned detective, focused on the hard facts and forensic evidence, initially dismisses the seemingly rambling testimony of an elderly neighborhood resident. This resident, perhaps deemed a busybody or a gossip, nonetheless possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of everyone's habits, relationships, and even their secret peccadillos. While her initial statements might be laced with speculation and subjective judgments, upon closer examination, it often turns out that she holds crucial pieces of the puzzle, details about unusual comings and goings, subtle shifts in demeanor, or overheard snippets of conversation that, when properly interpreted, unlock vital clues. In a less dramatic context, consider the value of social anthropologists or ethnographers in understanding complex human behaviors within a community. They immerse themselves, observe seemingly mundane interactions, listen to the informal exchange of information, and from this gossip and everyday chatter, they often deduce profound truths about social structures and underlying dynamics that would be invisible to an outsider employing a more scientific survey-based approach. The informal network, though seemingly unstructured, often carries more relevant, real-time data than formal channels. From a psychological perspective, why does Caroline's gossip matter, and why is it often dismissed? Our society often carries inherent biases against gossip as a source of reliable information. It's frequently associated with triviality, malice, or inaccuracy, and is often unfairly gendered, dismissed as a woman's activity lacking intellectual rigor. This prejudice leads us to discount valuable intelligence simply because of its packaging. We prioritize official statements, documented evidence, and objective reports, often overlooking the rich tapestry of information woven through informal social networks. However, true gossip, in its essence, is often keen observation and pattern recognition. Caroline, as a deeply embedded member of the King's Abbot community, possesses an intimate understanding of its residents, their habits, their relationships, their secrets, and their motivations. She acts as a human sensor, constantly processing data, connecting dots, and forming hypotheses, much like a detective. The difference is that her reports are delivered over tea rather than through a formal police brief. Her psychological advantage lies in her acute awareness of social norms and deviations. When something changes, when someone acts out of character, or when a secret is imperfectly kept, Caroline notices. Her gossip is often the raw, unfiltered data of human behavior, unvarnished by official narrative or self-conscious presentation. It represents the collective knowledge and suspicion of a community, expressed through the filter of one of its most observant members. Our dismissal of it reveals more about our own biases regarding information sources than it does about the inherent value of the information itself. So, how do we practically apply this understanding during days 4 and 5? Firstly, revisit every scene involving Caroline. This might involve specific chapters where she interacts with Dr. Shepherd, with Poirot, or with other villagers. Pay close attention to not just her spoken words but also her tone, her expressions, and the reactions of others to her pronouncements. Is she often dismissed with an indulgent smile or a condescending wave of the hand? These reactions are also informative. revealing the societal context in which her observations are received. Secondly, systematically catalog her gossip. Who does she talk about? What specific details does she relay? What are her speculations, her theories, her judgments? Does she comment on Flora's demeanor, Ralph Patton's financial situation, Ursula Bourne's past, or the general mood of the village? Write these down, perhaps even creating a separate list dedicated solely to Caroline's pronouncements. This act of formalizing her informal observations will immediately elevate their perceived importance. Thirdly, and crucially, cross-reference her statements with what you now know to be true or partially true. How many of her seemingly wild conjectures actually hit close to the mark? How many of her unsubstantiated rumors turn out to contain vital fragments of truth that the official investigation either missed or misinterpreted? You will likely be astonished at the accuracy with which she pinpoints character flaws, hidden relationships, and even motivations that are integral to the eventual solution. For instance, her early observations about Ralph Patton's financial troubles or her insights into Ursula Bourne's character are far more than mere chatter. They are foundational elements of the crime's intricate tapestry. Fourthly, consider her observational skills despite her presentation. She may be presented as a nosy busybody, but beneath that veneer lies a keen intellect capable of synthesizing disparate pieces of information into a coherent, if sometimes speculative, whole. She notices subtle changes in people's habits, their possessions, and their interactions, and these are often the very clues that a more detached observer might overlook. Her ability to piece together fragments of overheard conversations, to read between the lines of village pleasantries, and to understand the underlying currents of relationships is truly remarkable. Finally, reflect on how her information might have been interpreted differently if it had come from a more credible source. What if, for example, a male professional detective had presented the exact same observations about the villagers? Would they have been taken more seriously? This exercise challenges us to question our own biases in evaluating information, and to appreciate the diverse ways in which truth can manifest, even through the most unconventional of conduits. Caroline, in essence, is Christie's brilliant comment on the pervasive, yet often undervalued power of human observation and the social web. She is a reminder that the truth often speaks in many voices, and sometimes the quietest, most dismissed voice carries the most profound insight. Now, having sifted through the selective memory of Dr. Shepard and the keen observations of Caroline, we turn our attention to the meticulous reconstruction of events, an exercise that often proves to be the definitive undoing of even the most cunning deceptions. Days 6 and 7 are dedicated to mapping out the timeline of the murder night to meticulously reveal the hidden truth. This is where we shift from textual analysis to a more forensic, sequential examination of events. The beauty of a crime narrative, especially one as intricately designed as Christie's, often lies in the precise sequencing of actions and their associated timings. Any deviation, any impossibility, any unexplained gap in this sequence becomes a glaring red flag that exposes the underlying deception. Let's anchor this with a real-world storytelling example. Think of any classic detective procedural drama on television, or indeed, real-life cold cases that have been cracked decades later. What is often the linchpin of such investigations? It's the meticulous reconstruction of the timeline. Detectives will painstakingly plot every known movement of every individual involved, from the moment a crime is suspected to have occurred, through its aftermath. They use phone records, witness statements, CCTV footage, and even minute details like traffic light cycles or public transport schedules to create an objective, chronological sequence. Any discrepancy between a suspect's alibi and this reconstructed timeline, a window of time unaccounted for, a movement that seems impossible given the stated locations, becomes the crucial piece of evidence that unravels the entire case. The exact science of where was everyone and when becomes the ultimate arbiter of truth. We see this brilliantly executed in legal dramas, where lawyers cross-examine witnesses, pinning them down to precise timings and locations, knowing that a single contradiction can dismantle an entire testimony. From a psychological perspective, why is a meticulous timeline so important, and why do our brains often struggle with it? Our subjective experience of time is fluid and often unreliable. We remember sequences, but the precise duration, the exact start and end points, can blur. Under stress, or when attempting to deceive, this fluidity becomes even more pronounced. A perpetrator might rely on this human fallibility, assuming that small discrepancies in their account will be overlooked or attributed to natural human error. However, the objective timeline, when carefully constructed, is unforgiving. It forces a linear, undeniable sequence of events, highlighting any logical impossibilities or blatant contradictions that might otherwise be masked by narrative flow or emotional appeal. Our brains are excellent at processing narratives, at understanding what happened, but they are less adept at simultaneously holding multiple, precise chronological sequences in parallel and identifying subtle conflicts between them. Creating an external, physical timeline acts as a cognitive aid, offloading the burden from our working memory and allowing us to visually pinpoint the exact moments of divergence, the brief windows of opportunity, or the outright fabrications. It strips away the narrative's persuasive power and lays bare the raw mechanics of the events. It highlights the stark difference between perceived reality and objective reality, showing how a careful construction of reported time can mislead, while a cold, hard, fact-based timeline exposes the true progression of events. So, how do we practically apply this understanding during days 6 and 7? Firstly, create a literal timeline for the evening of the murder. This can be a mental timeline, but for maximum effect, I strongly encourage you to do this physically. Grab a large sheet of paper, or open a document on your computer, and list time intervals, perhaps every 5 or 10 minutes, from, say, 8:30 p.m. on the night of the murder until the discovery of the body the following morning. This visual representation is invaluable. Secondly, systematically plot every character's stated movements and alibis onto this timeline. Go through the book chapter by chapter, section by section, and extract every piece of information pertaining to where each major character, Flora Ackroyd, Ralph Patton, Parker Raymond, Miss Russell, Ursula Bourne, and crucially, Dr. Shepherd himself claims to have been, and what they claim to have been doing during those critical hours. Be as granular as possible. For instance, Flora says she left the study at 9:30 p.m. or Parker states he was in the dining room until 10:00 p.m. Thirdly, make careful notes of any conflicting accounts or any gaps in the reported movements. Does one character's account of their whereabouts contradict another's? Is there a period of time where a character's actions are vaguely described or entirely unaccounted for? These gaps and inconsistencies are not merely oversights, they are potential hiding places for the truth. For example, if someone claims to have been in one place, but another character's credible testimony places them elsewhere, that's a significant flag. Fourthly, and with the utmost scrutiny, pay special attention to Dr. Shepherd's movements and his detailed account of the evening. His departure from Ackroyd's study, his journey home, his actions once he arrived, and most importantly, the exact timing and content of the supposed phone call he receives after he has returned home. Reread this section with forensic precision. Does his account of his movements allow him enough time to perform any actions that could be related to the murder, even brief ones, without being explicitly stated? What about the infamous last words or last sounds he hears? How are they phrased? Does he explicitly state he saw Ackroyd alive and well after leaving him? Or does he merely infer it? Remember, he describes leaving the study and walking home, but the precise details of his movements between those 2 points are crucial. Fifthly, and this is a masterstroke of Christie's, look for opportunities for actions to be performed in brief, unaccounted for windows of time. The key here is not just what happened, but what could have happened. Is there a moment when a character is alone, even for a few minutes, that would allow them to perform a crucial action? Think about the implications of the dictaphone, that seemingly innocuous detail, which is mentioned quite early in the narrative. How does its presence and its later discovery fit into the timeline? When could it have been set up? When could it have been removed? Who had access to it and when? The dictaphone itself acts as a temporal alibi, a cunning illusion that, once dissected chronologically, exposes its true purpose. Finally, consider the overall implications of this timeline analysis. By painstakingly mapping out every detail, you will begin to see not just who committed the murder, but how it was structurally possible within the constraints of time and space. Even with seemingly ironclad alibis presented by the narrator, the timeline will reveal the true precision of Christie's plotting and how the entire narrative, when stripped down to its chronological bones, lays bare the deception that was hidden in plain sight. It is through this rigorous, almost scientific, deconstruction that the full genius of her misdirection is finally and unequivocally revealed. And so, we arrive at the culmination of our 7-day action plan, a journey that has, I hope, transformed your understanding and appreciation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd. We began by questioning the very foundation of the narrative, scrutinizing the seemingly trustworthy voice of Dr. Shepherd, learning to read between his cleverly omitted lines. We then pivoted, re-evaluating the seemingly trivial gossip of Caroline, recognizing her as an astute observer whose insights, though informally presented, held profound truth. Finally, we engaged in the most forensic of tasks, meticulously mapping out the timeline of the murder night, exposing the subtle temporal manipulations that allowed a breathtaking deception to unfold. By actively engaging with these steps, by becoming a participant rather than merely a passive recipient of the story, you have not only uncovered the mechanics of Christie's unparalleled misdirection, but also honed your own critical reading and analytical skills. You've learned to question narrative authority, to value diverse sources of information, and to seek objective truth within subjective accounts. This exercise demonstrates that great literature is not just about the story told, but about the ingenious ways in which that story is crafted, revealed, and, in Christie's case, expertly concealed. It's about the intricate dance between author and reader, a silent challenge that, once understood, elevates the experience from mere entertainment to profound intellectual engagement. As you reflect on this journey, I encourage you to carry these critical perspectives forward, not just into other works by Agatha Christie, but into all forms of storytelling and even into your daily life. The ability to discern subtle omissions, to critically evaluate information from unconventional sources, and to meticulously reconstruct events are invaluable skills that extend far beyond the pages of a mystery novel. They foster a deeper understanding of human nature, communication, and the complex tapestry of truth and perception. Thank you for embarking on this intellectual adventure with me. May your future readings be ever more discerning, and your appreciation for the art of storytelling ever deeper. In our next chapter, we will delve into the profound psychological impact of Christie's ending, exploring why it resonated so deeply then, and continues to shock and surprise readers to this very day, examining its lasting legacy on the entire genre of mystery fiction. Prepare to explore the aftermath and the indelible mark left by this truly revolutionary twist. Prepare to explore the aftermath and the indelible mark left by this truly revolutionary twist. But before we fully immerse ourselves in its historical and literary significance, I want to equip you, our discerning listener, with a practical, hands-on tool, a guide that will allow you to re-engage with the murder of Roger Ackroyd not just as a reader, but as an active participant in unraveling its masterful design. This is your 7-day reflective guide, designed to peel back the layers of narrative structure and truly appreciate the profound genius of Agatha Christie's misdirection. For the first 3 days of our plan, we're going to dedicate ourselves to a forensic re-examination of our narrator, Dr. James Shepherd. Now, this isn't just about identifying what he says, but more profoundly, what he doesn't say and how he chooses to phrase his observations and recount events. Christie's genius here lies not in having her narrator overtly lie, which would instantly betray him, but in crafting a meticulous narrative of omission and subtle redirection. She leans into the reader's inherent trust in a first-person narrator, especially one who appears so reasonable, so observant, and seemingly so morally upright. Your task for these 3 days is to reread or re-listen to key chapters, specifically focusing on every single instance where Dr. Shepherd describes his own actions, his movements, his internal thoughts, or his conversations that relate to the murder investigation. Arm yourself with a notebook or a digital document and treat every mention of I from Shepherd as a potential clue. Let's consider some specific areas to scrutinize. Think about his account of the evening of the murder itself. When he describes leaving Roger Ackroyd's study, what are the exact words he uses? Does he vividly recount his journey home? Does he detail his immediate actions upon returning? Or does he perhaps gloss over these crucial moments with an almost too convenient brevity? Look for moments where his narrative suddenly becomes vague, or where he shifts focus away from himself just as he's describing a potentially incriminating action. For example, he recounts the discovery of the body with great detail, almost as a separate, objective observer, even though he is one of the central figures present. Does he fully explore his own initial reactions beyond a conventional shock? Does he spend more time speculating about others' reactions than his own? Another subtle tactic Shepherd employs is the use of the passive voice when recounting actions that he himself might have performed, or by framing observations in a way that suggests an external, detached perspective, rather than that of an active participant. For instance, when describing the circumstances surrounding the dictaphone or the moved chair, pay close attention to the grammatical construction. Does he say, "I moved the chair," or does he say something like, "The chair appeared to have been moved," or "It was later observed that the chair was no longer in its original position"? This linguistic sleight of hand is critical. Furthermore, pay attention to the emotional temperature of his narration. When he discusses his own interactions with Inspector Raglan or Hercule Poirot, does he convey genuine concern, or perhaps a subtly feigned detachment? When he reports conversations, does he include every nuance of his own contribution, or does he streamline them to present himself in the best possible light, omitting questions he might have asked, or reactions he might have shown that could have raised suspicion? Christie brilliantly uses his seemingly objective medical eye to mask his subjective, self-preserving narrative. He presents himself as the detached, rational chronicler of events, making it easy for us to overlook the possibility that this very detachment is a performance. Consider his interaction with a mysterious stranger at the gate, or his seemingly innocent discussion about the telephone call with Poirot. Does he give us the full picture of these encounters, or does he subtly steer the conversation away from facts that might implicate him? The goal here is not just to spot explicit falsehoods, but to identify the blanks in the narrative, the moments where a truly innocent narrator might have provided more detail, more emotional transparency, or a more straightforward account of their own actions. By the end of day 3, you should have a collection of highlighted passages and notes that reveal a pattern, a narrator who, while appearing candid, is meticulously constructing a version of events designed to protect himself, not through direct lies, but through the art of strategic omission. It's a master class in psychological manipulation, hidden in plain sight within the very fabric of the narration. Now, let's pivot our investigative lens towards a character often dismissed and underestimated: Dr. Shepherd's sister, Caroline. For days 4 and 5, your mission is to reevaluate every single piece of gossip or meddling that Caroline engages in, not as trivial small-town chatter, but as an incredibly shrewd, albeit unconventional, form of detective work. Christie presents Caroline as a caricature of the nosy spinster, a figure designed to make us chuckle, perhaps even roll our eyes, and crucially, to underestimate her investigative prowess. But herein lies another layer of Christie's genius. Caroline, through her sheer indefatigable interest in the affairs of others, acts as a human intelligence network, gathering unfiltered, often raw data from the social fabric of King's Abbot. Think about how traditional detective work often relies on official statements, forensic evidence, and alibis. Caroline operates in a completely different sphere. She taps into the unspoken truths, the undercurrents of emotion, the hidden relationships, and the subtle shifts in behavior that betray deeper secrets. While her brother, the doctor, is observing symptoms of physical illness, Caroline is diagnosing the social pathologies of the village. She notices who is meeting whom, who is financially struggling, who is unhappy in their marriage, who has a secret past, and who is behaving oddly. These are precisely the kinds of details that, in a small, interconnected community like King's Abbot, often provide the motive and opportunity for crime. Your task is to track every instance of Caroline's gossip. Don't just read it, analyze it. Ask yourself, is this piece of information, however trivial it might seem, corroborated later? Does it shed light on a character's motive? Does it expose a secret that becomes relevant to the murder? You'll find, surprisingly often, that her seemingly idle chatter is rooted in an uncanny accuracy. For example, consider her early observations about Ursula Bourne, about Flora Ackroyd's financial situation, or even about the relationships within the village. Many of her hunches or suspicions are often confirmed, or at the very least, point Poirot in a direction he might not have considered through purely formal means. Christie brilliantly uses Caroline to play on our biases. We are culturally conditioned to dismiss gossip as unreliable and the domain of the uneducated or unrefined. But in a close-knit community, personal knowledge and intuitive understanding of human nature can be incredibly powerful investigative tools. Caroline's strength lies in her emotional intelligence, her ability to read between the lines of social interaction, and her profound understanding of the human heart, with all its foibles and secrets. She might not frame her discoveries in the logical, systematic manner of a Poirot, but her insights are often just as piercing, if not more so, because they come from an intimate, lived understanding of her neighbors. By the end of day 5, you should have a clear picture of how Caroline, far from being a mere comic relief or a distraction, is a crucial, albeit unintentional, partner in the investigation. Her constant flow of information, often dismissed by her brother and by the reader, actually provides essential context, reveals crucial motives, and exposes hidden connections that formal police work might overlook. It's a testament to Christie's psychological depth that she understood how powerful seemingly mundane social observation can be in unraveling complex human mysteries, and how she can cleverly embed vital clues within the very narrative element we are most likely to disregard. Finally, for days 6 and 7, we arrive at the most crucial, and perhaps the most revealing, exercise of our reflective guide, meticulously mapping out the timeline of the murder night. This is where all the subtle misdirections, omissions, and carefully placed clues converge, and where Christie's architectural genius in plotting truly shines through. The timeline, in a mystery novel, is often the scaffolding upon which the entire edifice of truth is built, but in the murder of Roger Ackroyd, that scaffolding is deliberately obscured, distorted, and riddled with false assumptions. Your task for these 2 days is to construct a precise, minute-by-minute timeline of the evening of Roger Ackroyd's murder, starting from the moment Dr. Shepard leaves his study, all the way through to the discovery of the body the following morning. This isn't just about noting down events. It's about interrogating the sequence, the stated durations, and the implications of every reported action and observation. Here's how to approach it. 1. Gather all reported movements, go through the text and list every character's stated whereabouts and actions during that critical window. This includes Flora Ackroyd, Ursula Bourne, Major Blunt, Charles Kent, Parker, Miss Russell, Raymond, and of course, Dr. Shepard himself too. Note the timings. Pay excruciatingly close attention to any mention of time. Just after, a few minutes later, around 10 o'clock, before midnight, each phrase needs to be critically examined. 3. Identify discrepancies and ambiguities. Where do characters' accounts differ? Where are there gaps in their reported movements? Where does the timing seem a little too convenient or a little too vague? This is crucial for understanding the red herrings. For example, the precise timing of the dictaphone's activation and deactivation, or the exact moment the phone call was placed, are absolute linchpins for plot. Dr. Shepard's movements with surgical precision. This is the most important part. As you build the overall timeline, zoom in on Shepard's own narrative of his actions. When he says he went home, exactly what time was that? What did he do when he got home? Did he make any phone calls? Did he interact with anyone? The entire solution hinges on the fact that Shepard had a specific window of opportunity, and the only way to see this is by charting his actions against everyone else's. Consider the implications of the fixed chair in Ackroyd's study, and the seemingly innocuous detail of the open window. How do these elements fit into the movements of all the suspects? And more pointedly, how do they facilitate the movements of the actual killer? When you lay out this timeline, you'll begin to see the hidden truth emerge, not through a sudden revelation, but through a process of elimination and logical necessity. You will realize that the narrative, as presented by Dr. Shepard, creates seemingly insurmountable obstacles for anyone else to have committed the murder, while simultaneously, and almost imperceptibly, constructing a perfect, unassailable path for him. The famous telephone call, for instance, which seems to absolve the narrator, actually becomes a critical piece of his ingenious alibi, not for his own actions, but for his absence from the scene during the supposed time of death. The true time of death and the actions taken to obscure it become glaringly obvious only when the narrative is stripped down to its bare chronological facts. This forensic timeline analysis will reveal how Christie engineered the perfect illusion of an impossible crime by expertly playing with our perception of time and sequence. You'll understand how she manages to tell the full truth within the pages of the book, yet hide it so effectively that very few readers grasp it on their first reading. It's a testament to her unparalleled skill in manipulating narrative structure, not just characters or motives, but the very fabric of time within the story. By the end of these 7 days, you won't just have reread The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. You will have dissected it. You will have seen the scenes of its construction, the brilliance of its engineering, and the profound psychological depth with which Christie understood both the criminal mind and the reader's mind. This journey will deepen your appreciation for her artistry, allowing you to recognize why this particular novel isn't just a classic mystery, but a revolutionary landmark that redefined the very possibilities of the genre. It's an unforgettable lesson in how the greatest twists are not deviations from the truth, but intricate unveilings of it, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the discerning eye to discover. Summary. Welcome back, dear listener, as we embark on a crucial phase in our exploration of Agatha Christie's timeless masterpiece, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. This chapter serves not merely as a simple recap, but as a deep dive into the narrative genius that cemented this novel's place in literary history. We'll revisit the winding path of deception and revelation, emphasizing how Christie, with audacious brilliance, broke the very rules of detective fiction to craft a work that remains, to this day, a benchmark for ingenuity and psychological depth. Our journey through King's Abbot began shrouded in a double mystery. First, the sudden, perplexing death of Mrs. Ferrars, a woman of considerable beauty and whispered scandal, who, we are led to believe, succumbed to an overdose of veronal. This initial tragedy sets a somber tone, immediately introducing an undercurrent of secrets and suppressed truths in the seemingly placid English village. Then, just as the dust of that event begins to settle, a far more shocking crime shatters the quietude: the brutal murder of Roger Ackroyd himself, a man of wealth, influence, and unfortunately, a growing collection of dangerous secrets. Our guide through this labyrinthine tale is none other than Dr. James Shepherd, the unassuming local physician, whose meticulous observations and seemingly candid narration form the bedrock of our understanding. He is presented to us as the quintessential Watson figure, the trusted chronicler, an intelligent but not overly brilliant companion to the formidable detective who eventually steps onto the stage. Dr. Shepherd introduces us to the eclectic cast of characters of the formidable Miss Caroline Shepherd, his sister, a woman whose keen intellect and insatiable appetite for gossip are both a source of exasperation and, as we learn, an uncanny instrument for uncovering truth. Flora Ackroyd, Roger's beautiful but somewhat flighty niece; Major Blunt, the stoic hunter; Ralph Patton, Ackroyd's stepson, a somewhat feckless young man who quickly becomes the prime suspect; Ursula Bourne, the enigmatic parlour maid; and Raymond, the efficient secretary. Each character, it seems, harbors a secret, a motive, a shadow in their past that could potentially link them to the heinous crime. Then, into this brewing storm of suspicion and speculation, steps the incomparable Hercule Poirot. Having retired to King's Abbot to cultivate vegetable marrows, his brief idyll is, of course, interrupted by the irresistible allure of a complex human puzzle. Poirot, with his egg-shaped head, fastidious habits, and little gray cells, applies his unique brand of psychological insight and meticulous deduction. He gathers the facts, interviews the suspects, and, with an almost supernatural perception, begins to peel back the layers of deceit that envelop the Ackroyd household. He reconstructs the timeline, questions alibis, and continually stresses the importance of understanding human nature and motive over mere physical evidence. The reader, guided by Dr. Shepard's steady hand, witnesses Poirot's methodical process, feeling as though they are right there in the drawing room, observing the great detective at work, drawing ever closer to the truth. But here is where Christie, with breathtaking audacity, executes her masterstroke. The narrative, until its electrifying climax, presents itself as a classic whodunit, adhering to the familiar conventions established by her predecessors and indeed by herself. We, the readers, are invited to play along, to sift through the clues, to suspect various characters as Poirot does. We trust Dr. Shepard implicitly. He is our eyes and ears, our objective observer, the man who carefully records every conversation, every detail, every subtle nuance. He appears to be Poirot's confidant, his sounding board, sharing the detective's frustrations and triumphs. And then the rug is pulled out from under us with such force and precision that it redefines the very landscape of detective fiction. The groundbreaking twist, the revelation that Dr. James Shepard, our seemingly benevolent narrator, the man whose perspective we have implicitly trusted for hundreds of pages, is in fact the murderer of Roger Ackroyd, is nothing short of revolutionary. This was not merely a clever plot device. It was a subversion of the genre's most fundamental unwritten rule that the narrator, especially one in the Watson role, is sacrosanct, an honest broker of information, a reliable witness to the events. Christie shattered this illusion, turning the very mechanism of storytelling into a weapon of misdirection. She achieved this by meticulously crafting Shepard's narrative, ensuring that every word he penned was factually true, yet cunningly phrased to mislead. His omissions, his subtle shifts in focus, his seemingly innocuous observations, all were designed to deflect suspicion from himself. It was a brilliant, almost cruel act of literary betrayal, but one that demonstrated a profound understanding of narrative perspective and reader psychology. This wasn't a trick. It was a testament to Christie's genius in planting clues in plain sight, using the very act of narration as a sophisticated form of camouflage. The effect was immediate and profound, creating a legacy that continues to resonate throughout storytelling to this day. Now, let us delve deeper into the tragic arcs that define the murder of Roger Ackroyd, particularly those of its central figures, Roger Ackroyd himself, and the seemingly upright Dr. James Shepard. Their interconnected fates form the very heart of the novel's dark narrative. Roger Ackroyd, at first glance, appears to be a man of enviable position, wealthy, respected, residing in the grand estate of Fernley Park. Yet, beneath this veneer of prosperity and societal standing lies a profoundly flawed individual. His tragedy, though culminating in his violent death, truly begins long before he encounters the assassin's knife. He carries the weight of a past affair with Mrs. Ferrars, a relationship that, while scandalous, also seems to have been one of genuine affection for him. His character is marked by a certain blindness, a naivete concerning the true nature of those around him, especially those he trusts. He is a man who, despite his shrewd business acumen, is remarkably vulnerable to emotional manipulation and the machinations of others. His fate is sealed by a series of unfortunate events and his own reactions to them. First, his discovery of Mrs. Ferrar's secret, that she was being blackmailed for the murder of her abusive husband, places him in a precarious position. His distress over her suffering and eventual suicide, coupled with his impending marriage, creates a pressure cooker of emotions. He intends to read the letter she sent him, revealing her blackmailer's identity, a decision that proves to be his undoing. Ackroyd's tragedy is that he is ultimately a victim not only of a murderer's blade but also of his own good intentions, his romantic past, and his trusting nature. He believes he is among friends, among those who wish him well, utterly unaware that the most dangerous wolf is already inside his fold, meticulously planning his demise. His end is sudden, brutal, and made all the more poignant by our understanding of the web of secrets that converge upon him. He dies because he knows too much, or rather, is about to know too much, making him a walking, talking deadline for the murderer. And then there is Dr. James Shepherd. His arc is arguably more chilling, more complex, and ultimately far more tragic. He presents himself as the diligent, observant, and thoroughly moral village doctor, a man whose life seems dedicated to healing and quiet domesticity with his gossipy sister. Yet, this entire persona is a meticulously constructed facade. Beneath the veneer of professional competence and avuncular charm lurks a profound darkness, deep-seated envy, a desperate need for financial security bordering on ruin, and a chillingly methodical capacity for deception. Shepherd's tragedy is his descent into criminality, a fall driven by his own self-preservation and a towering hubris. His initial act of blackmailing Mrs. Ferrars, extorting money from her for the murder of her husband, sets him on a path from which there is no return. When Ackroyd discovers Mrs. Ferrars' secret and intends to read her confessional letter, Shepherd realizes his own exposure is imminent. His solution is not confession, not escape, but murder. The planning is intricate, cold-blooded, and astonishingly cunning, manipulating the time of death, using his medical knowledge to ensure a quick, silent kill, and then constructing an elaborate alibi involving a dictaphone. Shepherd's true tragedy lies not just in his capture by Poirot, but in the psychological torture of living his double life, of constantly playing a part, of being trapped by his own cleverness. His narration is a masterpiece of self-deception and misdirection, designed not only to fool the reader but, perhaps, to reinforce his own deluded sense of superiority. He is a man whose intellectual pride ultimately becomes his downfall, as he cannot resist the urge to document his triumph in the very narrative that ultimately condemns him. His final act, a compelled suicide, is a grim testament to the utter destruction wrought by his choices. He is a man who destroyed himself long before he ended Ackroyd's life, corrupted from within by greed and the suffocating burden of his own terrible secret. The interconnectedness of their fates is profound. Ackroyd's death is a direct consequence of Shepherd's past crimes and present desperation. Shepherd's unraveling is a direct result of Ackroyd's unsuspecting actions. They are two sides of a coin, one a victim of another's malevolence, the other a victim of his own moral decay. It is a stark reminder of how seemingly disparate lives can become fatally intertwined through the invisible threads of secrets, ambition, and crime. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example of how other authors and filmmakers have employed unreliable narrators and tragic character arcs to similar, if not always identical, effect. Think of Chuck Palahniuk's Fight Club, or its film adaptation by David Fincher. The unnamed narrator, seemingly a struggling insomniac, guides us through his disaffected life, his encounters with a charismatic Tyler Durden, and the formation of a subversive underground fight club. We trust his perspective, even when things become increasingly strange and violent. The profound tragedy and genius of that story lie in the ultimate revelation that Tyler Durden is not a separate person at all, but a dissociative identity of the narrator himself. The entire narrative, therefore, is filtered through a fractured, deluded mind. The narrator's arc is tragic in its descent into self-destruction and mental illness, mirroring Shepard's intellectual and moral decay. The initial trust the audience places in the narrator is utterly shattered, forcing a re-evaluation of every scene, every line of dialogue, much like with Shepard's meticulously crafted memoir. Or consider Gillian Flynn's Gone Girl, where we are presented with alternating narratives, one from Nick Dunn, who seems to be an innocent husband whose wife has vanished, and diary entries from his wife, Amy, portraying him as a monster. The twist, the revelation that Amy is alive and orchestrating an elaborate revenge plot, completely upends our understanding of who the victim and villain truly are, demonstrating the profound capacity for deception within seemingly ordinary people. These stories, like Christie's, exploit our innate desire to trust the voice that guides us, only to reveal the treacherous depths of the human psyche. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply? The human brain is hardwired to seek patterns and coherence. When we encounter a narrative, especially one presented by a first-person narrator, our cognitive default is to assume honesty and reliability. This is an evolutionary shortcut, a way to efficiently process information in a world that would be overwhelming if we constantly questioned every source. We build a mental model of the story, populating it with characters we believe we understand, and trusting the narrator to be a faithful interpreter of reality within that fictional world. The tragic arc of Roger Ackroyd, a man undone by his own misplaced trust and the secrets of others, resonates because it taps into a fundamental human vulnerability, the fear of betrayal by those closest to us. It highlights how, even in seemingly secure environments, malevolence can lurk in plain sight. For Shepard, his tragic descent is a chilling exploration of the psychology of deception and self-preservation. It speaks to the terrifying capacity of the human mind to rationalize heinous acts, to compartmentalize morality, and to construct an elaborate internal narrative that justifies its own wrongdoing. His hubris in believing he could outwit everyone, including Poirot and the reader, is a classic tragic flaw. This matters because it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature, that evil isn't always monstrous and obvious, but can reside within the seemingly ordinary, the respectable, the trusted. It underscores the fragility of truth and the deceptive power of appearances. We trust our doctors, Our neighbors, the educated and seemingly benevolent members of society. Shepard's betrayal shakes that foundational trust, both within the fictional world and, by extension, within our own perceptions of reality. So, what practical application steps can listeners take from understanding these tragic arcs and the psychology behind them? First, cultivate critical analysis skills in all forms of information consumption. Don't simply absorb narratives passively. Whether it's a book, a news report, or even a conversation with a friend, ask yourself, who is telling this story? What is their perspective? What might they gain or lose by telling it this way? What information might be deliberately omitted or subtly reframed? This isn't about cynicism, but about developing a more sophisticated understanding of how narratives are constructed and for what purpose. Second, challenge your assumptions about people. Just as the murder of Roger Ackroyd teaches us not to judge a book by its narrator, we should resist forming snap judgments about individuals based solely on their outward presentation or their assumed role in society. People are complex, often driven by hidden motives, fears, and desires. Look for inconsistencies, listen to what isn't being said, and be open to the idea that a person's public persona may mask a very different private reality. Finally, reflect on the power of perspective. How does your own perspective shape your understanding of events? Are you inadvertently omitting details or focusing on certain aspects while neglecting others? Understanding how a narrator's perspective can mislead us in fiction helps us recognize how our own subjective viewpoints can shape our understanding of real-world events and interactions. It encourages empathy by prompting us to consider alternative viewpoints and recognize that our truth is often just one facet of a multidimensional reality. By consciously practicing these steps, you not only become a more discerning reader of mystery fiction, but also a more insightful observer of the human condition in everyday life. Moving on, let's illuminate the powerful thematic elements that permeate the murder of Roger Ackroyd, weaving a rich tapestry of human foibles and societal pressures. Greed, blackmail, and the insidious nature of village gossip. These aren't just background details, they are active forces that drive the plot, shape the characters' decisions, and ultimately lead to tragedy. Greed, in its various manifestations, stands out as a primary motivator, while Dr. Shepard's monumental act of murder is directly fueled by his desperate financial ruin and his prior blackmail of Mrs. Ferrars for her money. Greed isn't confined solely to him. It's a pervasive undercurrent that touches several characters, revealing the uglier side of human nature. Consider Flora Ackroyd's theft of money from her uncle's bedroom. A desperate act born out of her own financial precariousness and a desire for independence from a suffocating life. Or Parker, the butler, whose suspicious past involves a prior instance of blackmail and a general air of being on the make. Even the desire for social climbing or maintaining a certain standard of living can be seen as a form of greed. The novel subtly suggests that money, or the lack thereof, exerts an immense pressure on individuals, pushing them towards questionable actions. It corrupts judgment, distorts priorities, and can make people blind to the moral implications of their choices. It exposes the fragility of respectability when faced with the cold, hard reality of financial need. In King's Abbot, beneath the genteel surface, money is a constant, quiet hum of anxiety and aspiration. Blackmail, in this narrative, is not merely a crime. It is a catalyst, a chain reaction that sets in motion the entire sequence of tragic events. Mrs. Farrar's suicide is a direct consequence of her being blackmailed for the murder of her abusive first husband. This act of extortion, initially perpetrated by Dr. Shepherd, creates a ripple effect. Her confession to Roger Ackroyd, prompted by her desperation and guilt, becomes the fatal piece of information. Ackroyd's intention to expose her blackmailer directly threatens Shepherd, forcing his hand and leading to Ackroyd's own murder. Blackmail here is the ultimate weapon of fear and control, a suffocating grip that strips individuals of their agency and peace of mind. It reveals the terrifying power of secrets when held by unscrupulous hands. The pervasive fear of exposure, the constant threat of one's hidden truths being laid bare for all to see, creates an atmosphere of paranoia and desperation that permeates the novel. It demonstrates how one act of blackmail can beget another, creating a tangled web of criminality and desperation that ensnares everyone involved. And then there's village gossip, personified most vividly and effectively by Dr. Shepherd's sister, Miss Caroline Shepherd. Caroline is far more than a comic relief character. She is a formidable force, an oracle of local intelligence whose insatiable curiosity and uncanny ability to piece together fragments of overheard conversations often bring her uncannily close to the truth. Gossip, in King's Abbot, isn't just idle chatter. It functions as a potent social currency, shaping reputations, reinforcing social hierarchies, and simultaneously acting as both a destructive force and, ironically, an accidental mechanism for truth-telling. Caroline's gossip highlights the claustrophobic nature of a small village where everyone knows, or thinks they know, everyone else's business. Secrets are impossible to keep entirely. They are whispered, speculated upon, and dissected in drawing rooms and over garden fences. Poirot, with his shrewd understanding of human nature, doesn't dismiss Caroline's tittle-tattle. Instead, he actively cultivates her as a source, recognizing that amidst the exaggerations and moral judgments, there are often kernels of truth, clues that formal police investigations might overlook. Gossip, therefore, becomes a peculiar investigative tool, a raw, unfiltered stream of information that, when properly sifted, can yield invaluable insights into motives and hidden relationships. It reflects the intense scrutiny under which individuals live in such communities, where a misstep or a perceived deviation from the norm can become the subject of endless speculation, impacting lives and reputations profoundly. For a real-world storytelling example of how secrets, gossip, and greed drive a narrative, consider classic television dramas like Peyton Place or more modern series such as Desperate Housewives. In Peyton Place, a small New England town becomes a microcosm of societal hypocrisy, where illicit affairs, hidden family secrets, and financial machinations are constantly simmering beneath a veneer of respectability. Gossip is the lifeblood of the town, connecting characters and driving their actions, exposing the dark underbelly of seemingly idyllic lives. Similarly, Desperate Housewives thrives on the premise that suburban perfection masks a multitude of secrets, from murder and infidelity to financial fraud and hidden pasts. The show uses neighborly gossip not just for comedic effect, but as a crucial plot device, often being the very mechanism through which the central mysteries are slowly unraveled. The relentless curiosity of the residents, their willingness to speculate and share whispers, mirrors Caroline Shepard's role in King's Abbott, demonstrating how secrets, once out, create a domino effect of consequences, often fueled by greed or the desire to maintain a fabricated image. These examples underline how powerful and universal these themes are in revealing the complexities and sometimes destructive tendencies of human interaction within a close-knit community. Psychologically, why do these thematic elements matter so profoundly? Greed taps into fundamental human desires for security, power, and status. While some level of aspiration is healthy, unchecked greed can distort moral compasses, leading individuals to prioritize material gain over ethical conduct or even human life. It matters because it reveals the insidious ways financial pressures can erode personal integrity, pushing people to desperate measures they might never have imagined themselves capable of. It's a stark reminder of the corrupting influence of avarice. Blackmail is psychologically potent because it exploits one of humanity's deepest fears, the fear of exposure, of having one's vulnerabilities, one's past misdeeds, or one's carefully constructed image shattered. It preys on guilt, shame, and the desire to control one's narrative. The victim of blackmail lives in a state of constant anxiety, their identity held hostage. For the blackmailer, it's a manifestation of a desire for control and power over another, a chilling demonstration of exploiting human weakness for personal gain. This theme resonates because it mirrors the psychological warfare that can occur in relationships, where hidden information can be used as leverage, creating immense stress and emotional duress. Village gossip, while often dismissed as trivial, holds significant psychological weight. It fulfills a complex social function. It reinforces community norms, serves as a form of informal social control, and can create a sense of belonging for those who participate in the sharing of inside information. However, it also has a profoundly destructive side. It can destroy reputations, spread misinformation, and lead to social ostracization. Caroline Shepard's character embodies the dual nature of gossip. It is undeniably intrusive and judgmental, yet in a world of secrets, it can inadvertently become a conduit for truth, albeit a distorted one. Psychologically, gossip allows individuals to process social information, to assess trustworthiness, and to reinforce group identity, but at the peril of individual privacy and well-being. It matters because it exposes the constant tension between individual autonomy and societal scrutiny, especially in insular communities, where reputations are fiercely guarded and easily damaged. What practical application steps can the listener take from these insights into greed, blackmail, and village gossip? First, develop an acute awareness of motivations. When you observe human behavior, whether in fiction or in real life, consider the underlying motivations. Is greed a factor? What desires for money, power, or status might be driving someone's actions? Understanding these fundamental drivers can help you predict behavior, assess risks, and navigate complex social dynamics more effectively. Second, recognize the fragility and power of reputation and privacy. The novel highlights how easily a reputation can be shattered by secrets and gossip, and how desperately individuals will fight to protect their privacy. This underscores the importance of guarding your own information and being judicious about what you share. It also encourages empathy for those whose privacy is compromised, recognizing the immense psychological toll it can take. Think twice before sharing unverified information or engaging in idle chatter that could harm someone else's standing. Third, cultivate discernment regarding information sources. Just as Poirot learned to extract kernels of truth from Caroline's endless stream of gossip, you can learn to sift through information, be it from social media, news, or personal conversations, to identify biases, separate fact from speculation, and understand the potential agendas behind the dissemination of information. Recognize that not all information is presented objectively, and that even seemingly harmless chatter can have significant consequences. By practicing these steps, you not only enhance your understanding of the intricate human drama within the murder of Roger Ackroyd, but also equip yourself with sharper tools for navigating the complexities of information and social interaction in your own life, recognizing the profound impact these themes have beyond the pages of a book. Finally, let us reflect on the enduring legacy of the murder of Roger Ackroyd and its groundbreaking twist, a literary feat that continues to captivate and challenge readers almost a century after its initial publication. This novel wasn't just a clever puzzle, it was a seismic event in the landscape of detective fiction, reshaping expectations and expanding the possibilities of the genre. The immediate impact of the novel was nothing short of a literary earthquake. Upon its release, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd ignited a firestorm of controversy. Some critics and readers hailed it as an unparalleled stroke of genius, a brilliant subversion of established norms that elevated the mystery novel to new intellectual heights. Others, however, felt betrayed, arguing that Christie had violated the unwritten rules of detective fiction, specifically those championed by figures like Ronald Knox, whose 10 Commandments of detective fiction often stipulated that the narrator or the detective's confidante should never be the culprit. The idea that the very voice guiding the reader through the investigation could be the murderer was, for many, an unforgivable breach of trust between author and audience. Yet, this controversy only amplified the novel's notoriety, drawing more attention and solidifying its reputation as a daring and innovative work. It forced a conversation within the literary community about the conventions of genre, the nature of fair play, and the boundaries of storytelling. Its enduring influence is undeniable. By daring to break one of the most sacred unwritten rules, Christie opened the floodgates for more complex narrative structures and the widespread adoption of the unreliable narrator across various genres. Prior to Ackroyd, the Watsonian narrator was a bastion of truth. Post-Ackroyd, every first-person account in a mystery gained an inherent layer of suspicion. It paved the way for authors to experiment with narrative perspective, psychological depth, and cunning misdirection in ways that were previously considered off-limits. The novel raised the bar for ingenuity in crime fiction, challenging future writers to be more inventive, to craft twists that were not merely surprising, but also logically consistent and earned within the narrative. It demonstrated that the most effective surprises are those that are meticulously woven into the fabric of the story, rather than tacked on as cheap tricks. The whodunit evolved, pushing beyond mere plot mechanics into the realm of intricate psychological games. Christie's mastery in this novel lies not just in the shocking twist itself, but in the meticulous construction of the entire narrative that supports it. It isn't a mere gimmick. It is a testament to her unparalleled skill as a plotter and a wordsmith. Every word Dr. Shepard writes is technically true, yet brilliantly angled to deflect suspicion. The clues are all there, staring the reader in the face, embedded in his carefully chosen phrases, his omissions, his subtle misdirections. For instance, his account of the crucial moment of Ackroyd's death cleverly omits his own actions, focusing instead on what he heard after he left the room, leading us to believe someone else entered. His forgetting to mention the dictaphone, his casual dismissal of certain details, these are not errors, but deliberate, brilliant acts of narrative sleight of hand. The fairness of the clues, despite their clever disguise, is what makes the twist so satisfying upon rereading. It forces the reader to confront their own assumptions, their own biases in interpreting information, and to admire the sheer intellectual rigor required to construct such a deceptive yet ultimately honest narrative. It's a profound exploration of how perspective shapes reality and how language can be used to conceal as much as it reveals. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd holds an indelible place in literary history. It is a foundational text in the development of modern mystery, a work that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible within the genre. It's often cited as one of the most important and influential crime novels ever written, a cornerstone of the golden age of detective fiction, demonstrating that intellectual rigor and psychological depth could coexist with thrilling suspense. It solidified Agatha Christie's reputation as the queen of crime, not just for her prolific output, but for her unparalleled inventiveness and her profound understanding of the human capacity for deceit. The novel is more than just a detective story. It is a commentary on truth, perception, and the nature of storytelling itself. Let's explore a real-world storytelling example to highlight the enduring legacy of the unreliable narrator and the power of a groundbreaking twist. Consider the film The Sixth Sense, directed by M. Night Shyamalan. The entire narrative is presented through the perspective of Dr. Malcolm Crowe, a child psychologist attempting to help a young boy who claims to see ghosts. The audience experiences the story through Crowe's eyes, observing his interactions, his emotional struggles, and his seemingly growing connection with the boy. The profound twist that Crowe himself is one of the ghosts the boy sees and has been dead the entire time, completely recontextualizes every single scene, every interaction, and every line of dialogue. It forces the audience to revisit their entire understanding of the film, recognizing subtle clues that were present all along, but cleverly disguised by the narrative's perspective. This film, like Christie's novel, relies on the audience's implicit trust in the narrator's reality, only to pull the rug out from under them with a perfectly executed, earned twist. Other examples include Memento and Shutter Island, both of which manipulate audience perception through unreliable protagonists, forcing a re-evaluation of the narrative reality. These examples demonstrate that the art of foreshadowing and misdirection, honed by Christie, remains a powerful tool in captivating audiences across different media, proving the enduring appeal of stories that challenge our perceptions of truth. Psychologically, why do audiences love twists, especially one as masterful as Ackroyd's? The human brain is a natural puzzle solver. We are inherently drawn to mysteries and derive satisfaction from piecing together information. A well-executed twist creates a powerful cognitive dissonance, the jarring clash between what we thought was true and what is suddenly revealed to be the truth. This dissonance is followed by a rush of realization, a profound aha moment where all the disparate pieces suddenly click into place, creating a new, coherent understanding. This process is intensely gratifying because it appeals to our innate desire for resolution and understanding. The emotional impact of betrayal by a narrator, though initially jarring, eventually leads to admiration for the author's cleverness. It transforms the reading experience from passive consumption into an active, intellectual challenge, where the reader becomes a detective not just of the crime, but of the narrative itself. It forces us to acknowledge our own biases, our tendencies to assume and to fill in gaps, making the experience deeply personal and intellectually stimulating. We don't just solve the murder. We solve the puzzle of how we were fooled, and in doing so, gain a deeper understanding of the mechanics of storytelling and human perception. So, what practical application steps can listeners take from reflecting on the legacy of this groundbreaking twist? First, actively engage in discerning narrative techniques. Become a more active and critical reader or viewer. Instead of simply following the plot, pay attention to how the story is being told. Who is narrating? What details are emphasized? What might be deliberately omitted or downplayed? This isn't just for mysteries. It applies to any form of communication. Recognizing subtle narrative choices can unlock deeper meanings and prevent you from being swayed by clever rhetoric, whether in fiction or in everyday life. Second, cultivate an appreciation for clever plotting and meticulous construction. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd teaches us that true brilliance in storytelling isn't about cheap tricks, but about painstaking craftsmanship. When you encounter a truly satisfying twist or a complex narrative, take a moment to admire the underlying structure, the careful planting of clues, and the consistent internal logic that supports the surprise. This appreciation fosters a deeper understanding of the art form and the immense skill involved in creating such works. Finally, apply critical thinking to all forms of information. The novel's twist serves as a powerful metaphor for the importance of questioning assumptions, considering alternative interpretations, and understanding the role of perspective in shaping reality. In an age of information overload, where narratives are constantly being constructed and disseminated, the ability to critically evaluate sources, identify biases, and look beyond the surface level is an invaluable skill. Just as Christie taught us not to trust the narrator implicitly, we should approach all information with a discerning eye. Understanding that what is presented as truth may simply be one version of events, or even a deliberate misdirection. By integrating these practices, you not only enrich your literary experience, but also sharpen your intellectual tools for navigating the complexities of the modern world. In summation, dear listener, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd is far more than just a historical artifact of detective fiction. It is a living testament to narrative innovation, a tragic exploration of human frailty and malevolence, and a profound examination of greed, blackmail, and the suffocating power of village secrets. We've journeyed through the intricate plot, witnessed the heartbreaking arcs of Ackroyd and Shepherd, and dissected the thematic currents that gave the novel its depth. Most importantly, we've celebrated Agatha Christie's unparalleled brilliance in breaking the sacred rules of her genre, thereby forging a new path for storytelling and forever altering our understanding of the unreliable narrator. Her audacious twist wasn't a mere literary parlor trick. It was a meticulously crafted, intellectually rigorous challenge that continues to resonate with its psychological depth and enduring influence. It is a work that not only entertains, but also educates us on the subtle art of deception, the weight of secrets, and the crucial importance of critical perception in all aspects of life. As we conclude this summary, it's clear that The Murder of Roger Ackroyd stands as a monumental achievement, a novel that rewards rereading with new insights into its cleverness and its timeless exploration of the human condition. It prompts us to question, to analyze, and to always look beyond the most obvious narrative, for sometimes the most dangerous truths are hidden in plain sight, delivered by the very voice we are conditioned to trust. Thank you for joining me on this intricate exploration. I invite you to carry these reflections forward as we prepare to perhaps delve even deeper into the specific methods of Hercule Poirot or explore other masterpieces from the unparalleled mind of Agatha Christie. CTA, my dear listener. As the final pages of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd turn and the last echoes of King's Abbot fade into memory, we find ourselves at a unique juncture. You've just completed a literary journey, a masterclass in deduction and human psychology crafted by the incomparable Agatha Christie. The intricate web of clues, the carefully placed red herrings, and that utterly unforgettable twist have, I trust, left an indelible mark upon your imagination. It is at this very moment, when the story is fresh in your mind and its impact resonates deeply within you, that we pause, not to conclude entirely, but to extend an invitation to engage further, to connect, and to enrich not only your own reading experience but also the vibrant community of audiobook lovers and Agatha Christie enthusiasts worldwide. This concluding chapter, our call to action, isn't merely a polite request. It is a heartfelt appeal to acknowledge the profound connection forged between storyteller and audience. Think for a moment about the power of a narrative like The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. It transports you, doesn't it? It allows you to inhabit a different time, a different place, to peer into the lives and minds of characters who, for a time, become as real to you as your own neighbors. It sharpens your intellect, challenges your assumptions, and perhaps even offers a fleeting glimpse into the darker facets of human nature. This experience, delivered through the skillful voice of a narrator, is a profound one, and it's an experience that thrives on interaction, on shared appreciation, and on the collective conversation it sparks. Encouraging you to engage further with this audiobook platform and with the broader tapestry of Agatha Christie's unparalleled works is about more than just numbers or metrics. It is about nurturing a cultural ecosystem where stories flourish, where authors are celebrated, and where the magic of listening to a captivating tale can continue to inspire and entertain generations. When you engage, you become an active participant in this ecosystem. You help ensure that literary treasures, both classic and contemporary, remain discoverable and accessible. You contribute to the vital dialogue that surrounds great literature, offering your unique perspective and perhaps even inspiring someone else to embark on their own journey into the world of Hercule Poirot. Imagine, if you will, the vast library of stories that exist, each waiting to be discovered. How do new listeners find their next beloved book? How do they stumble upon the genius of Agatha Christie for the very first time? Often, it is through the enthusiastic endorsement of others. It is through the collective voice of a passionate community that authors' legacies are preserved and celebrated. Your engagement is a tangible expression of appreciation, a vote of confidence in the art of storytelling, and a helping hand extended to fellow literary adventurers. It allows the current of narrative to flow unimpeded, carrying brilliant tales like Roger Ackroyd from one ear to another, from one heart to the next. So, let us delve into a few specific ways you can extend this journey, making your voice heard and your passion known. Our first, and perhaps most immediate, point of engagement is to prompt you, the listener, to leave a review without, of course, giving away that utterly brilliant and unexpected ending. You've journeyed with Dr. Shepherd. You've met the enigmatic Hercule Poirot. You've walked the quiet, perhaps not so quiet, lanes of King's Abbot. You have formed opinions, felt emotions, and grappled with theories. Now consider sharing that experience. But why, you might ask, is a review so important? What real difference does my solitary opinion make in the vast digital ocean of the internet? Well, let me tell you, it makes an enormous difference, perhaps more than you might initially realize. Think of a review as a lighthouse beacon. In the immense, often overwhelming sea of available audiobooks, your review serves as a guiding light for potential new listeners who are searching for their next immersive experience. It offers them a glimpse, a trusted perspective from someone who has already navigated these waters. It provides social proof, a concept deeply ingrained in human psychology. When we see that others have enjoyed something, we are naturally more inclined to try it ourselves. A collection of positive, thoughtful reviews builds credibility, not only for the specific audiobook, but for the author's entire body of work and for the platform itself. It signals to others that this is a story worth investing their time and attention in. Now, I understand the delicate tightrope walk involved in reviewing a mystery, particularly one as famously surprising as the murder of Roger Ackroyd. The last thing any of us wants is to be the person who inadvertently spoils the grand revelation for a newcomer. That would be an unforgivable sin in the world of whodunits. So, the art of a spoiler-free review lies in focusing on your experience, your feelings, the quality of the writing, the skill of the narration, the pacing, and the overall atmosphere. rather than the specific plot points or, most crucially, the identity of the culprit. Let me offer a real-world storytelling example to illustrate this. Imagine you're at a bustling cafe sipping a warm cup of tea, and a friend, seeing the contented look on your face, asks, "What have you been reading lately? Anything good?" How would you describe the murder of Roger Ackroyd to them without giving away the twist? You wouldn't blurt out, "Oh, it's amazing. The butler did it," or you won't believe who the narrator turns out to be. No, your approach would be far more nuanced, far more enticing. You might lean in, your eyes sparkling with shared understanding, and say something like, "My dear, you absolutely must listen to this audiobook. Agatha Christie, as always, is a genius. This particular one, well, it's a master class in misdirection. I thought I had it all figured out, but she pulled the rug right out from under me in the most delicious way possible." Or perhaps you might add, "The characters are so vividly drawn. You feel as though you're right there in the village of King's Abbot, eavesdropping on every conversation, and the narrator, simply superb, truly brought Dr. Shepard's voice to life." You might speak of the atmosphere. It had this subtle, creeping tension that built slowly, keeping me guessing until the very last word. Or the sheer cleverness of the plot. It's one of those books that makes you want to immediately go back and reread it, just to see how she did it, how all the pieces fit together so perfectly right from the beginning, hiding in plain sight. These are all rich, engaging descriptions that convey the essence of your enjoyment without betraying the story's secrets. These are the kinds of phrases that invite curiosity, that tantalize without revealing. From a psychological perspective, leaving a review matters on several levels. Firstly, there's the principle of reciprocity. You've received a significant amount of enjoyment, entertainment, and intellectual stimulation from this audiobook. The act of leaving a review is a small, yet meaningful, way of giving back, of acknowledging the effort and artistry that went into its creation and production. It's a thank you note, in a way, to the author, the narrator, and the platform that brought this story to your ears. Secondly, it provides a sense of contribution and validation. Your experience with a book is unique, yet by articulating it, you contribute to a larger, shared cultural appreciation. It validates your own reading journey, your own deductions or misdeductions, and your emotional response to the narrative. It confirms that your engagement mattered and that your voice, your opinion, is valuable within this community. There's a subtle but powerful satisfaction that comes from knowing you've helped someone else make an informed decision, that you've potentially guided them towards a truly rewarding experience. So, practically speaking, how can you go about leaving such a review? It's often very straightforward. On most audiobook platforms, you'll find a dedicated section, typically labeled ratings and reviews, associated with the title. Take a moment to reflect on what aspects of the murder of Roger Ackroyd resonated most deeply with you, without focusing on the resolution. Did you appreciate the character development, the ingenious plotting, the sense of suspense, the historical context, the quality of the narration? How did the story make you feel? Did it keep you on the edge of your seat? Did you gasp aloud at certain points? Was it simply a wonderfully absorbing escape Focus your review on these broader, experiential elements. You might write an absolute master class from Agatha Christie, filled with brilliant character work and a truly immersive atmosphere. The narration was impeccable, drawing me completely into the world of King's Abbot. I was thoroughly engrossed and completely floored by the ending. A must-listen for any mystery fan. See how that offers enthusiastic praise without giving anything away. You could also mention specific moments or themes that don't spoil the core mystery. Perhaps you loved the way Poirot subtly manipulated conversations, or the charming, slightly gossipy feel of the village. Think about what you would want to know before diving into such a book. What would pique your interest without ruining the surprise? Your words, thoughtfully chosen, hold immense power in guiding new listeners to this unforgettable tale. Moving beyond the immediate act of reviewing, our journey with Hercule Poirot, and indeed with Agatha Christie, doesn't have to end with the murder of Roger Ackroyd. Far from it. Our second point of engagement is to recommend other Hercule Poirot mysteries for your next listen. If you've enjoyed the intricate plotting, the astute deductions, and the sheer intellectual pleasure derived from this particular adventure, then you stand on the threshold of a vast and delightful landscape of further mysteries, each waiting to captivate you. Agatha Christie penned an astonishing array of stories featuring her beloved Belgian detective, Hercule Poirot. His distinctive mannerisms, his little gray cells, and his unwavering belief in order and method have charmed and challenged readers for decades. The genius of Christie lies not only in her ability to craft ingenious plots but also in her capacity to create a varied tapestry of settings, characters, and narrative structures, ensuring that each Poirot adventure, while featuring a familiar face, offers a fresh and unique puzzle. Allow me to paint a picture for you with some real-world storytelling examples of where your next Poirot adventure might take you. If the claustrophobic tension and the clever misdirection of Roger Ackroyd appealed to your sensibilities, then you absolutely must consider Murder on the Orient Express. Picture this: the snowbound train, a diverse cast of suspicious characters, and a murder committed with no obvious escape route. It is, in essence, a locked room mystery on wheels, an iconic testament to Christie's ingenuity, where every passenger seems to have something to hide, and Poirot must unravel a conspiracy that defies simple explanation. Its solution is as daring and theatrical as Ackroyd's, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who encounters it. Perhaps you enjoyed the psychological depth in Ackroyd, the way Christie delves into the motives and secrets lurking beneath polite veneers. In that case, Five Little Pigs might be your ideal next listen. This unique novel revisits a 16-year-old murder case, a cold case, where a woman was famously accused of poisoning her artist husband. Poirot interviews 5 individuals, the 5 little pigs of the nursery rhyme, each offering their distinct, often contradictory, recollection of that fateful day. It's a masterful exploration of memory, perception, and the way time can both obscure and reveal the truth, presented through a series of interlocking narratives. The focus here is less on immediate clues and more on unraveling the past through intricate psychological portraits. Or, if the idea of an exotic backdrop appeals, if you crave a vibrant change of scenery from the English countryside, then Death on the Nile is an unparalleled choice. board a luxurious steamer cruising down the majestic River Nile, amidst ancient temples and sun-drenched landscapes. Here, Poirot finds himself embroiled in a complex murder, surrounded by glamorous, wealthy, and often venomous individuals, all with their own secrets and motives. The sheer scale of the character ensemble, the opulent setting, and the intertwined relationships make it a grand, sweeping mystery, a true feast for the senses and the intellect. For those who appreciated the sheer audacity of Christie's plotting in Ackroyd, I would also wholeheartedly suggest the ABC Murders. This novel introduces a chilling serial killer who seems to be working his way through the alphabet, choosing victims whose names and locations begin with consecutive letters. Poirot receives taunting letters from the killer, challenging him to stop the heinous crimes. The narrative is uniquely structured, alternating between Poirot's investigation and the first-person perspective of a traveling salesman who may or may not be the killer. It's a relentless, suspenseful journey, showcasing Christie's ability to innovate within the detective genre and presenting a truly different kind of adversary for Poirot. From a psychological standpoint, recommending other Poirot mysteries taps into several core human desires. Firstly, there's the desire for continuity and familiarity. If you've spent hours with Hercule Poirot, you've grown accustomed to his quirks, his brilliance, his comforting presence. The thought of engaging with him again, in a new and equally challenging scenario, is inherently appealing. It's like reuniting with an old, dear friend. Secondly, it feeds our innate curiosity. Having experienced the ingenuity of one Christie novel, the listener naturally wonders, what else did she create? How else did she challenge the norms of the genre? There's a thrill of anticipation in knowing that a treasure trove of similar delights awaits. This also speaks to a desire for mastery. Having solved or been delightfully fooled by one puzzle, there's an urge to test one's deductive skills against another. Furthermore, it reinforces brand loyalty. Agatha Christie is not merely an author, she is an institution, a brand synonymous with quality, cleverness, and unparalleled mystery. By recommending more of her work, we deepen the listener's appreciation for her singular talent and encourage them to become a lifelong devotee, if they aren't already. It's about recognizing and celebrating enduring literary excellence. So, what are the practical application steps for exploring these other Poirot mysteries? It's remarkably simple. After finishing The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, and perhaps leaving that well-deserved review, take a moment to navigate your audiobook platform. Most platforms have excellent search functions. You can search directly for Hercule Poirot, Agatha Christie, or specific titles like Murder on the Orient Express or Death on the Nile. You'll often find curated lists, author pages, or listeners also enjoyed sections that will guide you to your next thrilling listen. I encourage you to wishlist or add to library any titles that pique your interest immediately. Even if you're not ready to start a new book right away, saving them ensures they won't be forgotten amidst the myriad choices. You might also consider exploring beyond Poirot. While he is magnificent, Christie also created the astute, kindly, and deceptively sharp Miss Marple, whose village wisdom often uncovers the most shocking truths, or the charmingly intrepid husband and wife detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence Besford. whose adventures are often more spy thriller than traditional murder mystery. The world of Agatha Christie is vast, rich, and endlessly rewarding, and I sincerely hope you will continue to explore its many fascinating corners. Finally, and perhaps most enjoyably, our third invitation is to invite you, the audience, to share your initial suspect guesses on social media. This is where the interactive, communal joy of reading a mystery truly shines. Think back to the journey you've just completed. At what point did you first start forming a hypothesis? Who was the character whose actions or demeanor first struck you as suspicious? Did you mentally accuse Flora Ackroyd with her youthful impulsiveness and desperate need for money? Was it Raymond, the smooth, calculating secretary, or perhaps the seemingly unassuming Dr. Shepard himself, our narrator, whose observational skills seemed so keen, yet whose presence was so constant? Did your suspicions flicker towards Miss Russell, the housekeeper, or Parker, the butler, figures who often hold key positions in such household dramas? The beauty of a truly great mystery like the murder of Roger Ackroyd lies in its ability to lead us down multiple plausible paths, to present us with numerous potential culprits, each with a convincing motive and opportunity. It forces us to become amateur detectives ourselves, sifting through the evidence, weighing the alibis, and trying to connect the disparate threads of the plot. And the fun of it, the truly delicious aspect, is comparing notes, realizing where our own deductive reasoning may have led us astray, or perhaps, with a stroke of genius, even led us close to the truth. Let's use another real-world storytelling example. Imagine you've just finished a particularly gripping episode of a detective series with a group of friends. Before the final reveal, the room crackles with energy. I'm telling you, it's the quiet one. Someone insists. He barely said a word. That's always a telltale sign. Another friend counters. No, it has to be the flamboyant one. Too obvious. But that's the genius of it. Everyone is animated, passionately defending their theories, re-examining the evidence they recall from the show. This is precisely the spirit we wish to evoke. Think back to Chapter 3, where the initial investigations begin, or perhaps the pivotal dinner party in Chapter 6, where all the key players are gathered under one roof. Who, at that moment, did your inner detective point towards? What specific piece of dialogue, or an odd gesture, or a seemingly innocent detail made you think, "Aha, there's something fishy here"? Sharing these initial hunches, these early suspicions, allows for rich discussion without spoiling the ending for others who might be following your posts. It's about the journey of deduction, not just the destination. When you share your guesses, you might say something like, "Just finished the murder of Roger Ackroyd." Before the big reveal, I was absolutely convinced it was initial suspect because of vague, non-spoilery reason like their shifty eyes or that strange comment they made in Chapter X. My detective skills were put to the ultimate test. You could even use a specific hashtag like Ackroyd Guesses or Agatha Christie Mystery, inviting others to join the conversation. It creates a wonderful tapestry of shared speculation, a delightful retrospect on the mental gymnastics involved in solving a Christie mystery. And after you've posted your initial, pre-reveal guess, it's incredibly fun to look back and see how close or how far off you were. recognizing Christie's genius in leading you down the garden path. From a psychological perspective, inviting you to share your initial suspect guesses is incredibly potent. Firstly, it satisfies our innate human desire for social connection and shared experience. Reading, particularly listening to an audiobook, can often be a solitary activity. By prompting social media engagement, we transform it into a communal one, allowing you to connect with a wider network of fellow enthusiasts who share your passion. It's about building a community, a virtual book club where theories can be debated and appreciation for the author can be amplified. Secondly, it stimulates cognitive engagement and active recall. Reflecting on who you suspected and why forces you to revisit the narrative, to actively pull details from your memory, and to analyze your own thought process throughout the story. It turns passive listening into an active intellectual exercise, deepening your understanding and appreciation for the intricate construction of the plot. It validates the mental effort you put into trying to solve the mystery alongside Poirot. Thirdly, it taps into the pleasure of nostalgia and reflection. Looking back at your initial guesses, especially after knowing the truth, is a satisfying experience. It highlights the cleverness of the author and often makes you marvel at how the clues were always there, hidden in plain sight. It's a moment of delightful self-reflection on your journey through the narrative, a chance to appreciate the full arc of the story from your initial assumptions to the final, shocking revelation. So, practically speaking, how can you participate in this fun communal guessing game? Head over to your preferred social media platform, be it X, formerly Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or even Goodreads, before you reveal the ending. Or if you've already finished, think back to that crucial moment when you were still guessing. Compose a post sharing who you initially suspected and why. Remember, keep the why vague enough to avoid spoilers. Use hashtags like Agatha Christie, the murder of Roger Ackroyd, mystery solver, bookish guesses, or even create your own unique one for this specific book. A crucial reminder, of course, if you choose to discuss the actual resolution or the identity of the culprit, please use spoiler warnings. Most platforms have features for this, or you can simply preface your post with spoiler alert to ensure you don't inadvertently diminish the experience for others who are still navigating the twists and turns of King's Abbot. Your thoughtful participation will not only enrich your own experience, but will also contribute to a vibrant, respectful, and engaging online community of mystery lovers. In summary, my dear listener, as we draw this particular chapter to a close, remember that your engagement is the lifeblood of this vibrant world of audiobooks and literature. By leaving a thoughtful, spoiler-free review, you become a beacon, guiding new adventurers to the genius of Agatha Christie and to this particular, unforgettable tale. By exploring her other Hercule Poirot mysteries, you expand your own horizons, continuing your journey with a beloved character and discovering new facets of the Queen of Crime's unparalleled talent. And by sharing your initial suspect guesses on social media, you transform a solitary listening experience into a communal celebration of deduction, speculation, and shared literary joy, fostering connections with fellow enthusiasts across the globe. Thank you profoundly for joining us on this remarkable journey through the murder of Roger Ackroyd. Your time, your attention, and your passionate engagement are what truly bring these stories to life. We encourage you to continue your exploration of the countless narratives waiting to be discovered, whether they be the intricate puzzles of Agatha Christie, the timeless classics, or the compelling voices of contemporary authors. May your next listen be as enthralling and unforgettable as the one you've just completed. The world of storytelling awaits your continued curiosity and your invaluable participation. Until next time, happy listening. Until next time, happy listening. The world of storytelling awaits your continued curiosity and your invaluable participation. But the journey doesn't have to end here. The genius of Agatha Christie stretches far beyond the pages of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, offering an entire universe of intricate puzzles, memorable characters, and ingenious plots designed to challenge and delight. We wholeheartedly encourage you to delve deeper into her extraordinary body of work, a collection that spans decades and continually redefines the very essence of the mystery genre. Our audiobook platform is your perfect gateway to this thrilling world. You'll find not only the complete Hercule Poirot series, tracing the brilliant career of the Belgian detective from his very first case to his poignant final bow, but also the equally captivating adventures of Miss Marple, the seemingly demure village spinster with an uncanny knack for understanding human nature and solving the most baffling crimes. Beyond these iconic detectives, Christie penned standalone thrillers, espionage tales, and plays that showcase her incredible versatility and unwavering ability to craft compelling narratives. Whether you're in the mood for a sprawling country house murder, a claustrophobic loft room mystery, or a tense psychological drama, Christie has a story for you. Take a moment to explore our extensive library. You can easily search for Agatha Christie to see her full catalog, or browse by narrator if you particularly enjoyed the voice that brought Roger Ackroyd to life. Consider adding titles to your wish list, or follow your favorite authors and narrators to receive updates on their new releases. Our curated collections and personalized recommendations are designed to help you discover new literary treasures that align with your tastes, ensuring your next listen is just as enthralling, if not more so, than the last. The beauty of audiobooks lies not just in the stories themselves, but in the convenience and immersive experience they offer, allowing you to carry the magic of storytelling with you wherever you go. As you reflect on the brilliant twists and turns of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, we would be incredibly grateful if you could share your thoughts by leaving a review on our platform. Your feedback is truly invaluable. It helps other listeners discover this masterpiece and supports the incredible work of our authors and narrators who pour their talent into creating these captivating experiences. When crafting your review, please remember to keep it spoiler-free. We want every new listener to experience the full shock and delight of Christie's revelations without any preconceptions. Instead of revealing who committed the crime or how it was pulled off, perhaps focus on how the story made you feel. Did it keep you guessing until the very end? Were you completely blindsided by the resolution? Did the narration enhance your immersion in the story? You might comment on the cleverness of the plot, the depth of the characters, or the overall enjoyment you derived from the experience. A simple "I thought I had it all figured out, but I was wonderfully wrong," or "This story is a master class in misdirection and kept me utterly gripped," speaks volumes without giving away the meticulously constructed ending. Your honest, spoiler-free insights are incredibly powerful in helping to build a vibrant and supportive community for all audiobook lovers. For those eager to dive back into the intricate world of Hercule Poirot, a wealth of incredible cases awaits. If The Murder of Roger Ackroyd captivated you with its audacious ingenuity and psychological depth, we have several recommendations that promise to deliver similar thrills. You might consider Five Little Pigs, a brilliant cold case mystery where Poirot meticulously reconstructs a 16-year-old murder by gathering disparate accounts from the 5 people present. It's a profound exploration of memory, perception, and the elusive nature of truth. For a more exotic setting and a sprawling cast of memorable suspects, Death on the Nile takes Poirot on a luxurious paddle steamer cruise down the legendary river, where a glamorous heiress becomes the victim of a shocking crime amidst a web of jealousy and betrayal. If you enjoyed the sense of contained tension, then Murder on the Orient Express is an absolute must-listen. Poirot finds himself trapped on a snowbound luxury train with a killer in their midst, and the solution he uncovers challenges everything he thought he knew about justice. For a unique structural challenge, the ABC Murders sees Poirot pitted against a serial killer who strikes alphabetically, leaving a chilling trail of clues that seem to mock the great detective. And for those ready for a truly poignant and unforgettable experience, Curtain Poirot's Last Case brings the beloved detective's career to its dramatic and emotional close, offering a retrospective look at his legacy and a final, brilliant act of deduction. Each of these stories showcases Christie's unparalleled ability to craft compelling narratives, intricate puzzles, and unforgettable characters, ensuring that your next journey with Poirot will be as thrilling as the last. You'll find them all easily accessible in our collection, waiting for your discerning ears. Beyond listening, part of the joy of a truly great mystery is the collective guessing game, the who did it debate that often begins long before the final reveal. We invite you to share your initial suspicions and theories about the murder of Roger Ackroyd on your favorite social media platforms, but please, again, without revealing the actual ending for those who haven't yet had the pleasure of finishing. Perhaps you were convinced it was the astute doctor, or the secretive secretary, or even the seemingly unassuming butler. What red herrings completely threw you off the scent? What minor detail did you overlook that, in hindsight, was glaringly obvious? Share your pre-reveal guesses using hashtags like Roger Ackroyd Mystery Christie Reads or Who Did It, and feel free to tag our platform. It's a fantastic way to connect with other fans, marvel at Christie's genius in misleading even the most astute readers, and relish in the shared experience of being outsmarted by a master storyteller. Imagine the fun of discussing these theories with a community of fellow mystery enthusiasts, all united by their love for a cleverly constructed plot. This collective anticipation and the subsequent revelatory aha moments are truly what make the mystery genre so enduringly captivating. We absolutely love hearing about your journey through these stories, how Christie managed to weave her web of deceit around you, and which character you were wrongly convinced was the culprit. It's a testament to her skill that even after all these years, her stories continue to inspire such lively debate and spirited discussion. Remember, the journey through the world of storytelling is an ongoing adventure, with new doors opening with every book, every chapter, and every narrator. Thank you for choosing to spend your valuable listening time with us and with the incomparable Agatha Christie. We sincerely hope that the murder of Roger Ackroyd has left a lasting impression, a testament to the enduring power of a brilliantly told tale and the sheer pleasure of a truly well-crafted mystery. We look forward to accompanying you on many more literary journeys, exploring the countless narratives that await your discovery. Until our next shared story, happy listening and happy sleuthing. Keep those gray cells working. Keep those gray cells working. And we truly hope that as the final pieces of this intricate puzzle fell into place, your own gray cells were thoroughly exercised and perhaps even pleasantly bewildered. The genius of Agatha Christie lies not just in her ability to craft an impossible crime, but in her profound understanding of human nature, making every twist and turn feel both shocking and inevitable. Now that you've journeyed through the labyrinthine world of Fernley Park and witnessed Hercule Poirot's unparalleled deductive prowess in one of his most celebrated cases, perhaps your appetite for mystery, particularly the kind penned by the Queen of Crime herself, has been piqued. Our audiobook platform is a veritable treasure trove for enthusiasts of classic and contemporary detective fiction, and we invite you to delve deeper. Beyond the murder of Roger Ackroyd, a vast universe of narratives awaits your discovery. We pride ourselves on curating an extensive library that includes the full spectrum of Agatha Christie's masterful work. If you found yourself captivated by Poirot's meticulous methods and his often amusing eccentricities, there are many more adventures with a Belgian detective that promise to enchant and challenge you. But the journey doesn't have to end with Monsieur Poirot. Our collection extends to the quaint yet razor-sharp observations of Miss Jane Marple, the charming residents of St. Mary Mead, and the thrilling standalone novels that demonstrate Christie's versatility across the crime genre. Picture yourself transported to ancient Egypt, or perhaps to a remote island where guests mysteriously vanish one by one, or even to the bustling streets of London where espionage and danger lurk around every corner. Each listen offers a unique escape, a fresh challenge to your powers of deduction. Take a moment to explore our platform's intuitive search features. You can easily find other titles by Agatha Christie, or even branch out to other titans of the genre, from Arthur Conan Doyle and Dorothy L. Sayers to modern masters who carry the torch of classic detective fiction. Our listeners also enjoyed section and personalized recommendations are excellent tools for discovering your next unforgettable listen. Imagine the convenience of having an entire library of thrilling whodunits at your fingertips, ready to accompany you on your commute, during your evening walks, or as you unwind after a long day. The immersive quality of a well-narrated audiobook truly brings these intricate worlds to life, allowing you to focus on every subtle clue, every nuanced character interaction, and every carefully placed red herring. With the rich vocal performances of our narrators, the characters leap from the page, making the experience even more vivid and engaging. You'll find yourself not just listening to a story, but living it. As you reflect on the brilliance of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, we would be incredibly grateful if you could take a few moments to share your thoughts by leaving a review on our platform. Your feedback is invaluable, not just to us, but to fellow listeners who are searching for their next great story. Think of your review as a guiding light for others, helping them discover the masterpieces that have captivated you. When writing your review, please remember to keep it spoiler-free. The magic of this particular mystery lies in its unexpected revelations, and we want everyone to experience that same thrill of discovery. Instead of revealing the who or the how, focus on the overall experience. Did the narration enhance your enjoyment? Were you constantly guessing? Did the atmosphere draw you in? Perhaps you could comment on the cleverness of the plot, the intricate character development, or the sheer joy of reading a truly groundbreaking mystery. Did the ending leave you speechless? Did you find yourself replaying earlier parts of the story, looking for clues you might have missed? These kinds of observations are incredibly helpful and don't give away any of the crucial plot points. A simple 5-star rating speaks volumes, but a few spoiler-free sentences about what made this audiobook special for you can make all the difference for someone else deciding whether to embark on this remarkable journey. Your honest opinions help us to continue bringing you the highest quality audio experiences, and they foster a vibrant community of listeners who rely on each other's recommendations. If The Murder of Roger Ackroyd has left you craving more of Poirot's little gray cells in action, we have some fantastic recommendations for your next listen. For a quintessential Christie experience set in a confined space with an unforgettable cast, you absolutely must explore Murder on the Orient Express. It's a masterclass in suspense and moral complexity, and its ingenuity is legendary. If you prefer a more exotic backdrop, then Death on the Nile offers a glamorous river cruise marred by a shocking crime, filled with passion, betrayal, and classic Poirot deduction amidst stunning scenery. For those who enjoy a unique narrative structure and a race against time, the A, B, C Murders presents Poirot with a chilling serial killer whose targets are chosen alphabetically. It's a brilliant departure from the traditional whodunit formula and keeps you on the edge of your seat. And for a deeper dive into psychology and a mystery that unravels a past event, Five Little Pigs sees Poirot revisiting an old murder, meticulously piecing together the memories of 5 individuals involved. Finally, if you're prepared for an emotional and poignant journey, Curtain Poirot's Last Case is a powerful, dramatic conclusion to the detective's illustrious career. But perhaps save that one until you've savored a few more of his earlier triumphs. Each of these stories showcases Christie's unparalleled ability to surprise and delight, presenting Poirot with new challenges that he tackles with his signature wit and brilliance. Simply type any of these titles into your search bar on the platform, and you'll be ready for your next immersive listening experience. We know that one of the greatest joys of a mystery novel is the discussion that follows, the post-mortem of theories and suspicions. That electrifying moment when you thought you had it all figured out, or when a particular character's behavior seemed just a little too suspicious. We encourage you to share your initial suspect guesses on social media. Before the grand reveal, who did you think was a culprit? And what tiny detail, what fleeting glance, what seemingly innocent remark led you down that path? Was it a gut feeling, a process of elimination, or did you try to outwit Poirot himself? Engage with other fans by using hashtags like Agatha Christie, Roger Ackroyd, Poirot Mystery, or Whodunit. Join the global conversation and see if your early theories aligned with others, or if you were led down a delightful garden path of misdirection, as only Christie can manage. Remember, when sharing your thoughts, please be mindful of those who may not have reached the end of the story yet. Keep your discussions focused on the build-up, the suspense, and your pre-reveal hunches. Share the fun of the guessing game without spoiling the incredible solution for anyone else. It's a wonderful way to connect with a community of fellow mystery lovers, to compare notes on red herrings, and to appreciate the intricate design of Christie's narratives together. Perhaps you'll discover a subtle clue that someone else entirely missed, or gain a new appreciation for the cleverness of her storytelling by seeing how different listeners interpreted the same events. Thank you once again for choosing to spend your valuable listening time with us and with the incomparable Agatha Christie. We sincerely hope that the murder of Roger Ackroyd has left a lasting impression, a testament to the enduring power of a brilliantly told tale and the sheer pleasure of a truly well-crafted mystery. We look forward to accompanying you on many more literary journeys, exploring the countless narratives that await your discovery. Until our next shared story, happy listening and happy sleuthing. Keep those gray cells working, and we eagerly await your return for another captivating mystery.
Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.